Hello everybody, we are here in week 5 of NASA, HMG versus the Ball and Ballers. Both these teams pretty much in the playoff race here, trying to, as we get into the middle of the season, push their way into one of these playoff spots. As we get into this night market game here, what are your thoughts here, Pato?
AJ, I think it's a lot more important every week passes a win's more important for each of these teams, right? They want to secure their spot in the playoffs. They want to be in playoff competition. They want to take the first barrier here as they forever kind of lands a nice primary and a great redirect by Doxy as well, opening up the barriers for Heavy Metal Gundam and hopefully increase their chance in the playoffs. You see Bam here throw out his hook. Doxy dodges. The core is intercepted. And Ball and Baller trying to catch up to Heavy Metal Gundam here as they try to open up the top right corner of the map. Night Market here. Save forever. With that, Might of Colossus truly has potential scale. Barrier does open for both teams now, and it's going to be really, really important for the goalies to hold. Dr. Bebop uses the Tofu Fortress, and Save Forever with the special. Dr. Bebop with a great somersault gets it out, but this is Zay with a flip. He uses it. Blue Fox, great clear up top, and Bam comes out to help as well. If that's going to be offense done, especially with Blue Fox's slimes, making sure that nothing actually happens except for Zay Forever dashes right past Dr. Bebop's top corner of the net. Great core speed here from Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, incredibly well played by Zay here on this Juliet. It's been a very popular pick as of late, incredibly strong, especially with this Might of Colossus giving Juliet even more scaling for dash punch, KO pressure, and scoring pressure.
Yeah, we see the nice flip coming in from Bam. Unfortunately, does not lead to 2 barriers, and the core speed actually messes up Bebop a little bit there. As our Pauldron's Rubu a little too slow to react to those faraway barriers getting taken. Bam, nice, trying to get a nice confirm on the bottom barrier. Unfortunately, offense is stymied here, and it's Doxy and Zay Forever back again, wailing on that Tofu Fortress, wailing on those donuts. But this is Blue Fox with a flip to make many things happen, including this rotation here. But Zay Forever wise to it, rotates, matches it, and now with the kicks, but nice flip from Bebop as well. Tragic has to burn his flip to get away. Bam almost into strike four, but Tragic makes sure that everything is handled here. And all teams use their energy except for Blue Fox, who is still holding on to the core flip and might come in clutch. As I say that, he just used it. Nothing happened from that though, unfortunately. And we do look at a 1-1 barrier situation for both teams as they try to find rotations or pushes, anything they can. You see Bam holding on to his elusive a little longer, and smartly so as Zay Forever dashed in, and then Bam now gets to survive a little. Unfortunately, a little too late on the uptake there as Zay Forever comes in. Great redirect. 0-2 Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, Bam kind of in a panic state here as the KO pressure from Heavy Metal Gundam has been very strong. Is a little bit too indecisive between the orb and the barrier, and Zay does a really good job of capitalizing with Doxy with support, and HMG immediately getting a KO to start off this next point.
This could be a really huge snowball here. Bebop forced to use Tofu Fortress once again, kind of like right as it goes off cooldown. I feel like he has to use it, and again, slow Pauldron's Dubu hasn't scaled yet, but again, we need to kind of see this first set draft to ensure that Ball and Ballers can scale in, and Bam gets a really nice pendulum swing onto the barrier, opens up the barrier once again. But now can they make anything happen, because this is Zay Forever with the flip, kind of sharking, making sure he can react. Bam, great defense coming out for him as well. And hopefully they can try to push the core through. Tragic, somehow the flip comes out, Blue Fox jumps, but the core goes right on through. And it's 3-0 first set for Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ballin, Bebop tried to death touch the hook down, and Blue Fox tried to go up with the slime, and ever since then, HMG took the offense and didn't lose it, using the flip to capitalize here, as this Julie is just going to scale. Look at all these incredible awakenings. Opts for the big fish for the Might of Colossus scaling here.
Everything looks really good here. Bulk up taken. I guess Amy has Timeless Creator, which is really good. I wonder if Among Titans will be used here to kind of get scaling, but I don't think Tragic would take it. Oh, he does. Okay, so that Julie is really huge now, and Bam kind of gets the leftovers.
Yeah, this is a really volatile draft. I mean, this Julie is big. This Julie is very big. Has 140 power. Dash Punch just takes up like a lot of the lane and has so much KO pressure that Zay is just gonna be such a big problem for the side of Ball in here.
Yeah, Zay almost matching this huge Pauldron's Dubu in size. With that, just by that first draft. Of course, this does mean that Tragic is a little smaller but faster, but we'll have to see once Bam starts getting those strike force in with Tragic. He might suffer a little more. Zay Forever, without health, nice snipe by Bam with the pendulum. and off he goes off the map. And this is first power play from Ball and Ballers as Lufox having tight control from midfield, rotating around Doxy's turret, but unfortunately, Dr. Bebop not quite there in position to catch the rotation as well. But we see Bam trying to 1v2, 1v3 here. Lufox jumps, misses the core, unfortunately, but Bam is still there. Lufox makes it happen. Tragic has to use Barrage to get it out, and unfortunate Tofu Fortress timing stops the offense once again from Ball and Ballers. Every time they try to get something done, the pace is kind of halted, and that's a huge punch from Julie as well. Bebop uses his flip to make sure that any more bleeding doesn't happen, but it might be a little too late as it's a 2-on-1 on Bebop. Yeah, core does go in there. Heavy Metal Gundam, great momentum, 4 points in a row.
Yeah, Bebop with the roll. Unfortunately, with Stagger Zay, but Zay just bounced off the Night Mark and set it immediately back into the Strike Core, and I don't think Bebop would ever be ready for that. As that is a really unfortunate point here for Ball, and he felt like they were really in control.
Yeah, these are one of those days that things just don't seem to be happening. One of those sets, and Zay forever now once again with Doxy. Doxy dashes in, and the Cyber Swipe. 2-0 Heavy Metal Gundam, quick 17-second point.
Yeah, incredible use here of the Imi turret to push bottom side with the Cyber Swipe. I mean, the offensive synergy between Doxy and Zay has been so incredibly good, and Tragic is just like pushing up and supporting it really well. As
Good third tides here, as Doxy does use the flip here, and now energy advantage heavily in favor of Ball and Ballers. They do immediately lose it, use it, and Lufox unfortunately gets the unfortunate angle. Once again, misses the dash here. On the Denver servers potentially, and Bam here with the energy though, he can posture in front of his goal, uses the core flip, expertly done by Bam here. He is tying it up or catching up 1-2.
Yeah, this is the momentum that Ball needs. Energy is looking really well on the side of HMG as well, as Bam did a really good job of just like skill checking the side of HMG, reaction checking both Doxy and Tragic.
Getting past him, but here he goes off the map, unfortunately. Does get the lower barrier in return, but Night Market 2 barriers might be really quick to fall here as Tragic, yeah, a double barrier taken here for Heavy Metal Gundam. Bam is back soon, but unfortunately the turret is lasting forever here as another set taken from Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, the endless turret with the timeless creator, a pickup that we didn't even really mention that much that is so incredibly valuable, and Lufox just wasn't quite ready for the turret to keep lasting as long as it did, as we have more size on the board.
More size indeed, but maybe Bebop can be the one to take it or deny it. Maybe even goes to Bam here, as it's not quite denied. So Julie can't scale as much, but still gets a spark and can start scaling. I mean, this just looks like a really rough draft for Ball and Ballers once again. Maybe the prime time can come in clutch. I'm not really sure here.
Yeah, Doxy ends up taking the Reptile Real Strong Survivability Awakening that now can no longer go to the side of Ball, in which is really hard when you're just getting KO'd. I mean, you don't even need the staggers. Zay is just doing a really good job of getting these dash punches with this 165 power to constantly KO the side of Ball and keep these power plays going.
Yeah, and once again, there's some heavy corner offense on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Doxy potentially, maybe that was a little bit greedy, but I mean, that was enough for Ball and Ballers to kind of push it out to the midfield, but that's where it stops again, and this time, Doxy won't miss with the Cyber Swipe. And this is a huge turret with huge timeless creator and a huge flip as Heavy Metal Gundam looks to continue on their dominance over Ball and Ballers on this first map.
Yeah, the countless, endless pressure and damage numbers getting put up in this corner offense makes it so it's really hard for Lufox and Bam to really do anything to help Bebop. And Doxy's there just doing such a good job at winning these 1v1, 1v2 situations. And honestly, HMG looks completely unstoppable right now.
I mean, great offense there from Bam, getting the barriers while he can. And I think once Bam doesn't die to Zay, right? I mean, it's just so hard to kind of calculate the Julie dash range there. I mean, Tragic burns his flip. There's definitely a chance here for Ball and Ballers, but Zay forever so quick with the offense, going back to help defense in the midfield. Dr. Bebop uses his flip, but even so, unfortunately, the barrier falls now, and Tragic is going to hold that barrier, yes, with that Giga Blast, and then Zay forever with the flip here. Bam uses the Death Touch to rotate the core, but Zay uses the flip. Dr. Bebop isn't gonna let the barrier fall to a flip like that though, so they hold for now, but they forever rotating through with Doxy. Lufox holds like a hero, and the Slimes clear to Core a little bit, but once again, Core offense, Core rotated to a weak side, but Bam this time is the one who gets out ahead with the pendulum swing. They forever pressuring Bam here, taking the stagger down. He has flip, he doesn't want to use it except for, oh, a great redirect from Lufox here, instant redirect on the Blobos. He calculated that, and Bam leads that to a flip and a 1-1 tying on set 3 here. Ballers.
Absolutely incredibly well played by Lufox to find the unique passing angle with the slime, something that only really Juno can do, and Bam was perfectly ready for it. What an incredible capitalization here to tie up the game.
Absolutely wonderful. I mean, you could picture Lufox saying, hey, watch this, as he leaves at the back. And Doxy uses a flip to get the Core out of danger zone. Lufox jumping in backwards to help Dr. Bebop. That's just the amount of pressure that's being put on right now. Bebop perfect somersault counteracts. They forever dashing in with the Julie. But now the Core once again almost a hair's breadth to the barriers. Doxy and Zay forever just putting on a clinic here. And Lufox is just playing such a good defensive Juno here, making sure that Ballers stay alive in this ever critical third set. And now they get the top barrier, but at what cost? Because Bam goes down. It's another power play here for Zay forever and Doxy as well as, and Zay has the flip right now. The Core just needs to get to him, and Tragic, when Lufox goes a little more aggressive, Tragic has a chance to kind of Core flip and turn the offense on their heads. But Bam is back. He is playing dangerously close to the edge again, uses a premature evade, and Zay forever doesn't go for it very smartly. Tragic uses the flip here. Wonderful death touch from Bam. Unfortunately, Tragic does answer with his Core flip, and now Zay forever the only flip on the lobby. Doxy using Cyber Swipe. Tragic using the barrage to get it out. Dodges the pendulum swing as well with the Core, and now Lufox trying to get it away from Zay forever. Get it off, and the Core speed on the Juno Slimes. Clutch 2-1 from Ballers.
Yeah, the Juno Slime AI always will shoot for that the bottom corner, and it is so dangerous, especially in this overtime. That core speed and angle is like so hard to react to, as Ballin showing signs of life here as Bam dies, but
But Zay did use a flip, right? And this turret pressure has been so heavy. And I think this might have been the first turret play that wasn't led to a disastrous result from Ballers. They held very well on that one. They had a good answer for Doxy this time. And Lufox even gets the Core out with the Strike Wars. And now Zay forever looking dangerously low. Pendulum, Dr. Bebop has the somersault as well. Unfortunately, the power not quite there. Even with the Might of Colossus buff on the Pauldrons, and Bam does get it over Tragic here. This is Among Us Tragic, by the way. He took it to give Zay a little more edge, but that did bite him in the back there as he lost the pendulum swing. And now it's Lufox and Bam who are putting on right around Tragic, a little fast but a little too small here. And Baller follow up the set. It's 2-1 set right now for Ballers, or 1-2 set for Ballers.
yeah, an incredible comeback set here. This is the exact momentum they need, right? They have the scaling. They have so many cooldowns on their Dubu. I mean, like, the Juno got speed, and would you look at this?
Shot Juno!
Hot shot Juno!
Yeah, but I mean, heavy impact out here. A team player is always like a key awakening to look for as well. It looks like we might see a heavy impact fall down to Erasmus, and this might be really critical here. And I think Bebop getting Missile Pro can come in really handy. We will have to see if Bebop gets a little more space to breathe in the midfield, then he could walk up, place his Tofu Fortress aggressively, and that's going to be huge. But we'll have to see that in play.
Yeah,
Hot shot Juno value.
the side of Ball here has just got so much offensive pressure with the core speed, with the projectile range, and like damage pressure here. Like, the amount of offensive potential that this team now has is so dangerous, as we saw immediately. But it doesn't really matter here if they get stuck on this defensive end here by this incredible synergy by Doxy and Zay.
Yeah, Doxy and Zay have been being very good on the offense. I think a good highlight is that the Ballers have also been very strong on offense, and they're kind of pushing the pedal to the metal. They're showing no signs of like stopping here as they continue. They take both barriers. They're keeping Zay forever on the back foot. He has to shy away from Bam, and the Core just kind of finds its way in. Is Hot Shot Juno power? Is this it?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing to note too, right, is Lufox also took bulk up. So normally with Hot Shot, it doesn't auto red core. You need like one more power awakening, and Lufox having this bulk up makes it so that like you're hitting the core for like 1800 speed. But that might not matter if Zay just takes both your barriers.
Yeah, this is double flip on Doxy and Zay. Zay looking a little low, but no matter. And Doxy, wonderful core flip straight past Bebop, who commits a core flip to saving it too, so just feels a little bit more worse for Ballers, but pretty good for Heavy Metal Gundam here.
Yeah, an incredible bounce back point. Doxy kind of doing it herself to get this goal here, and Zay and Tragic with energy, but Ballin is doing a really good job of holding up this offensive pressure for now, forcing Tragic to flip.
Wonderful offense here from Blue Fox, who does have that hot shot, who does have that bulk of value. Even dodges Zay Forever's dash punch, and now it's Doxy and Zay's turn. I don't think that core is saved by Dr. Bebop. The log, I think, coming in huge. Redirect here, and Bam and Blue Fox do manage to get the core around, but Zay Forever commits that flip to getting Bam off the field, and that might be really, really worth it here, because Bam is the one who is completing these goals. So Bam gotta wait 5 more seconds for him to join. The Night Market gates are up, and Doxy cyber swiping around anyway to get the core through Zay. Zay should have dash punch up soon. They're just waiting for that, but Bam comes in, takes Doxy off the field. Goodbye, Doxy. Now it's power play for Ballers as Tragic spends his Giga Blast and Barrage, and now it's Dr. Bebop coming in with the log. Unfortunately, slight unlucky angle off the Night Market, and Bam does have to retreat to get the orb for his health, for his safety, really. And yeah, Bam is going to be really helpful alive, and trying to stun with Blue Fox, kind of coordinate an offense here, but unfortunately doesn't come of it. And now Tragic does have a flip here and can aggressively, try to Giga flip Bam off. Bam does use it very, very smartly here, and Tragic looking for some kind of opening here. It looks like he really wants some action to happen on the other side of the field, trying to play on a offensive high pressure, and Bam might go off the field here again. Yep. Great set of kicks by Zay Forever as Bam is taken off the field. Really hard to survive in this economy here. Dr. Bebop, open goal flip. Blue Fox saves it somehow, but Tragic also saves the barrier. This really good, and Bam is up, but Tragic continues to hold the barrier expertly as Zay Forever just kind of trying to get his skills online and dash punch in, but Bebop gives time for Bebop to come up with the log as well, and Blue Fox uses the flip, really wants this barrier open, but Tragic is holding so well. A nice angle, and Tragic gets even that. And it feels like Bam and Blue Fox are really throwing everything they have, but now there we go, the great redirect overtime force speed as Bam and Blue Fox controlling the midfield here, seeing the pendulum and gets it in past Tragic and Doxy. A 2-1 lead for Ballers on set 4.
I mean, a masterclass on a defensive end by all 3 members of Ballers, and such incredibly well played here. The double size Rasmus able to get the pendulum sling across the cross clear. So well played by Ballin, but showing so much life here. Potentially bring back the series.
Zay Forever uses a dash punch on Bam. Unfortunately, Bam does not fall off the cliff this time, but he is staggered, and now Zay on the hunt gets Bam. Bam just can't stop getting focused down as, once Bam dies, there is a hole in the defensive wall of the Ballers. Blue Fox does hold though, and great slime placement gets it past Tragic, and Bam is now up just in time. Hey guys, did I miss anything? No, just welcome back on the offense. And Bam comes in. Tragic trying to hold, but Blue Fox is coming from the bottom. Zay Forever spends flip, but no matter, Blue Fox finally connecting with that dash redirect on Juno, and Ballers have all caught up.
Yeah, Blue Fox is playing so well. I mean, this is always a thing with Juno. You could just roll Hotshot and take over the game, and we do see Sparks on the board with 2 people, one on each side, having taken Sparks here with the Juno and Julie, but you never really know, right? A lot of people don't really like leadership. This awakening is kind of bad, but Blue Fox is opting for the other Spark here.
Yeah, Zay definitely taking the size over to just get that might synergy over a leadership, and now extra special for the duo might be huge, as well as Spider Flight. But yeah, I think this really worked out, but Doxy getting Castellass actually might not be... It actually might be really good, especially the turret offense that Amy has been doing. This might be low-key crazy build. But yeah, both teams, I think, have gotten a draft that they're reasonably happy with here, absolutely. And now Zay Forever kind of dashing in with that newfound size. With that turret, it's going to last forever with the Castellass and Timeless Creator, and Tragic kind of coming in with the Barrage. Bebop too late, unfortunately, on the Somersault to parry all of the barrages. And now Log comes out, Blue Fox and Bebop double goaling. Zay Forever dashes, unfortunately wasn't able to follow up with Punch, and now that slime, that Juno slime with the hot shot red coring instantly. And coming in is Blue Fox holding down the top side against Doxy and Zay. The rotations are happening, but Tofu Fortress coming down at a great timing here as Bam joining the action, unfortunately taken immediately off the field. Butterfly isn't going to see him for that. A preemptive somersault by Dr. Bebop lets him be in the perfect position to hold that, but there we go. Zay Forever threads the needle.
such a disrespectful punch by Zay, trying to catch Blue Fox walking back. That is evil. Incredibly well played by Zay here to get the double KO, and HMG trying to prove that they're not going to get reverse left here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zay Forever constantly dashing into Bam, kind of reminding him who's boss on this field. Bam has to, every time Zay gets more power, Bam has to watch out that much more and kind of calculate how close to the edge he can stay on. But yeah, so Bebop and Bam kind of rotating the core around Doxy, who has flipped Zay Forever once again with the dash, once again with the kicks coming out, and Bam making sure he takes Tragic's orb at the very least sharing it with him. But yeah, life has been very hard for this Rasmus right now, and great redirect coming out from Tragic, but this leads to a double barrier, perhaps a little too eager on the offense now, and it's Bam and Blue Fox trying to read Doxy's redirect, but unfortunately Doxy just pushed through honestly instead of trying to sneaky redirect and get caught by Blue Fox instead. And now Zay Forever with the flip, with the dash punch, with the kicks. This is going to be a really hard hold once again for Ball and Ballers, and Blue Fox unfortunately was there at the right time. Unfortunately the strike doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, I mean, this turret, this Deadeye timeless cast, so much damage, so much pressure. It's so hard to really do anything about it, but on the bright side for Ballin, you do have nearly 2 flips online. And hopefully they are able to find something with them to get this offense going.
Yeah, Blue Fox, if he used that flip aggressively there, I think he would have been taken off the field very smartly, holds on so it kind of backs out, and now he can use the flip in relative safety, rotates it to Bam. Bam can get a second one with the pendulum swing, and now a core, red core getting redirected around Nightmark is just so scary to see. Blue Fox kind of trying to buy some time for Bam to get into offensive position safely. Unfortunately, the core doesn't go through until Bam kind of retreats out, but this is a big Rasmus who does use Death Touch. And with the Tofu Fortress, they're forcing Doxy to use her turrets a little more on the defensive position, and this is Bebop with a flip, can hold a little more. And now Bam trying to 1v2 on the top side. Zay uses his dash, spends his dash, now Core's rotated for Blue Fox. Doxy almost getting the barrier there. This is a scary red core, but Tragic Expert Giga Blast forcing Doxy to spend her flip as well as Blue Fox Yo as he jumps in, and Death Touch from Bam. Really nasty angle. Tragic is wise to it though, and again, this Bebop, once again, the Tofu Fortress is up, and Core goes red. This is a really scary moment, but Fallen Ballers are surviving, and they're continuing to make the Core go red here in overtime.
Yeah, this is such a back and forth here. I mean, Bebop doing a really good job of holding both these barriers. Almost ties to Zay though, forced to burn the flip. Zay also using flip here, combo with the cyber strike from Doxy to get the barrier. Tragic almost own goals, uses the 2 player speed to clear it for now. Bam with the Death Touch almost finds it, and Bebop forced to use the Tofu Fortress here. Blue Fox hits stunning Zay. Bam off the dribble, unable to find anything. Doxy forced to flip. Bebop doing so much damage to Zay, trying to fight back, trying to potentially get this up to Bam to use the flip as Zay goes down off the recover drone, still low. Bam trying really hard to KO Zay back. Finally proved that he's not going to be the one taken down as the turret does come out here. The corner offense pushing up, but incredible clears by Bebop and Blue Fox. Forced to use the flip here. Unable to find anything to slime. Bam dribbling down. Almost gets it past the Giga Blast as Tragic walking up to his Monk Titans, unable to find anything. The slimes end up getting it past everyone as Blue Fox H-checks the entirety of HMG, and what a point!
I mean, that Judo Slime MVP this game as well, and you can see Bam really hold on to that core flip, and then immediately goes off the field. Unfortunately, now no energy to evade, and now it's still match point here for Heavy Metal Gundam. Ball and Ballers feel good about that point, but they gotta lock in and get 2 more here. If Bam comes on just in time to get that redirect from Doxy, but Zay Forever following up with a punch and a kick, and this is Doxy with the flip, uses the flip past Bebop. No time to react there as Heavy Metal Gundam secure a hard-fought victory here on the first game of the series.
Yeah, and they're really showing their knowledge of Night Market here. I mean, off to a really dominant start, Ballin was almost able to bring it back, but HMG kind of proved why they were dominating earlier. Zay doing a really good job getting this MVP, getting so many KOs, so much value. As what an incredible game by Zay.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really gonna fall upon Bam here and Blue Fox to kind of calculate, to understand like when they can die and when they can't. Unfortunately, Bam put in places where he kind of has to either die to make a play or just kind of fall off the play entirely. But I mean, really big props to Ball and Baller as well for coming back from a 0-2 set deficit, I believe, and they really made that last sets look competitive for themselves. So we're moving on to Clarion Test Chamber for the next game. And potentially this is the Ball and Ballers pick map here, Clarion Test Chamber. So if they can continue to show their grit and their mettle, I think they can do very well against Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, definitely. They did a really good job of holding on this defensive end, right? I mean, the tag team of Lufox and Bebop combined for 149 saves. Like, if they can just if Bam is able to just stay alive against this KO pressure, it is going to be such a difference maker. We are back for game 2. We have some really interesting conks here. The Dr. Bebop off of the melee goalie on the Vice here, and we have a root goalie, which is not something you see pretty often.
Yeah, pretty good with the Timeless Creator start. Lufox did opt for the Fight or Flight over Timeless Creator on the Aini. It makes sense, I guess, as he wants to kind of match speed here. Bam also kind of taking Mag Souls here on the Chakara instead of like Pump Stick or something. So it might not be as aggressive kill you off the edge comp as initially thought, but the Vice definitely has a huge potential here depending on how the drafts fall. As right now the start looks great for Heavy Metal Gundam again as Tragic holds strong with a barrier, and it's Zay and Doxy once again. They have a open net to work with here. Zay forever kind of getting chunked down here though, and there we go. Doxy with the now mid-field heals Zay back up, but again, this is no evade Julie here, and Lufox kind of making sure that he can't get to the core, but once again, all Julie needs is a dash punch.
Yeah, and Zay getting the dash back actually from the Fight or Flight stagger proc. A bit of a double-edged sword with that, right? You stagger somebody, you get your Fight or Flight proc, but so do they. And Zay did a really good job of using that to immediately score with the dash punch, as HMG showing the same amount of pressure that Ballin kind of pushing up towards the top side here potentially with the bounce house. Bam with the shotgun here, able to take the first barrier, evades the banish for now. Dog Bebop forced to use flip, unable to find anything here.
Yeah, I mean, this barrier open once again for the Ball and Ballers, and they have to hold an open net here as every single one of his dashes are scary, are deadly even, and it's Lufox and Bam working together to make sure the core doesn't fall under a scary zone for Dr. Bebop here with the Vice. Oh, but the Chain Lightning unfortunately grieves slightly as it hits Doxy, but the core also gets hit. Yeah, so this is really snowbally that I feel is going to be, because the drafts, Damage Awakenings haven't come out yet, and I think Ball and Ballers are going to need a lot of Damage Awakenings to kind of facilitate what they want to do here. And Dr. Bebop going off of going Banish like that, scary moment, but Ball and Ballers great play here, gets double barrier here. Bam coming in with the shotgun, a swift set point here from Bam. Gets it in, and Ball and Ballers really do have the comp to pull it in. They can snowball out of control if they just get a few good drafts here, and they can run all over this room if they do. But as of right now, it's this first set that's going to be ever so important, and Bam going out with full energy. That's exactly not what they wanted to happen, and Lufox has to be on the run because he has no energy, no evade, uses the turret even, and Dr. Bebop a great defense so far, winning all the strike roars, even trying to teleport in there, but unfortunately Tragic leaves a pillar as he leaves, and Bam dumps his full combo onto Zay forever, and Zay's still alive, hasn't been staggered yet, and Lufox is going to try and kill, dodges the room banish, does Bam and Dr. Bebop, and this is going to be saving grace for Lufox, who's playing inside the side alley here, dodging Zay Forever's primary, and Lufox is going to make it out alive here. Bam is on the prowl, Doxy making sure Zay Forever is healed up with that now, showing plenty of reason for why it was picked, and coming in a 3-1 first set is Heavy Metal Gundam. Yeah, so we're on in the drafts, and we immediately see some size awakenings here. We see 1-2 punch and prize fighter as well. I mean, Zay Forever has been taking heads here, so he could be getting prize fighter value. Explosive entrance on Vice is going to be good. This does mean that Tragic has a good chance of getting team player unless it is cut. So we'll have to see how it goes. Yeah, 1-2 opting for Bam. He does want the kills. And team player falls all the way down to Lufox here. this might come in huge. I mean, Ballers, I think they can kill, but they can also really try to rotate the core around. So we'll have to see how that team player comes into play. But Zay forever getting size, again, it's always going to be dangerous, especially with the existence of Bulk up here. And yeah, great dash in for the first. And on this bouncy house variant of Clarion Test Chamber, it's always a little dangerous here to take damage, to move the core around, to just get so much random, seemingly random speed here. As the rune, yeah, the timeless creator value forcing Lufox and Bebop to maybe take a non-scary route, and bam, yeah, he has to dodge her. He's not safe in the corner because that bouncy house is just going to stagger and bounce him right back. And great redirect from Zay forever here as they lay on the pressure onto Dr. Bebop, and through device the core goes. Dr. Bebop taking device over the normally seem melee goalies that we commonly associate Dr. Bebop with, but unfortunately it hasn't been working out for him so far. And yeah, a quick first barrier taken from Zay Forever, and Zay Forever and Doxy, along with that tragic Rune Pillar, they can hold there for days. And unfortunately, Bebop not quite there with the creations to weather out the storm, and now Bebop has to use Supernova to survive against Zay Forever as the Chakara combo comes in. Zay Forever low, but Doxy heals him back up again, and now he's out of stagger zone. This now putting a big wrench in the Ballers' plans, and unfortunately, the now isn't getting controlled. The Doxy isn't getting focused down, and yeah, Doxy's doing a great job of staying safe herself while making sure that Zay is also healed, and Lufox does not go off the field, and the offense can continue on for Ballers. Dr. Bebop teleports in, but Tragic is there, uses the pillar, and now Zay Forever with control of the midfield, very speedy. So Lufox gets the core out, immediately core gets banished and slowed down, but now Tragic teleporting to the wrong place perhaps as Bebop comes in as well with a Supernova, and now Lufox has to spend his flip. The turret is up, and Tragic's pillar is down, and that's how they get it out, does Heavy Metal Gundam here. And the pillar is lasting continuously, and Bam does not trust that pillar duration, unfortunately. And now he has to work with Bebop. He's trying to get it. He's trying to feed Bebop in, and it doesn't happen. And Zay gets it around. That's all it took. One is all it took because Bebop lingered a little too long there. And the eject button ran out here. Fortunate culmination of Ballers offense. I mean, last time they are going off the field, Lufox Dio does, as Zay Forever connects with that core flip as well on that little Mexican standoff here. And Bam rotating through, Tragic getting the core in the middle, and now it's a huge Tragic just walking up. The Supernova not quite there, not quite enough. Doxy just getting the core to Zay, unfortunately misses the dash punch here, and Bebop gets it out with a great teleport as well as his primary. But now Bam in the danger zone once again. The Julie can dash punch him off at any moment. And Tragic just making sure he gets this aggressive teleport place set up. But Bam, there we go. The Chakara shotgun now on the hunt for Zay Forever as well. But this is a big Tragic having control of the Era Orb. He can strike or win anything, yeah, like that. And now Doxy's gonna be back, and another time-buying moment for the Rune Pillar here. But Bam rotating 4 rounds expertly up into the top corner, and Ballers catch up 1-2 here.
I mean, incredibly well played by Ballin to potentially bring back the set. They really need this. You don't really want to try to have to reverse sweep for a second game in a row. Kind of putting out this damage pressure. Honestly, Bam doing a really good job at trying to keep Zay in check here.
Yeah, I mean, Zay has been getting really good plays, like just like that, getting the barriers, almost gets a double barrier as well. But yeah, that Bam pick onto Doxy and Jay in the midfield on that Era variant of Clarion Test Chamber was huge, and that might happen once again here as Lufox gets a great kill onto Zay Forever. Goodbye, Zay. Tragic using his pillars, holding it down. I mean, this Timeless Creator combined with the Atlas just holding down entire lanes. And now Doxy running for her life against this Lizard Man with a shotgun. He has a gun he's chasing, but Bam has to let go to kind of make sure that core is controlled, because Tragic was setting up some impressive looking Rune Pillars. I mean, he set up a pillar all the way in the Dr. Bebop's base here, and that's a very scary moment. Lufox running for his life now against Zay Forever. Does get the orb safely though, so not quite of a wild chase. Tragic here with the flip. Bam and Bebop all ganging up here. Lufox covering the angle. Tragic teleports with the flip. That's the mine that the rune set up all the way from Asura delivered. Bam, though, has plenty of opportunities to score here as he gets the barrier, as he gets the pillar. The Atlas variant, the map closing up, does throw him off a little bit. Now it's Doxy with the redirect. Bebop wins the strike war, gets the core down to Lufox safely. But once again, it's an oppressive game from Zay Forever. He dashes in, taking the set. 2-0 is Heavy Metal Gundam here, looking to close things out.
Yeah, hoping to close things out a little bit quicker this game as the offense is just so dominant, right? Tragic has done a really good job of pushing up and playing aggressive and like rotating around with Doxy whenever she gets low. Besides like a few slip-ups, Tragic has done like such a good job at helping keep this pressure up as Zay is no longer gonna die. It's unfortunate. The damage comp can't kill the brawler anymore. The reptile remedy has been taken.
And Doxy with the second spark as well, spark of strength taken away. And yeah, it's a quick pivot here with the primetime pickup on the Aimi, and we see Bam with the little more size, so they're shoring up here. I mean, you can see that Ball and Ballers have also given up on the idea of we're gonna like pummel these guys to death, and there's a really limited number of things you can do with the awakenings that unfortunately happened on the side of Ball and Ballers. No bulk up coming out, no heavy impact coming out. But yeah, so we're really seeing Ball and Ballers kind of set themselves up for a potential comeback, but it's going to be a long road ahead of them. I don't know if it's even going to happen here, because on the third set already, on the first point, we see Zay Forever and Doxy taking down both barriers once again very quickly here. Doxy surviving Bam's combo, and now Zay Forever prowling around, might get Bam off the field once again, but Bam survives. Dr. Bebop coming back in time to make sure Lufox coordinating the saves with Dr. Bebop, making sure everything is just fine and dandy. Bam finally gets the first barrier for Ball and Ballers, and Lufox controlling the midfield. Doxy wants to push up with Zay, but Lufox making sure that everything is locked and bolted, but never mind with the Zay. Clutch redirects here coming in. Doxy with nice core flip, and Zay with the core flip. There we go. Not shy of using core flips with Heavy Metal Gundam, and they continue on their momentum 1-0 on this third set.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate for Ball, and that is like the highest damage form, of course, with the goo. And they just couldn't kill. They couldn't KO Zed. They can't do it. On the bright side, though, you do have a lot of energy used from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, and that is involved. That is helping them get Doxy low, but she can just walk back for an orb while Tragic pushes up.
Yeah, I think Tragic's aggressive rune goalie plays are really going off here, and he is in control of the arrow orb time and time again on this variant. And yeah, it's looking a little bit grim for Ball and Ballers. A great banish on Bam again, halting any sort of clear they can do. But Doxy becomes collateral damage of this Dr. Bebop core flip here and a supernova. Tragic gets a great clear off though, and now sets himself up with a 1v1, and he wins it.
Yeah, Tragic using such incredible use of that earlier secondary, right? Like, it's really dangerous as we're going to have that secondary up, but Zay just positioning back, letting Tragic take this 1v1, and so incredibly well played. Heavy Metal Gundam might just take it all, but as I say that, you get two barriers taken.
And Doxy goes out the field. Finally, Bam does spend his energy, and this is kind of working out in favor, and Bam uses shotgun. Signs of life, signs of... They haven't given up just yet. They can make this comeback happen.
Can they do it, but also take the game? I believe in the Ball and Ballers. I honestly really well played. They kind of pivoted their target to Doxy, and Bam, yeah, immediately now focusing Doxy, trying to get some good damage in here, but like this killer pressure is just so powerful.
Tragic immediately banishing Bam might go off the field, dodges again. He's surviving. Dr. Bebop with the supernova saving Bam once again. The recovery drone as well. This lizard is going to live for now, and this recovery drone might come in clutch later on if they hold on to it. So with the molten blast as well, the Chakara special coming in, getting both barriers out, evening the barrier count here, and Bam just needs to survive a little longer on these side streets here, on these dangerous streets. As he goes for orb, gets it, immediately uses it to dodge though. It's a very scary variation indeed. And Doxy coming up with the flip, running in. Bam tries to snipe Doxy but couldn't, and there we go. Heavy Metal Gundam close out 2-0 against Ball and Ballers.
Yeah, I mean, the offense is too powerful. Like, what is Ball supposed to do? Zay got survivability, and it's like, you can't stop the Julia unless you can get like a cheesy knockback KO. Tragic and Doxy are just rotating perfectly. Every time Doxy gets low, Tragic's just pushing up, and there's nothing they can really do about it. I mean, HMG just played so well, and made this rune goalie pick look really good. I love watching this incredibly like skilled rune goalie gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was definitely... I mean, Zay Forever did, I believe, got MVP, but yeah, we can't really understate how integral Tragic was to Heavy Metal Gundam offense and defense. And yeah, Tragic and Doxy really syncing up, transitioning between who gets to be aggressive and who gets to fall back and snack on the orb in the corner really made all the difference. Because Ball and Ballers, the scoreline may not look it, but it was competitive. It was scary for them. I mean, if BAM scaled a little more, if the Awakenings were a little more favorable for Ballin Ballers, we might be still in game, witnessing a different moment. But yeah, Doxy, every time she got low, traded on perfectly with Tragic, and Tragic just setting up offensive rune secondary teleports. It's just absolutely wild to me. And great game here from Heavy Metal Gundam. Well deserved.
Yeah, and you have to think about how this will affect the oncoming weeks, right? Ballin is now 1-4, really gonna have to fight for their life to get a playoff spot here, and HMG doing a really good job of setting themselves up for the future.
Alright, coming in for game one of Flying Blobos versus Starbreakers. Notable, actually, last week, Flying Blobos did have a pretty big upset versus Atlas's diversified resume. So we'll see if they can carry that momentum off into this first game in Atlas's lab.
Yes, so we're seeing Glass Cannon as well as Built Different Start, and from the Built Different Start, we can both brawlers took nice sizable brawlers, and we'll see how that comes into play as we see both teams take a barrier each. Sad Boys Angle comes out from the start. Pensando pushing in with that Juno with the eject button, and with the Glass Cannon, it can be really, really scary if just Logan on the Rasmus doesn't keep him in check. Jay looking a little low here as she is wiggling, getting the orb now. J-Man also getting their orb, and another Sad Boys Angle coming out here on this bright, fine day. Double Sad Boys Angle from one from each of the teams as the black hole opens. Zyre trying to rotate it through, but he is looking dangerously low, and Jay gets him off the field. There he goes. Goodbye, Zyre. And now it's a power play on the side of Stab here as they Starbreakers, there we go, as Rasmus again. Just Logan, again once again continuing the pressure this time on the side of Starbreakers as they look to pull Pensando out of the way, and Dave with the core flip gets the supernova in. and now he can use that core flip to pressure continuously. J-Man looking dangerously low. This is the only core flip on the side of Stab, and they have to use it early, and Jay gets to clear. Zyre and Dave pushing through the bottom side of Atlas Lab now. Pensando on defense as he's trying to save J-Man, giving him a little bit more room to breathe. Estelle is all healed up now. And Pensando using the Blobos to clear as Rasmus just Logan looking to get the core round in with the pendulum swing is dodged, but this is Rasmus with energy now, doesn't need it. Takes a momentary move down from Pensando, nails the goal.
Yeah, and one thing that's worth considering, as we saw at that point on that scoring attempt from just Logan, is that while both brawlers do have size awakenings, one benefits a little more than the other. Rasmus is notably stronger with size than Zentaro is, as strong as Zentaro can be on his own. So we might actually see that kind of shape itself up in this game, the way these drafts play out, as Rasmus might want to stack more, or Zentaro might want to deny them. And the way it's been shaping up right now is that Rasmus is getting a lot of value out of that build difference. Even just the impact damage, we're seeing it get these kills on Zentaro. Just that 5% is enough sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Zyre had to burn his, I believe it was a core flip even on Dave Supernova, and just Logan comboing it up perfectly onto Wounded Zyre. And yeah, power play happening for Stab, but they weren't able to get the most out of it, I guess, because Zyre is back, and now they're playing aggressively through Dave. And now J-Man and Pensando even pushing up aggressively with that eject button, forcing Dave to use that Supernova defensively. And Jay couldn't hold getting through Dave as well. J-Man, nice beam from SL.
Yeah, not much you can do there when Flying Blobos run such potent offense, putting it in the corner, isolating it, getting Zentaro dash passive, Estelle primary to back it up. It's very, very strong offense that the Flying Blobos have found themselves in a position to run. And once they get in that spot, there's not much you can do from there. So a lot of this game might be playing around those sort of checkmate situations, as long as Flying Blobos can consistently set them up.
Yeah, I mean, Flying Blobos, one thing I'm seeing is that, yeah, Zyre is kept low. He doesn't want to be on this side of the field. He wants to be on the other side of the field, making damage happen. Uses his special now to Zyre, and Zentaro passive as well. J-Man, great secondary, but now it's a dangerously low Zentaro getting hit by the Supernova, and Jay uses the flip. She kills Zyre, gets him off the field. And just Logan looking a little laggy, but still in position for stuff, and gets the second barrier, does Jay. And now Rasmus just waiting for his pendulum swing, potentially. If Pensando jumps in, though, and gets the core out of danger zone. Rasmus back in, back with the ping, and he's dodging. That was a dangerous snipe by Estelle. Fortunately, Jay does live, and Rasmus can kind of 1v2 Pensando and J-Man here. Yeah, Pensando clears though, and now Black Hole coming in. Jay really wants an orb to pop on this overtime. He wants to help just Logan secure some kills, and Zyre getting Jay off the field and takes the orb now, and it's Dave all on his lonesome. Rasmus trying to do some stuff, but just Logan is teleporting across the field as Dave needs to hold again. And Zyre gets the core, nice redirect with his Zentaro passive, gets the lower barrier, and now Flying Blobos have a chance to get ahead. 2-1 Flying Blobos.
Yeah, Logan's internet issues, they've been showing themselves since the very start of the game, but in that point particularly, they really, really showed their consequence. It might even be getting worse for him, frankly. The way it's been working out, he's name off, he's lagging out, he's not really having the best of games right now. It's a little unfortunate, but he has been running some potent offense despite it, honestly. He's getting barriers, he's taking goals, so even despite this internet connection issue, he's honestly still getting it done.
Yeah, just Logan with the core flip now and taking first barrier with his death touch combo. Really nice coming in, pressuring Pensando all the time. He has core flip, he just really wants to get it. He uses it a little bit early to get the core on an aggressive position. And yeah, just looking a little rough for just Logan has standstill. But Jay and Dave, more than a match right now for Zyre's offense as they clear the core, take the second barrier, and it's a very offensive plays coming out from Dave, who is dangerously low, playing with fire here. Zyre using the Zentaro special, trying to get the core in, trying to take this second barrier. Dave holds once again. Jay looking low, Dave looking low, but they are still putting on pressure. Zyre with the flip, though, he can make something happen. Dave Supernova coming out. Unfortunately, not the best time to use it, I think. Jay circling back. The Blobo eats the core flip, and the barrier holds once more for Starbreakers. They really want to buy some time for themselves, for anything, for just Logan to load back in, for for Jay to
Oh no.
step on offense. Yeah, dangerous plays coming in. Zyre, even with no energy, dashes in, gets the lower barrier. It's a dangerous situation for Dave, but he can hold with the help of Jay and Just Logan. Just Logan coming in from the bottom, ready to make sure to clear happens, takes the orb. Jay coming in from the top with Dave. Wins strike or against the Blobo, but Pensando is there for a second time to make sure that doesn't happen. And now a nice Giga coming in from Jay, but unfortunately the redirects from Atlas Lab, the black holes, the Zyre gets the core in.
What
First
an
set for Flying
unfortunate
Blobos.
angle for that Giga Blast to send the core right into Zyre's hands very quickly with that overtime core speed buff, sending it up perfectly for a very clean top pocket shot there. And honestly, if you're Starbreakers, you just have to disregard that and go next. Looking at this draft, there are quite a few important pickups here. There is the Spark of Strength and Leadership. If you want to opt into Sparks now, you will have to disregard one of them, but Strength is strong enough on its own that it might actually be worth it, especially because there's some trainings here that not every player really wants, like Might of the Colossus. That's denied away from Rasmus by Pensando here because he's aware of what could happen if Just Logan 2 gets that might. He gets Stinger instead, which is strong on its own. However, it's a relatively low impact draft for both teams. I think the largest highlight here would be Zyra getting that double size awakening, and J-Man getting a dash range with the aerials and projectile increase. I'm pretty sure as a low impact draft, Flying Blobos came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, Zyre is almost matching the Rasmus in height. This is a small kid matching a grown man. So very huge Zyre. He is making that offense happen as he takes that top barrier now with the help of J-Man and Pensando rotating the core around, and that Blobo seals the deal here. And now open net for Dave, and the core goes in the top. Zyre gets the score. Zyre gets a shot.
Yeah, and it's just the size awakenings here. They're covering so much space just by existing. That point really showed itself there. That Zyre was just in the right spots, and he's so large that he's able to cover all of the area he needs to at once. And it's kind of difficult for Vice to be able to deal with that. She only has her primary to really effectively burst option deal with such a large Zentaro interface.
Yeah, huge Zentaro special coming out. Jay had to fall back, and she needed to take that orb. And now she is back on offense, trying to help Just Logan to get the thing. Great Death's Touch coming out. Unfortunately, it was intercepted, and great Pendulum Swing coming out. I mean, yeah, Just Logan too. He might be having some internet issues, but he's really making everything happen that Starbreakers need to have happened. And then this is them on the lower corner, making sure the core can get out, even get Zyre's core flip. And Jay's barrage was dangerous, but Pensando and J-Man get it out. Nice jump from the Juno as Rasmus, he wants that core flip energy. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit before he can get it, and potentially might be too late because J-Man now, Estelle, is lurking up top with the core flip and doesn't even need it, uses the Crystal Thorns and the Beam to get it in past Dave.
Yeah, maybe miscoordination from Starbreakers there, playing it right back into the Vice ult instead of going for the outwards clear there, setting it up for J-Man having a very difficult to save Estelle offense there. And the way it's playing out, honestly, Flying Blobos feels like they have so much momentum. Starbreakers are getting barriers this game. They're getting the barriers for sure, but in the open net situations, it's where Pensando really seems like he's flourishing. With the Juno jump, with that eject button glass cannon, he has so much speed to work with, and it feels like you just can't get around him or through him.
Yeah, I mean, Just Logan 2 hit a nasty angle with his core flip, but yeah, Pensando even clearing even those, and now Just Logan 2 on the back foot, no energy, no stagger. The black hole really pulling him in, but he gets out somehow. A little bit of a time paradox. Pensando jumping in with the core flip with the Juno. He can play aggressively as he wants, and Jay trying to cover all the angles possible with the barrage, trying to slow it down, trying to buy time for Just Logan to get back in. What a wonderful Giga, but J-Man is there, falling back to save the barrier as well. And yeah, Starbreakers now with all three back, they can probably try to make a play happen. Never mind. But yeah, Dave and Jay holding the lower barrier. They're splitting the goal, but unfortunately Zyre pushing through with his slice and dice, and that's a two set up from Flying Blobos.
Very bad if Logan still isn't back, because now he has to draft right now, and if he's not having the game open, if he's not able to pick this awakening, he could be left with something very, very low power. So this could be a massive issue for them drafting here. Flying Blobos do have a very strong draft going in here. Fight or Flight on their midfielder, you can't deny from Zentaro here. He gets anything he wants. The supers are just taken, but he still gets something like, yeah, leaving open the 1-2 punch to force a deny from Juno here. And Kai is forced to take something that isn't stacks on stacks. That's awful for him. And here it is. Rasmus is still here, able to pick up a prize fighter. That's his best option. But the way it is, Flying Blobos just drafted triple damage, which seems potent. However, Flying Blobos here, Starbreakers drafted triple damage, but Flying Blobos have so much movement speed from this draft and a Reptile Remedy on Zentaro. So even despite that Vice knockback, the recovery drone is able to tank it, and it might be very hard to kill this team.
Yeah, I mean, like, their Starbreakers are using their damage to good use. They're making Flying Blobos kind of rotate around, but they've actually come out ahead once the dust settles, taking 2 barriers, 2-1, and never mind because J-Man uses the beam, takes the second barrier now, and it's Jay trying to, a little bit low on stagger, trying to opens up the goal, and it goes in right between.
Pensando dribbling with the blob there, very wise placement with the strike there, redirecting it to set Zyre up for a perfect open shot onto Dave, threading the needle. Very well played from Flying Blobos.
And Starbreakers, once again, they are taking barriers. I mean, Dave is holding really well with a Supernova. I think as well as a Vice can be against... Oh, but the snipe from J-Man taking Jay off the field. She's going to be gone for another 10 seconds, and J-Man contests the Supernova as well, and just back and forth pass plays, forcing Dave to use his core flip. And J-Man and Dave trying to kind of sync up here. Unfortunate situation, but oh, the pass coming in. And yeah, Zyre winning the strike war against Dave, and it's match point already for Flying Blobos.
Yeah, they're just getting overwhelmed. And really the part of it is that Vice is a inherently snowbally character without a eject button pickup. And if you don't have possession, if you don't have these offenses that you can convert because your brawler is lagging out like this, the pick will inherently not get that value that it's supposed to. So the game is becoming pretty difficult for Starbreakers, and a lot of that is admittedly because of the internet issues that Just Logan is facing right now. He's not really able to get that impact that he normally is able to have on the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely scary how much impact that Just Logan had even with his internet issues. So hopefully we can see something, a little better situation come out of him next game. But as it is, J-Man just forcing through and Zyre. Oh, even then the death touch there from Just Logan, intercepting the core, forcing Zyre's hand. And yeah, and they hold once more, and Dave making aggressive plays with the eject button, and Jay kind of sitting back, keeping house, making sure everything's good and tidy at home. But unfortunately, the barrier play does not happen on the side of Starbreakers. They still have one barrier to chew through, and Pensando making sure that that does not happen with the wonderful Juno jumps, honestly. And Jay has to defend there, and the chain lightning coming out, not enough to hit the core though. It's a great first point of the series for Flying Blobos.
Yeah, Flying Blobos is taking a very, very convincing game one. They might snowball this into a game two with the momentum that they have. I can't imagine it's very calming for Starbreakers to have this kind of game played in such a circumstance with your brawler. But if Logan can fix his internet, they might find this shift in momentum here, and if they do, I think this series might actually be able to even out.
Hello, and I'm here with Gret as we cast Game 2 of Starbreakers and Flying Blobos, as Flying Blobos looks to take their second win of NASA, and Starbreakers look to take their first, but they are on a 0-1 deficit for the series, so they have an uphill battle to climb as Ian Kirby is subbed in for Just Logan. And we're seeing an Among Us start. Everybody took it, all 6 people took it, so we will see Castellas come out again somewhere in the draft. But yeah, for now, it looks like we're seeing Starbreakers take a quick first barrier on the Atlas Slab variant of Clarion Test Chamber. Hey, Gret, how are you looking at these comps right now?
Well, one thing I'm noticing, because of the Among Titans start, Flying Blobos seems to have drafted a comp especially around it, with the Era, the Juliet, and the Kai opting into that speed and core control. But Starbreakers, on the other hand, are playing a very, very damaging comp. The Flying Blobos don't have much damage going on. The Starbreakers have that Drakkar, the Finny, and the Juno, all 3 very damaging characters. So we'll kind of see a bit of a dichotomy going on here, the damage versus the core control, in its most pure sense. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, Zyre with a nice dash punch through Dave's big finish, and he has energy for another offense here, and maybe Starbreakers can beat it out of him. We'll see. Dave does win the Smite War here on the Era variant, and we're seeing Zyre use his flip, gets the barrier despite a whipped flip, and now big finish coming out. Zyre did use his dash punch here, so it's Juliet running on an empty tank for now as Jay sets up the Blobo running through, and J-Man trying to push it through with the barrage, but Dave using the secondary even clears the core. Great defense coming out from Starbreakers as the offense now is on their side. But Jay misses the core, unfortunately, in the middle, and now Ian Kirby gets the variant this time, and a nice shotgun. J-Man stood no chance as he was gunned down, unfortunately, off the field. going to be another few before we can see him. Zyre has to spend the fists and to defend. And Yin Kirby trying to get any value off the power play. Jay does have core flip now, but unfortunately J-Man is back. Oh, nice flip to kill Zyre though, and the power play is continued on the side of Starbreakers. Yin Kirby running around with the speed, gets the core around Pensando. Open barrier now for Starbreakers. J-Man wins the Smite War this time though, and Yin Kirby shotgunning, but the Blobo holds and Pensando clears. And Zyre coming in now. Jay, nice kick. Nice primary onto Zyre, but no matter, the redirect was too big. Oh, the goal gates were still opening though, so unfortunately the goal does not go in for Flying Blobos. And Jay's trying to rotate the core around with the help of Yin Kirby, but Pensando was a little too quick to get control yet, and Zyre almost kicking Yin Kirby off the field. Jay, a great pass, self-pass to herself, but unfortunately does not lead to a goal here, but definitely really good first set coming out from Starbreaker so far. J-Man using the flip, but Jay there to counteract it with the dash, giving up a little bit ground, respecting Zyre's dash punch here. And now it's Dave and Jay again trying to get the core past J-Man, and this time he survives Yin Kirby's onslaught, and Yin Kirby walks into a wrong way, and Zyre redirects the core past Dave. 2-0 lead for Flying Blobos.
Strong aiming on the Giga Blast there, aiming for the wall rather than to kill, because that would send it directly upwards into Zyre, who is on this Juliet, a very, very strong pick, almost a signature, some would say. And it was banned from him last game, but this game instead they opted to let him have it for that Juno goalie, or the Juno midfield pick, denying from Pensando here. We're going to see how it plays out, but for now, seeing Zyre just move, seeing him in motion right now, he's really controlling the lobby, I feel like. Despite that damage coming through, Flying Blobos were almost at a deficit for a lot of the point, but they still were able to take it. J-Man finding the barrier with the Giga Blast, and Zyre is running some potent offense here. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, Zyre brought low, but not dead, and that makes all the difference as Jay's Blobo missed. And yeah, Zyre still making stuff happen, falling back, getting the orb. I mean, Julie is still so quick, especially with the Among Titans pickup here at the starting Awakening. And now Dave and Jay trying to build up some offense here, but the Blobo slightly off angle, and now J-Man barrages it through.
Yeah, good coverage, very convincing offense. The set was kind of even until that last point. There were many, many chances for Starbreakers to score, all very narrowly saved by Pensando, but it ultimately, at the end of the day, it's a 3-0 win for them. As they're going into this draft, there are a lot of very important awakenings to look for, but I think that prime time is one of the biggest ones. You don't want Juno to have that. J-Man denying it promptly. However, that doesn't mean Juno gets Reptile Remedy. That can scale pretty well with a lot of other awakenings. Julie gets that glass cannon to deny Finny, but now they have 2 picks in a row to get whatever they want. A Stinger and a Spark of Focus coming in. That is a lot of extra damage pressure. The Stagger Awakening, too, was completely denied. So, the survivability will be a lot harder for Flying Blobos to find this game.
Yeah, I mean, Zyre taking Glass Cannon, it was obviously a deny from Defini, but against a comp that wants to kind of continuously do damage to him, it might not be as much value as to himself, but a great dash punch taking off Yin Kirby off the field now, and Jay and Dave have to play on the defense here because power play for Flying Blobos. Jay doing a wonderful control in the bottom left corner there, guarding the second barrier, but this time right before Yin Kirby comes back, J-Man takes advantage of that gap, and oh, another dash punch coming in, almost taking off Yin Kirby again, but Yin Kirby dodges this time. Dodges the energy burst from Zyre as well. Yin Kirby has to retreat, running around, playing a second game of Omega Strikers here with Zyre on the other side of the field as Pensando and J-Man put pressure on Jay and Dave. And they are holding, once again, great defense from Starbreakers, but they need to culminate that into an offense to really get the ball going in their favor. Dave does have his secondary, pushing it to Yin Kirby, unfortunately loses the barrage to Yin Kirby, and Dave using his flip to get it around, but Zyre still holds that area, that row, and now it's Zyre, Pensando backing up, and the barrage is all it takes.
Yeah, standout performance from J-Man at that point, being chased down by Yin Kirby almost the entire time, a game of cat and mouse, but he eventually did actually survive completely, and then got the ball past Yin Kirby in a moment it was most required, and was able to convert that very offense that he created into his own goal with the barrage. Very well played from him. I think he's definitely a standout there.
On the other side of the field, Jay's Blobos putting in work as she dodges Zyre's kicks and punches, but still makes the barrier take happen with Yin Kirby. But now Pensando rushing in with the Era dash, and Era can be so quick, especially with that Mom Boots pickup. And we're seeing J-Man control the core around Jay and Pensando. Every time Jay spends her secondary, J-Man using it to get around the offense that Starburst is putting on, that Starbreakers are putting on, and now J-Man and Pensando both have energy. J-Man just constantly everywhere across the field and narrowly avoiding a barrier take that Pensando happened there. But now Yin Kirby with the flip, can he make something happen? Using the flip, unfortunately, does not happen. Using the shotgun on J-Man, and now J-Man is low stagger, no energy, but Zyre might be able to cover with this core control. He has a lot of speed going on as well, and one dash punch might be all it takes to tip the scales in the favor of the flying Blobos as J-Man heals up in the other side of the field, and now is Yin Kirby with low energy and low stagger. Dodges the barrage from J-Man though, which is really good, and now turns the table, Matadors J-Man across, and now it's power play, albeit a little bit slim on the side of Starbreakers because Yin Kirby has to play a little bit more conservatively to avoid being taken off the map by Zyre. Now core once again towards Yin Kirby. Yin Kirby, it's a little bit awkward for him. He doesn't want to be there necessarily and gets Giga Blasted off across from downtown. Nice snipe from J-Man. And Jay playing really good core control, trying to buy time for her teammates now. Dave unfortunately misses the core flip here, trying to do defense. Unfortunately slips right between the cracks of the Finny secondary now. And a great Blobo snipe coming in from Jay, making Starbreakers last a little bit longer as they have the power play this time. It's a little more solid power play. Yin Kirby dribbling through. Nice, gets it around Pensando, gets the second barrier. Open goal for Starbreakers. Now they just need to find a shotgun. They just need to find a core flip. They just need to find something. And there we go. That's a core flip, but held by Pensando. And now J-Man coming in, dashing in with the Kai, the speed. But Yin Kirby also unafraid to wage wars here against Zyre and dash punch. But yeah, core held a little bit slow. We're seeing a lot of jockeying for a position in the middle, trying to get a setup going on here. But Starbreakers making this point last quite a bit here, as we're seeing some kind of offense mount as J-Man gets the energy. Pensando has to spend his, and now the Finny secondary slightly slowing down the offense. But Zyre gets a great angle, threads it in. 2-0 now for Flying Blobos.
A clean pass from J-Man at the very end of that point, and we're really seeing the strength of the Aragoli here. She's very similar to Vice in the way that she kind of amplifies your possession. She turns a not losing game into a won game. And because Flying Blobos have such good possession this game, with J-Man and Zyre playing this ball for a long time rather than going for quick scoring attempts, Era's able to find these, random kill off the bumper. Era's able to find these walking up attempts, able to really push this advantage. And this point, it's not really looking like it's working out, even despite that 3v2. We'll have to see how it ends up.
Yeah, I mean, the bumper giveth, bumper taketh. Both barriers are open for both teams now, and Yin Kirby trying to make some core control happen. There we go. And Jay dashing in. Unfortunately, the Blobo did miss the core, so Zyre gets kind of a angle on, but Dave does have energy, and Zyre is brought low. Jay has been really good about these Juno Blobo snipes. Could make it happen again. And Yin Kirby controlling the midfield while Dave makes it the saves happen, and J-Man trying to contest. Jay wins the strike war, but this variant is so nasty. We go off the flip, Zyre is gone, and now power play for Starbreakers and Yin Kirby with energy here, and the bumpers can be quite kooky here, and then great angle coming in, bouncing it off. Jay does not miss these.
Good angle from Yin Kirby to set up for Jay there, not knowing that he didn't have that open shot for the bottom and opting instead for a dribble of the teammate who did have that open shot. And the Aragoli, really a pick that can walk forward. We saw getting punished there by the bounce house with its volatility. I don't think the pick is really showing its struggles yet. That's just some bounce house gimmicking stuff. But really, we're seeing Pensando on this midfield line. I think that's what's worth pointing out right now. He's, whenever he can, he's walking up there and he's staying there. So as long as his teammates are alive, which Starbreakers are drafting to stop from happening, then he gets a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, I mean, Jay's Juno has been masterful this game, making sure that power plays are happening on the side of Starbreakers, taking Zyre out like there with combination with Dave, with the Blobos, and unfortunate slip through with the big finish even there. 2-0 set lead now for Flying Blobos.
Well, yeah, Zyre finding a strike war win through a Finny ult and a Finny with strike available. That was kind of heroic all of a sudden. Closing out the set completely too, J-Man finding first pick here. There is a spark worth considering. It's on pace for 3 sparks on Finny if they do find it later set. So at some point they might want to deny it. However, Juno does have a hot shot and 1-2 punch available to her. You can't deny both with just one Kai. He opts for the stacks and stacks instead. A 1-2 punch on Chakara is very strong too for that kill pressure. This is a really good draft for Flying Blobos. If they can start snowballing and finding these kills, or Starbreakers, if they can start snowballing and finding these kills, they will find a lot of value in this game. It's not as snowbally as it seems. This could be a very important draft for them.
Yeah, the hot shot Juno coming in might be clutch, especially because Jay has been playing so well, and now it's on the side streets variation, and Zyre fails to find a kill, but the Zyre finds a kill, but Yin Kirby fails to find a kill on Zyre, and the trades aren't happening the way Starbreakers want it. And now with the barrage push, Dave finds a save in the very, very edge of the goal. I mean, wonderful play from the Fini, and Jay's Blobo really controlling the area here, as Pensando has to move all the way up past midfield to keep the offense going for his team. I mean, this era super fast, has energy now, can walk up all the way into side street. Variant and Zyre has dash punch again. He might be looking for a kill, and Jay, cognizant of it, preemptively evades as she finds a safe way off of these side streets. And this era NATO making it so dangerous for Starbreakers to position. Yin Kirby almost taken off the field, but survives. Dave pushes it through two people, and Yin Kirby finding the offense now. Does he have the shotgun locked and loaded? Nope. The core finds its way past Yin Kirby, unfortunately, this time with the Finny secondary coming in, and the core bounce on the side street. I mean, it is creating some crazy opportunities for both teams. Jay jumping over Zyre's dash punch, making sure Starbreakers can continue their offense as a three-person team here. And J-Man with the energy, with the speedy Kai, he's just building up stacks on stacks right now. And Dave has energy, but J-Man can push it through with the core flip, and Dave unable to react. Core goes in.
One thing really worth considering in this game, especially after this draft, is Zyre got that adrenaline rush. So every single dash punch that he connects could be completely fatal for Starbreakers. They're playing on almost a knife's edge. If they died with dash punch, the point is very, very hard for them to win all of a sudden. The air tornado suddenly clips out, and Dave is looking really worse for wear. Gets flipped out of the game, and the adrenaline rush is going to close out that point almost immediately. Dave does not quite find that orb, and now they're 1 point away from losing the series.
Flying Blob is super close to being 2-3 in NASA Week 5. This could be their series point here, as Zyre dash punching in eagerly. J-Man pushing through with the barrage, and the second barrier found, and oh, what an unfortunate way to end it!
Not like that.
Not like that, but that is indeed the way the points go sometimes. And second map clear on test chamber, Flying Blobos take that point 2-0 over Starbreakers.
Very impressive showing from Flying Blobos, honestly. Weathering that damage in the second game there, honestly, Starbreakers did have quite a bit of damage presence. They were dealing a lot, and a lot of the time, some of the forwards were staggered for this Flying Blobos, but they were able to, even despite that, find those opportunities and make it count, get the barriers, get the goals, and because of that, they were able to find another 9-1 game. Very convincing, only dropping 2 goals the entire series.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to give a shout out to Dave and Jay as well, really holding some of those seemingly impossible moments. Just like when the core is right on the goal line, Dave clearing, Jay helping to clear as well. But yeah, unfortunately, the midfield, it's really hard when both teammates are stuck in the goal arc. It's really hard to make the midfield control happen. And Sando and J-Man are just really making sure that Zyre can find the kills he needs and the goals he needs. Like, it was only 4 KOs, right, from the Julie, but every single one of those KOs felt potent and led to something valuable for Flying Blobos. So, great games.
Great games, absolutely.
Hello everyone, this is the North American Strikers Academy. My name is Big Tilt, I am joined here with Jay, and as a NASA player yourself, Jay, what do you think about this match?
This matchup is pretty interesting. These are two pretty dominant teams so far in the regular season, but there's something very unusual about this game. We have Expo-chan on the goalie role, actually. Quite the interesting role swap here from Cyber. How do you think this will go down?
Expo, mostly known for the midfield prowess, but Soda is playing Kai midfield, and I wonder if the defense will hold in the back line.
Yeah, it'll definitely be an interesting thing to see here, as Cyber has taken both the barriers on the side of Dragon 2, and are holding on for now with the Tofu Fortress here, as our first move here, Dragon 2, Striker Kai, taking that bottom side barrier, doing a lot of damage to Assertive, with Twisty, Luke with the glitch pop, trying to push it towards Twisty here in this bottom side, who has this entire pass, trying to find something with it. Passes down to Striker Kai, the combination of primary is unable to find anything as Expo clears for now. Luke pushing towards the top side, gets KO'd by Zoe the Witch, and this power play could be huge for Cyber.
Yeah, Zoe looking dangerous here with the Flame Flurry connecting special, and allow for Cyber Swipe to get the first point. Here, we have Zoe the Witch has taken pummelers. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely looking for this KO win con, right? Especially this heavy impact. Julie, very strong, especially on Night Market, if you can get these KOs and like scoring pressure. And was their win con there, right? They were able to take Luke off the field, and that's such a big deal because Luke is so strong on providing on this offense and just being a really strong goalie here, as he does unfortunately miss the Cyber Swipe against Cyber Swipe to lose the first barrier.
So pushing down on the midfield line, Twisty has the coil control, has the coil flip. Zoe the Witch tries to dash punch Twisty, but expert Oni's blade to evade that. Twisty has the coil flip, uses it. A lot of damage tacked onto Zoe the Witch, but she's backing down. Back to neutral here. Oh, watch out, Zoe the Witch. They almost get taken out. A good masterful wiggling from them. Gets them out of that sticky situation here. Twisty again dribbling, has passive. Quite an offense up here, but the Tofu Pitcher comes out and the great. Oh my god! What is going on?
Yeah, like, I mean, he just goes completely unpunished to a Striker Kai did miss the kill early. Zoe doing a really good job staying alive, taking a lot of damage, forcing out Luke's flip though, actually using the roll. Zoe finally goes down as Dragon 2 on the power play here. Striker Kai does end up getting a shot here to take the barrier and burn Expo's flip. Energy looking really low on the whole side, and Twisty takes down Expo with the Oni's blade and takes the goal in the bottom side.
Zoe the Witch doing a little bit of BMing there. Probably that's the craziest decision I've ever seen. As we're back to the neutral position, Zoe the Witch trying to make something happen here. Walking back, sort of looking really low. Another dash punch coming out from Zoe. They're just fishing for that at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, even when she doesn't get it, she's doing half of Luke's stagger, and that, I mean, it matters a lot, right? Especially if, like, you potentially get a Kai Giger across the map, but Assertive is the one taken low here, has to drop back a little bit. See, Harry Side of Dragon Slayer's crew trying to beat Zoe, who just ends up winning, taking this bottom barrier. Expo is playing Dubu midfield, passes down to Zoe, who takes the points.
Zoe's trying to take over this game right now. She's doing emoting, she's doing Julie emotes, she's all over the place. And I think that's the gameplay. You're trying to out-mental Dragon Slayers too, because they're a rock solid team, and if you do a little bit of BM, that maybe it'll throw them off guard.
Yeah, and maybe is working here, but Assertive does go down to the fearsome shot from Striker Kai. The passing back and forth. Luke almost getting something for Cyber, so I can't find something for now as they rotate towards this bottom side. Twisty with the primary, with the ult, can't find anything. Luke has to drop back using the speed as Assertive comes back online. Luke trying to dribble up with the Cyber side to Twisty, who can't get the goal for now as Expo with a really good clear up.
Back in midfield, Zoe the Witch lurking with the coil flip. Unfortunate barrier loss on the side of Dragon Slayers. Pushing up to the barrage, Assertive is... Hello! Oh my gosh, watch out!
Yeah, oh my god, as Luke takes revenge with the Cyber Swipe to take down Zoe the Witch. As we're in a 2v2 situation here, Assertive trying to get something with the barrage, can't find anything as Twisty comes back online. Zoe about to come up here too as the overtime hits. Tofu Fortress is out, unable to find anything. As Zoe almost immediately gets a kill, forces out Striker Kai's flip, who actually gets an incredible angle to take the goal here. As we get 2-2, set 1.
This game, It's already spicing up right now. These two teams are not disappointing. They're doing everything they can to lay down the pressure, the damage. They're doing, the core flips are being used. All these abilities are just not even used for the core.
Yeah, this is quite the interesting back and forth. It's really just like, they don't seem to like each other. I mean, the Chaos spam has been coming out pretty heavily here. Kind of what you expect with Heavy Impact, like Spectre and Start, but it's pretty interesting here still how much the core is just being ignored. But Striker Kai using the core here to almost take a barrier, but Assertive and Expo doing a really good job on the defensive end. Zoe does take this bottom barrier. Luke opting not to flip. Twisty looking low, gets taken down by the Tofu Fortress. Two flips on the side of Cyber here as they push towards his bottom side. Unable to find anything. It's good clear by Luke. Forced to use the flip though. Takes the second barrier past Expo Chan, who is forced to use the flip here to get it up to Zoe. Trying to find something here. Doesn't seem to really have cooldowns for it. Uses the Flame Flurry. Tries to get it in the bottom side. Can't find anything for now. An incredible clear by Luke. Zoe forced to burn the flip here. Saved by the Oni's Blade by Twisty. The triple defense coming out as they are able to clear the core and do a good chunk of damage. Zoe gets taken down.
Masterful defense from Dragon Slayers, and as well as Cyber Slime. Scary rolls from Expo because they're on the goalie position. They're playing Dubu, and they lost the barrier because they did a steppy roll. And that, if they do a bit more of that, they might actually just lose the set here.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous, but Expo doing a good job floating for now. As Zoe trying to get past the turret here, unable to find anything. As I mean, there's just so much damage being thrown onto Zoe, who is kind of low here. Doesn't have an evade. Twisty with the Oni's Blade tries to find the dribble, but Expo with a clear up to Zoe. He can't find anything. Sort of almost takes out Striker Kai with the Giga Blast, but can't find anything for now. As Zoe trying to push towards his bottom side, ends up getting saved out for now, but does take the barrier. Incredibly well played. Tries to get the dribble to the top side, can't find anything. And will Zoe be able to end up scoring before she gets taken down? As Striker Kai forces a flip, hits it backwards.
Watch out, Zoe the Wish. She is staggering right now. Twisty come in with flip, but the core somehow just rolls in. Has both the backline of Cyber Swipe set 1 going to Dragon Slayers.
Yeah, quite the incredible back and forth here, but the scaling does begin as, I mean, both these teams probably just want more damage at this point, as there's not actually, like, crazy things here. I mean, this draft is really balanced. You have, like, two sides so you can use a couple speed, a couple CDR, a dash range. Like, you got a bit of everything.
Yep. Zen will probably look for that explosive entrance. Yeah, they're hovering at it now. They do get it, and I think Kai's left with probably prime time to round out the draft here.
That's pretty surprising. I mean, I guess Luke does want the spark scaling, but this prime time is like an immediate solution, right? Like this is, you're immediately going to get a ton of value on it out of Kai, and see if the starter can use it well to take the set here and maybe prevent the scaling that Luke has gone for. But it might not matter if the starter just taking out the field. This damage is just so much.
It's very impressive on both sides, as Striker Cut kind of dribbling backwards, but it all works out. Never punish, collapsing onto the open barrier. Dragon Slayers 2 is staying low. Oh, it's taken out by the Crystal Thorns. Power play for Dragon Slayers. Somehow the coin backwards beam. Striker Guy somehow the glitch drop just knocked it in on the bottom side through Expo. First point going to Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, using that piercing shot, you're gonna lose the barrier anyway. Might as well speed up the course if you're offense. And I mean, an incredible glitch pop by Luke to take this bottom. Take the goal on the bottom side, placing down a turret here for Twisty, unable to find anything as Expo forced to burn the Tofu Fortress. Zoe doing a lot of damage, unable to get the kill on Twisty though. Incredible use of the Oni's Blade to live, as Assertive is now the one being taken low and getting chased by two people on the side of Dragon Slayers 2, and they get the power play here.
Yeah. The one thing I will say on the side of Dragon Slayers is they both have Mag Souls, and Mag Souls is really good into damage. On the side, Cyber Slap has Pummeler's Slick Kick, so they have a harder time trying to, what do you call it, evade this damage, but it's kind of falling apart now.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe out here brawling Twisty in the corner, who has no evade and is taken low. Now playing the Zentaro goalie role as Luke is pushing up with Striker Kai towards the top side, unable to find anything. Zoe forced to drop back and help out on the defensive end as Striker Kai trying to push forward with Crystal Thorns and piercing shot, unfortunately whiffing them. Zoe will take this first barrier.
Walking up. Ooh, the Zen Tech! It's the Zen Tech. It's the known user of the Zen Tech trying to slide in the goal, and good strike placement from Striker Kai will secure the second point. They're just out tempering Cyber Swipe. It looks done.
Yeah, Zoe is like the big person that they've been targeting, right? Doing so much damage to this Julia. I mean, Julia has like no good ways of evading damage. That is her one weakness right now. Her only weakness, some would say. As if you can just damage up the Julia, she's not going to be able to dash punch you very well. And they're doing a really good job at like making it so Zoe can't really stay in the play. And I mean that's probably just like all Dragon Slayers 2 really needs to do is if they can keep Zoe in check, like if she doesn't get any more like stagger scaling or speed, it'll be really hard for Cyber to really achieve this win con.
Yep. Luke doing a bit of eject play right here. Trying to pass the ball. Luke Twisty walking up with the ball, trying to stay alive here with all the damage. Switcher has the flip here, trying to use it, trying to clear it out. Luke. Scary defense here, but ice cold killer in their veins. Looking really solid on the defense as an Ivy, because I mean you don't really have much defensive tools. You're more of an offensive character, so they're gonna utilize all those abilities just to not let Zoe play the game.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing you have to do as the Ami, right? You know, your defensive ability is like maybe glitch pop and then just your strike, right? You want to be using your cooldowns for offensive damage, as you said, and Luke's been doing an amazing job at just winning with strike on the defensive end, even while outputting all this damage here. As Expo unfortunately misses the roll. Saved now with the Giga Blast from Assertive, unable to find anything for now. Twisty's kind of low. Zoe ults backwards, unable to get the KO. As Twisty taken really low with the barrage here. Living for now, able to push back, get this orb as Luke rotates towards the bottom side of Striker Kai. 2 flips online for the side of Dragon Slayers 2. Using one here, an incredible save as Twisty unable to find anything off of the flip. And Luke pushing up with this core flip, using the second one, unable to get anything. Well defended by the side of Cyber Slave. Sort of using the flip here, unable to get anything as 3 flips are now burned for nothing. As Luke doing an incredible job of putting his bottom barrier. The Token Fortress is out, forcing to clear up. Expo able to clear it as Assertive taken low with no evade. Striker Kai pushing to the bottom side, hoping to maybe get some with the piercing shock. Is taken down by the dash punch into Dubu core flip as Zoe using a flamethrower to take this barrier. Potentially gets flip online with the punch. Shoots towards the bottom side and Luke unable to react as incredibly well played by Zoe the Witch.
But it all led to Expo Chan because of Expo Chan's. They're looking more comfortable here on the defense because that's what you need. As an off roll with Assertive playing midfield and Expo playing goalie, they need all the chances they can give Zoe in order to secure this game here.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a pretty interesting decision to do this role swap here, and like so far, they're kind of down, but it's a back and forth battle, right? They're still looking pretty comfortable on these rolls here, but Assertive did get taken down. Striker Kai almost dribbles it into his own barrier. Twisty taken low. It does get staggered. He has to retreat to get this orb, but Luke very comfortable pushing up, as we know, and able to try to find something here, but Cyber does take this bottom barrier, trying to push for the second one here, but Assertive is forced to retreat as Twisty running up with this flip. Does get the barrier, does burn the flip though, as Striker Kai pushes towards the top side. The whole defensive side of Cyber's side looking quite low here. Twisty trying to find something for Primer, can't find anything. Perk set up by Luke. 2 flips online here for the side of Dragon Slayers 2. Striker Kai trying to push towards the bottom side, does get out the flip and also takes down Assertive with the piercing shot to take the second set.
Wonderful gameplay from Dragon Slayers 2. Striker Kai awarded with the MVP here. Looking for a bit more damage as Prize, Fighter, Stinger, Super Surge, all great awakenings to pick up here.
Yeah, and you have to assume the team player would get denied, which very strong awakening right now. I mean, team player's pretty cool as Luke just wants damage. I mean, you also kind of worried about maybe Zoe getting it, but this Reptile Remedy is going to be a big deal, right?
Yeah. Reptile Remedy will keep Julie alive, but there is a Dead Awakening on Dubu. The Stinger... The draft for Dubu is really tough here because you don't want to get steamrolled because that's the win condition for Dragon Slayers. Just kill him, do a lot of damage, and Expo has to take the Stinger in order to not let that damage win condition happen as we're back to new... Oh my gosh, team player, it's already being utilized here.
Yeah, and the one thing I just now noticed is Twisty has double dash surge. It'll be interesting to see how that's used as Striker Kai just taking both barriers with pretty well played strikes and gets Strike War win. Actually gets knocked out of the dash punch by the Giga Blast. So staying alive for now as Luke builds a prize fighter stack, taking down Zoe. This enemy now has 150 power as side of Dragon Slayers 2 pushing towards his top side, unable to find anything. Turret bottom side is getting cleared away from for now as Luke gets stuck on the Night Market Center and can't retrieve the core.
Your Blast goes out, the damage Twisty a bit. A lot of damage. They're looking to just damage dump. Either one person and just collapse on all their abilities, because, oh my gosh, watch out. Instead of taking out from the pitch. We got the barrier here open. Oh my gosh, watch out, Twisty. They're gonna do some random Centaur attack to secure the goal here.
Like back and forth here as this push towards the bottom side of the two flips, but it doesn't matter because the turret just wins. Twisty scaring the side of Cyber Swipe as they end up trying to get the clear down, but there is the turret there to take the first point, and Dragon Slayers 2 are just looking so dominant.
Two flips on the side of Dragon Slayers 2. They're gonna use it, they'll have it, but Zoe the Witch is just trying to salvage this game here, trying to use all her abilities to collapse on the barrier. Like Kai, Twisty, playing a little bit of corner offense. But the barrier is taken with the coin flip and the strike layering. Oh my gosh, watch out, assertive again!
I mean, so much damage. The Kai and Stagger Bar going from 100 to 0 in an instant as Zoe using the dash punch, attempting to get the KO, and Twisty can't find anything. The double flip is used, a bit of a miscommunication on the side of Cyber Swipe as Twisty is forced to retreat, but that does not matter because Striker Kai and Luke are pushing up, unable to find anything as Zoe does get the clear on Striker Kai for now, but Luke pushing back up yet again, unable to find anything as Twisty pushing with this flip, dashes across the map with the double dash, can't find it for now.
Oh my god, Zentech. The Zentech. I mean, I said it before, Twisty was gonna use the Zentaro attack to the best of their ability, and it paid off there in that point.
Yeah, an incredible instant flip to take the point here as we're on match point of this first game. Immediately a topside barrier taking, the turret's thrown out, but cleared up towards this topside for now. Luke misses the strike on the core flip as Zoe is able to punch Luke away. Able to hold off for now as they're trying to push now towards this bottom side, but this like defensive synergy between Striker Kai and Luke has been so strong, right? Each of them holding down one barrier each until one goes down. As there it goes, as Assertive able to take it with a well-placed strike.
I will say that this might have been a bit of a draft diff in terms of comps, because Zentaro Estelle just leans into that damage very heavily, but Kai Julie is good, but if you're not playing into Julie's strength, which is like looking for dash punch kills, you're kind of being outlacked. Because usually, if it goes in the way of Kai, because Kai can just outspeed Estelle, but it doesn't matter when everyone is just dead.
Yeah, and I mean the amount of damage that Side of Dragon Slayers 2 is able to output with this comp that I think has like a 12% win record in Nassau, but Twisty, it does go down to the Giga Blast. Zoe almost takes the KO Striker Kai with the dash punch, sort of potentially hoping to push up towards the bottom side with this flip. Striking back and forth here, ping-ponging of Luke. And incredible passing here by Zoe and Assertive to score and save the flip for potentially another point.
We got a salvage point here from Cyber Swipe. They did get a power play, so it did lead to a goal, but we will see if that will happen again as Zoe the Witch is instantly beamed. Flip has to be taken from the center, but Zoe the Witch with the beautiful dash punch, beautiful setup to the midfielder, and the tempo swing has happened. Cyber Swipe has regained their footing and even ups the set.
Dragon Slayers 2 might have been damage mind bugged. Twisty was able to force Assertive slip, and immediately Luke was by himself against Zoe, and Zoe incredibly well played. She just scored 11 seconds. As Cyber is showing signs of life here, potentially trying to bring a reverse sweep here as the roll does miss, but cleared away for now by Assertive.
Very much dribbling here. Extra chain pushing up with the flip with the Tofu Fortress allows Zoe to help get the barrier. Corner defense here for Dragon Slayers. Which oh my, the double dash range from Centaur. But sometimes it has a moment, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean the jump scare of Zen using passive into dash to immediately cross the whole map is very jarring. You're not used to seeing it. It's literally just looks like a straight Luna dash. As unable to find any value out of it for now. Zoe does burn the flip here, trying to take the bottom barrier. Can't find anything as a raw glitch pop just kills because I mean Luke just has so much power. Twisty using a flip, Luke using a flip past the Striker Kai does not get this second barrier. Incredibly well cleared by Expo and Assertive. But this bottom barrier is taken. The Tofu Fortress does end up just bouncing it right to Twisty, who does take this final point.
Yeah, good 3-0 clean set wins from Dragon Slayers 2. Impressive gameplay from that team. It was more cohesive. They had the damage, they had the core control. They knew what they were doing, and it took Cyberswipe a bit longer to figure out what they wanted. And once they got those last 2 points, it kind of just simmered out at that point.
Yeah, and I mean the sets were close, right? I mean, Cyberswipe still scored 5 goals in a 3-0, so they were still very much in it. And I'm curious to see if they're gonna keep the same rule swap, if they're gonna go back to how they were doing. But I mean, the amount of KOs and damage on the side of Dragon 2 was just too powerful.
Great gameplay. We'll come back for game 2 in just a moment. We are back for game 2 on the Atlas Lab. Jay, what do you think about these comps and awakenings here?
Yeah, well, we have swapped roles. We have swapped back roles. Expo's back on the midfield, Assertive back on the goalie, and we have a Big Fish Luna. What?
Oh, was speechless. I mean, that was such a quick point, but back to the big fish. I think it's mostly just for the size, for the strike boys, and for the Lunar Dash. This Lunar Dash does scale with size as the point unfolds. We have back to the neutral state. Medusa comes off the Twisty, trying to secure the barrier with a hit stun. Good dash from Striker Kai, saving the barrier. Is looking for the game plan again, just to not let Zoe the Witch play the game.
Yeah, I mean, Julie, again, just so scary, right? This character's so good, and Zoe's really good at piloting it, and if you can just prevent that, it's so powerful. But there hasn't already been that much damage run out yet. I mean, as I say that, they just jumped Zoe the Witch, but she does evade through it all for now, as Twisty dribbling, trying to win against the serve here. The secondary does run out, unfortunately, but both barrages were used. Striker Kai with the flip doesn't clear it up for now. Incredible up clear as Luke able to cover it for now, as Zoe getting the full judo combo, or Julie combo, doesn't kill Striker Kai, barely survives.
Oh, watch out! Striker Kai, like I mentioned, uses the Luna Dash with the size. Will secure that first point, but Lucas just playing these characters where Finny, Ivy, where you just have these strike placements, you have these abilities, and you just damage them from brawlers, so you just make their life as miserable as possible.
Yeah, kind of the best thing that Luke's known for, right, is he's a lot more aggressive goalies than he just wins incredible strike wars on the defensive end. As the sad boys angle does happen, takes the other barriers instead. Sort of a bit of a dangerous situation here, but Expo and Zoe clear for now. Striker Kai doing the weirdest Luna dribble I've ever seen, as Zoe with the flames here, unable to find anything. Expo trying to get it back down to her, unable to get anything, as Expo does use the flip here, unfortunately with Striker Kai putting down the Luna ult. Unable to find anything for now, as Luke does try to get this clear, can't find anything, as Zoe with the dash punch taking his bottom barrier, trying to pass out to Expo, who does place the turret here. The strike's not enough yet, big finish misses. The secondary also missing, but Luke is able to get the clear for now.
Has the core flip, has the defense, but the side of Dragon Slayers 2 approaching with those double core flips. Watch out! Striker Kai is jumping in with the Luna Dash, using all of her. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
we just lost our mind. Thumbs up coming from Zoe the Witch, and Simon's wife gets that first point for them.
yeah, I mean, it's well dribbled by Expo. Getting it around Luke, who just uses the misdirection backwards, just ends it early. Doesn't want to really see that point anymore, just go next. As Zoe pushing towards the bottom side, I'm able to find anything with the dash. Has taken a lot of damage because of Luke, but Expo does get the blink into top to take off Striker Kai off the field. But that maybe too big. Kicked out here. Zoe also goes down. Wacko's popping soon, potentially. Could be a little bit extra damage out to the mix, but Assertive misses the strike. Striker Kai dashes in with the nuke, and they convert.
There's a lot of standing still. Both teams have no clue what's going on in this game as they come into the set, win draft for Striker Kai, gets that MVP. I'm looking at that fight or flight. It might be more damage or more like control, but I think it's damage. Yeah.
I think we are taking the nuke, mainly because we also don't want Ivy to have it. But this has been a game. This has been an evil game. It's really like there's just so many random sequences back and forth. But perhaps with some extra awakenings, things will mellow out. As Julie getting last bit butterfly. Wow.
Slick's Spider Flight might be all she needs to take over this game because she's on Slicks instead of Palm, so she's actually a real character now. So coming into this point,
Oh my god!
Watch out with damage jumping. Oh, she's dead. She's dead.
Zoe also maybe not long for this world, as both barriers also went down. Cyber in a bit of dangerous situation here. Assertive does get a good clear, but the big fish shies. Makes it so Striker Kai can hit that down to Twisty, who does take this point.
Yep. The cat was found dead in the Atlas lab. That's not what you want to see at the side of Cyber side. They're just getting outpaced here.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of damage being thrown out is incredible as... I mean, Cyber's not even using damage. Incredible KO here by Expo-chan onto Twisty. As they're trying to push towards the bottom side on the power play, taking his first barrier, the dash into the punch, unable to find anything. Expo with an incredible glitch pop to save things for now, and Assertive able to get things past the Luna dash, unable to find anything as the glitch pop unfortunately does send the core backwards. Oh, what?
I was going to talk about the beautiful defense from the Strikers, but Cyberside are just losing their minds right now. Striker Kai with the dash. Oh, beautiful saves, beautiful layering. Oh, my bad. Commentator's curse coming out. Striker Kai has the control. Twisty coming with the whiplash speed, but Striker Kai looking in the distance. Hook goes wide from Twisty. Luke has the flip right now, passing the Striker Kai, but isn't punished with the Expo-chan dash. Watch out, Striker Kai. You're good. Dash punch. They're dead.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god. So Zoe, okay, Zoe gets the fight or flight proc to get the dash back, and emotes on Striker Kai, which pulls the attention of Luke away as an Xbox top corner.
They're playing into each other's minds right now. The mental game from game 1 has carried over to game 2, and they hate each other. It's all bad blood here.
I mean, incredible back and forth with Expo without the evade because of the flip does get taken down here by Twisty, but Assertive forcing the flip from Luke. The rocket actually slowing down the core, kind of slowing things down for the side of Dragon Slayers 2. Can't find anything with that big finish. An incredible push up by Assertive as Expo gets back on the field here, forces the turret to hold Twisty off for now, who does have this flip. Striker Kai trying to pass down to Luke. Twisty taking a ton of damage in the process, but has to retreat for the orb as Luke pushes up. Trying to find something with the misdirection, can't find anything as the Brawlers are brawling the opposite corner here. Luke, maybe caught a little bit too far up, is able to clear it for now though, as Zoe takes down Twisty, who just doesn't want to flip, I guess. As Expo pushes his ball inside, tries to pass to Zoe, does end up getting off an incredibly placed glitch pop here. As Luke, using the misdirection, unable to find anything here, as Assertive is caught too far up, does end up losing a barrier, tries to poke to Zoe, who can't get anything here, incredibly well played by Luke. Expo trying to push with this glitch pop, unable to find anything, as the death touch used by Twisty trying to dribble here, but just given straight back to Assertive. Expo Cyber Slap, able to stun Luke and put it towards his bottom side as Cyber's back in it.
Incredible gameplay coming out from Cyberswipe. Exo-chan, the IME aficionado, knows all the placements, all the strikes, as we're back into the neutral state. I'm speechless. The cat is dead. The cat is dead.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every time we talk so good about somebody, they just blow up. It's the ultimate caster's curse, as an incredibly well defended play by Cybersuck doesn't even have to burn Zoe's flip as they're trying to push to the bottom side. Expo reads the pass really well, but Striker Kai is able to clear the Tristy, who does take this barrier and ties it back up. Incredibly well played here.
That's what the Twisty and Striker Kai just make the most of each interaction they take. All the strike placements, all the ability layering. Zoe the Witch is looking pretty low here. No evade for Expo or Zoe. The cat might be dead for the 3rd time this game.
Yeah, I'll have to see, but incredibly well played dash punch here to take his first barrier. Striker Kai forced to use a bunch of cooldowns. The death touch into pendulum swing. Remember to find anything. Really well played by Assertive. Expo comes in, does get the strike, but the barrier does get left undefended as the Spirit Fairy goes down. The ultimate used, the black hole pop dealing a ton of damage to everyone. Expo looking very low, unable to get anything down. Here's Assertive, incredibly well played. Zoe almost gets a double kill with the dash punch. Big finish isn't enough. Luke misses a strike, able to clear, has to use the flip though, passes it straight to Zoe, but Expo goes down as the cat is dead yet again.
Cat has died for the 3rd time. Probably a 4th at this point. Watch out, Twisty. They actually used the flip this time. Striker Kai using the Luna Dash to keep the ball in the corner. The small child is dead. Everyone's dead in the Atlas Lab right now.
Yeah, there's Cyber's killing a knockback. Dragon 2 is just killing a pure damage. As I mean, it's just so hard to avoid both. It is like eventually just gets to a point where there's nothing you can do, and you're just going to die and have to accept that. As the Giga Blast puts it past everyone, and Cyber takes the point. Really well played here by Assertive.
Deserve ending a well-deserved MVP. Looking for team player. That the core speed might just be enough for Assertive to get the ball up to allow Juliet to do what she does best, hit stun and use the dash punch.
Yeah, this is really interesting because is Luna deniable? Like, I get she's last pick, but she's just not deniable. We have Spec, Deadeye, and Missile, which I assume, yeah, the Deadeye will be denied, but Missile Prop for Striker Kai, I mean, look at all the damage. I mean, Twisty got Might with 2 size. That's also getting so much damage. We're gonna see even more death. Yippee!
Yep. I predict that Twisty is gonna do what every Rasmus player loves to do, is stand in the middle and do primary kills. Because that's all they. Oh my gosh. The adult male is dead in the Atlas Lab.
Hey, you talked about Twisty. It's just rite of passage. She has to die. As Samsung pushing with his top side on the power play, unable to find anything as we're just ping-ponging back and forth here a little bit. Striker Kai protects himself with the ultimate. As unable to find anything here. Really well played big finish. Twisty able to strike it through, getting this second barrier. He uses the death touch on Expo to take the low, and Striker Kai ends up getting the KO here, trying to find something here, but the barrage by Assertive is able to clear for now as they rotate the core here. Really well played dash here to protect the core for now by Zoe, but that Luna nuke just will one-shot you now as Assertive goes down. We have the Juliet goalie going crazy as Expo almost takes the barrier, unable to find anything as Luke can get back due to all this speed. Zoe using the dash to clear back up to Expo, who was just turned into the brawler as Assertive is almost dead immediately after getting online. The barrage saves it for now, but she's forced to mutate and is looking low. Expo trying really hard to save her goalie's life here as chaos.
It's all chaos. The cat was dead for the 4th time, and the edgelord died for the 1st time. Oh my gosh, Christy! Oh my gosh, what is going on, Jay?
I don't know anymore. I mean, incredibly well played death touch there by Twisty, getting a really nice outplay on Assertive, who doesn't have an evade. What's gonna happen? Oh no, they went for Zoe instead. Expo takes his bottom barrier with the turret, but Striker Kai using the dash to kind of get in here and hold things off for now. The Giga Blast almost actually takes out Luke as Expo just barely misses taking this barrier. Zoe with flip, trying to push towards the top side. Dash punches through Striker Kai, the glitch pops out. Zoe with the flip, outweighting pretty much everything. 2 are burned, incredibly well played. May not find the barrier, but does save all the energy, and that just kills! Expo goes down as Twisty takes the first barrier, maybe a second, can't find anything for now as it's rotated back towards the bottom side. Twisty with the pendulum sling, it is cleared. Zoe using the flamethrower to save it for now as Expo is back online, but Zoe's low now as she's taking so much damage, but Luke walks too far up, uses the barrier. Expo almost wins the 1v2, but Twisty able to take down Zoe on the other side of the field. Expo with the glitch pop can't find anything for now as Twisty at the back pass into the misdirection. Back to Twisty who takes the barrier, can't find anything for pendulum sling. Expo misses the glitch pop here. The flip used, incredibly well played barrage. Expo in a 1v1 with Luke on the dribble with the glitch pop, almost gets it. Really well played by Luke on the clear. So he takes so much damage. Expo though too. Can they score before they end up losing their life as Assertive has to drop back for this clear? And what an unfortunate angle here as Dragon Slayers 2 ends up getting the point.
Jay, a 3rd nuke has hit the cat. The cat has died 5 times now. It's 6. It's 6. She's dead.
Oh
She's
my
dead. No. Okay, they're alive. Expo gets the double barrier, gets the reversal. Zoe the Witch has the special right now. Dribbling plays to the clip.
Oh my god.
That was the greatest play I've ever seen from Cyber Swipe. The cat may be dead, but she wasn't dead at that point, so they scored. It's that easy.
Yeah, I mean, Expo did a really good job playing life there. You might as well try to get all the value that you can with your cooldowns as you're alive. And, I mean, what a pass to the open space for the glitch pop. Preemptively fired, too. I mean, what synergy here from the side of Cyberswipe, but it may not matter as the amount of damage thrown into Expo is so high yet again, but she does get back into it after getting the orb. Zoe takes this first barrier with the dash punch, taken really low though, as damage dumping has begun, but she's able to retreat for Luke's orb.
Collapsing on that bottom barrier, Cyberslide is trying to do exactly that. So it has the flip. Looking a bit dangerous here on the defense, but it's all good, all good. Cyberswipe gets the ball, flip comes out from Zoe, but masterful layering on the side of Dragon Slayers too. Will secure the barrier save, but Zoe the Witch just got 9 red. The matchup knowledge. Luke is knowledgeable that Zoe the Witch is trying to play fast, so they just wait for the strike. But Striker Kai is gonna die. The dead.
Yeah, I mean, taken very low here, just past the play life, can't really get into the play. Play Flurry it comes out to take down Striker Kai, but Echo Flip unable to find any value as Twisty with a big pendulum sling can't find anything. As an incredible hit to the bottom side of that barrier to take this point, even while down a man, as Zoe unable to find anything here. The nuke puts Expo low as that almost trickles in, but Assertive with the flip, able to save it. Put towards his top side here. Expo can't find anything with the glitch pop below, cleared by Striker Kai as Twisty potentially trying to push here. I mean, that pendulum sling covers half the map. What can you do? But it might not matter. Expo with an incredible play. Not even find anything. The glitch pop goes backwards, unfortunately, as Zoe Kazes it. Can't find anything. But this team player is online, but not even back.
The Assertive had the chance. That used team player, and Zoe unfortunately whiffs the strike, and now lead to a Dragon Slayer set win with Striker Kai as the MVP. I'm looking at the ad watch today. If whoever gets that, the cat might be dead for like 10 times this round.
Yeah, this is really scary for the side of Cyber, but I mean, Assertive is near guaranteed a spark, which is nice. You do get that heavy impact on Aimee. I mean, you can't complain, right? There's still a lot of damage on the side of Cyber. I mean, just heavy impact, but you also have Orb Replicator. Zoe grabs an orb, your whole team heals. Yippee. Might actually be a difference maker.
Yeah. Zoe the Witch will look for those orbs, because everyone, since they're getting damage dumped, they might as well.
Oh my god.
The cat, watch out. Oh my gosh, no, the adult male. The cat and the adult male are both dead. They're gonna die. But it's okay, we have the wiggle.
Yeah, I mean, a good live by both Expo and Twisty, but, like, see, it doesn't matter, because Expo would, like, use evade, dodge, like, 2 ults, and then just die anyways. Like, what are you supposed to do against this comp? There's just so much damage being thrown out, but might not matter if Zoe's able to score quick enough with the support of Assertive, as Expo is able to heal up. Twisty misses the dribble off of the black hole in the center here as Assertive using a barrage, can't find anything, able to clear it. Anyways, though, as Twisty taken low, forced to use evade, might not be long for this world as the dash punch comes up, just barely doesn't kill yet again as Striker Kai takes this second barrier, pushing up towards his top side. Twisty with the pendulum flick almost takes out Expo as the Cyber Slave comes out, can't find anything. Incredibly well played by Luke, who's just so fast. Able to push towards his bottom side as Expo goes down. Twisty almost does as well. The insta flip from across map for no reason. The double dash because of fight or flight to take a KO. I don't think I've seen that before. As Luke pushing up that has too much course speed to actually catch it with a flip. And Striker Kai is now playing goalie. Almost outgoes with the sword angle. As Expo with the glitch pop trying to dribble. Can't find anything for now as the random lunar rocket comes out. The dash can't find anything. The death punch but still cleared by Assertive. Really well played. Trying to put it towards his top side here. Can't find anything. The team player is out. Passing Expo. Striker Kai is able to push it back up though. The pendulum sling. Oh my god, the team player. Zoe not ready for the core speed though in the dribble. And the Giga Blast is just not enough.
Yeah, Cyber Swipe did have that win condition of playing for that team player, but Luke has prime time. So Zoe the Witch has to commit to a dribble. So they have to bait out the farm rate. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough. As Twisty is found dead. They're found dead.
Yeah, don't you just hate when you get jumped by like 2 different people at the same time? It's really unfortunate. As Cyber's like on the power play, can't really find anything. Incredibly well stalled here by Dragon Stars 2, but I mean, if the first power play doesn't work, try again. As Zoe with the dash punch able to get another power play, taking out Striker Kai, but Twisty is just so big. How can you strike around him? You can't. So he does get this barrier though, as potentially taking low, but does use the evade. Twisty taking a lot of damage, but probably not enough here as the dash to the strike, unable to find anything. Incredibly well defended. The 3-person defense from the side of Dragon Slayers too. Unable to find anything. Zoe doesn't have the cooldowns off the dribble back down to Assertive. The barrage used, the glitch pop used, and it just sneaks past everyone.
Yeah, one Titan's diff from Luke. Striking a bit early there. if they walked a bit faster, not faster, if they walked a bit more up, because they thought they could reach it with just their speed, but the 30% size, I think. 30% size negligence, they don't have it anymore. So they whiff their strike, but the cat has the it's like Expo's dead. Oh, never mind. Expert or take from Expo. Oh my god, that was the worst saying I've ever said. I did it again.
What? Striker Kai goes down to the flip of assertive. That's the risk he's taking. Dash towards the edge as Luna has the power point back on the barrier immediately taken, but Twisty is just able to just. Her strike is like the size of an Atlas barrier, and takes so much value out of it. Striker Kai back on the field immediately dashes up, stuffed out by the barrage though. Zoe pushes towards the bottom side, forcing Luke to flip. Expo can't react in time, but what a barrage by Serve to clear it. As unfortunately, Twisty is able to get it past Assertive here. Luke taken really low, but the barrier is defended for now. Zoe out of cooldown. Striker Kai pushing towards the top side with the dash. Can't find anything. Incredibly well held by the side of Striker Kai and Luke. Able to clear, but Zoe able to get there. Might go down here though, and the ad rush is procced. And yeah, you have your cooldowns back.
Well, Striker Kai utilizing the missile and the dash to cover both clear options. Masterful gameplay coming out from the Luna. As we're on match point. The cat might be dead. I've been saying this over and over again. ExoChan, it's so hard to play against this comp because there's so many abilities to take your evade away, and you have to decide, okay, am I gonna use my evade for this ability or use it for another? And they haven't figured it out, which is sad.
Yeah, it's really hard, especially. Oh my god, well, they went to Zoe said, okay, we have two address procs on the board, but they own barrier! Assertive in the 1v3 situation. Let's get the clear for now, gets it past Twisty with the barrage, as unfortunately can't hold it for now, but Zoe's back online, so is Expo. Unable to get anything here for now, the death touch not enough. Incredibly well played with the glitch pop, the second glitch pop as well, able to clear it, as Striker Kai almost gets taken down. What an incredible read by Zoe, but good evade. The barrage used by Assertive on his bottom side push. Expo with the cyber side pushes up, loses the 50-50. Luke with the flip as he catches Assertive going low, and that's the game.
Both teammate teams are emoting on each other. It's all in good fun, I would assume. Even if that game was a lot of bloodshed, it's all in good fun for these games. But as we wind down, MVP goes to Striker Kai. We're looking at these stats right now. 7 goals for Twisty. Oh my, these damage numbers: 33,000, 35,000, 28,000. But Cyberswap also had a lot of damage too. Expo had 30k and Zoe had 25, but Kai only had 13.
Yeah, I think the big thing to note here is, I mean, the KOs were like straight up like pretty even. I mean, Dragonstars 2 just having a couple more, but I think the big thing was just how much they were able to capitalize off these KOs, especially once they got the adrenaline rush. It came really hard, and I mean, when Twisty's pendulum sling is taking up half the map, what are you supposed to do? Like, that's so evil.
Rasmus is great at those kill confirms. There's just punishing those mispositionings from anyone. Okay, I'm gonna walk down on the bottom side because I want to play this corner offense. Boom! Pendulum swing comes from mid-screen. I saw this from your teammate, Just Logan too, in like Liftoff. He had the most disturbing build. It was like Deadeye. And this was before like the nerfs from Rasmus. And all he would do is stand in the middle and just primate people. And it was the most disturbing Rasmus gameplay I've ever seen. But besides the fact, that will wrap us up. It was an honor to cast with you, Jay. It was so much fun, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of NASA, y'all. See ya.
See ya.
Now, hello everybody, welcome back to NASA. This is potentially game 5 of the day. We'll see how the order shakes out. Right now this is Jackpot versus Atlas's diversified resume on Demon Dias, however you want to say it. This is an explosive entrance, extra special start. How you feeling about these team comps, Potat?
Honestly, I'm super excited. I think this is going to be a very, very explosive game, thanks to the Awakening start and part. But also because I'm seeing an Alpha Me Brawler on that Aimi, which is a pick that you don't see too often, but you've seen a couple times here in Nassel, or not here in Nassel, but like in those Nassel games, and also just in comp. And I mean, already it's off to a crazy start. You got that kill, that double kill from the side of Jackpot, and I mean, Color Craze uses that flip to get that in, but you're already seeing just that damage, that kill pressure. This Aimi Brawler is going to be a very interesting pick, and as you see there, Twy took 2 hits already at half health.
General Twy not looking very healthy, but Color Craze is also not looking the healthiest. Does have the now ult to kind of stabilize that damage, but it is going to be Alpha Me who is going to be securing General Twy in the back of ADR's net, and now this is a power play for the side of Jackpots.
Yeah, and now with General Twy back up, that is a bit of a power play, kind of gone for naught, but they're going to get the first fair, and this is really what you want to be seeing here if you're the side of Jackpot. You want to get that constant pressure, you want to get those kills and threaten that damage, and oh my god, even though General Twy was very damaged, the side of Jackpot was it did unfortunately end up losing that point, and General Twy, great boost to get right on in there and push it straight down in the net. But I mean, I think this is a very like versatile back and forth kind of game here, because like you're gonna see a whole lot of damage just off the rip. The Aimi Brawler is going to provide a lot of damage, but she's a bit of a glass cannon kind of a character in that she doesn't have the greatest health pool, and she's also not going to be really all that great at being like right up in your face unless she puts down a turret, and even then that's pretty long cooldown and you don't have that extra special on that Aimi. So you got the damage, you got the kill pressure, but you also don't have a too terribly much like pressure just up on that offensive line, and that is really kind of something that you want to have, especially on this Demon Deus map where you gotta be able to just push the core around people, push the core through people. But for the time being, we are seeing Jackpot has had a very good showing, just opening up these barriers constantly, just providing so much pressure, and we've seen so many kills just fly all over the map in just a short amount of time. So even with both barriers down on both sides, I'm interested in seeing how this open barrier from both sides is going to be.
Open barrier into the power play now. The turret does come out. Alphamy has been getting so many kills, has been finding a way to survive. Rocket just barely fading out before the core is touched. Now Color Craze back on the field. Wallaby Gangster in front of the net, and with a good strike rebound off of the wall there, it's going to go in. Alonso just was not able to catch that core in time, and now it is ADR up 2 points now to 1 in this set 1.
Yeah, and already the side of Jackpot coming out of the gates with some strong pressure, but unfortunately that tornado is going to be sent out a little early and wasn't really able to provide too much pressure. But the kind of pressure that we are seeing is a lot of that damage, as I'm saying. I think I'm going to say it all game. But, like, teams, the health bars are just flying across the map. Alonso taking a whole bunch of damage, having to tank that. Color Craze also super low, and we could be seeing Atlas's diversified resume first set here, potentially, right up there, yeah.
No, potentially about it. Wallaby Gangster is just going to run with the core there, pops the Rasmus secondary, puts Alonso into a situation you hate to be in as goalie, right? There's a Rasmus running at you, you just used all of your tools, all you have left is your strike, and now it's just going to be Atlas taking the set. Now Wallaby is first up, of course, MVP, lots to choose from, decides to go for bulk up, and this draft is looking like it could run away for the side of ADR.
Yeah, right now I'm seeing Alonso did have to block off that Deadeye from that General Twy Luna, so that could be pretty scary here, but also ADR, Bertram getting that twin drive, that's going to be a lot more of defensive opportunities, but as you said, as you mentioned right there, the prize fighter on Alphamy, we've seen the kills already go flying. We could see far more if Alphamy is able to get just 1 or 2 kills. All of a sudden, that's so much more damage allotted to the character and to the player. And I mean, right there we're seeing you might not need that damage if you're already going to just shoot that right in. And oh my gosh, Alphamy, just quick 14-second goal onto the side of Atlas's diversified resume. Oh my gosh. And we're going to see that first set get taken. But Jackpot is definitely down, but not out, unless Color Craze gets knocked off this map here.
Color Craze is very looking like he's going to be down and out. There it is, one rocket is going to secure his life, while the strike is going to secure the last barrier. Now that is an open net for the side of Jackpot. Not a single barrier taken from the side of ADR. Wallaby once again in front of the net. Alonso going to win the fight this time, but you get General Twee involved there, and that is going to be the Luna nuke to send the core in. Now 1-1 tied up in the second set.
Yeah, that was a really good team play coming out from Atlas's diversified resume. And I think here what you're going to want to be seeing from this Rasmus and from this Luna is just coordinated team play. Oh my gosh. Oh, the coordinated team play might not be able to happen, though, if that Luna is off the map. And that, oh my gosh. They do not want me to talk. All good. And that Wallaby Gangsta having to do the 1v3. All good, though, because Alphamy gonna lock that in. And I just completely lost track, but it is all good. Alphamy gonna lock that in. And oh, I don't know what's going on there. But, like, as I was saying, the coordinated team play in this league, such as NASA, is really, really important. You gotta get it. Just, oh my gosh.
Everyone does need to get involved, even if that means, you know, the coordinated team play of walking into a now triangle that had been sitting there for, 5 minutes. But Bertram will not make that mistake again, and now it is Alphamy who is going to be looking to be killed, although General Twy is going to win the 1v1 against the IME. Now that is Alphamy off the board, 1 goal barrier down apiece. The power play is going to result in Jackpot losing both of their barriers. Color Craze retreating, trying to find a way to survive, uses the ult, uses the flip, now down to Alphamy, who has respawned. Power play is over, jumps in, Cyber Swipe going wide, but a great glitch pop is going to knock Bertram out of the way of the goal. Now this is an open goal on either side.
Yeah, and the open goal, very scary for both teams there, but Wallaby had to use that flip And not having a flip against that area goalie means that you're going to be in a pretty rough situation. But oh, really good attempt on that death touch there, but really good defense so far here from the side of Jackpot. Is they're able to keep it up for now. That Wallaby Rasmus is looking really scary, but honestly, if Alonso is able to get some sort, oh my gosh, some sort of some of that bewitching beam onto that Rasmus, maybe we could see something here. But the side of Jackpot has been doing a really good job of turning those defensive plays into offensive situations, and so we're getting a lot of close calls here. But for the time being, it's cores out of the net for both sides.
Cores out of the net for both sides, but General Twee does have the core flip in front of the net. This is Luna. This could be very dangerous very quickly. And oh, what a primary coming out from Color Craze. The core flip being burned here from General Twee, trying to get a little bit more tempo for his team and not going to find it just yet. Rocket comes out now. Wallaby in front of the net with the Death's Touch. Strike from General Twee, not going to find it. It's Mark Alphamy now cyber swiping in, not going to find what he's looking for. But the turret, the sentry turret, is going to plop out, and General Twee with a boost is going to run in, hit the core, and as Alonso strikes it out, is going to use his own strike to secure it. General Twee with the second point here for ADR, now 2-2 in this set too.
I knew that there would be a lot of chaos, but there is so much chaos happening already. Alphamy getting taken off the map is going to be very, very scary for Jackpot here. They're already down by one set. They want to lock in the second set here in the 0.5, but if Alphamy is already off the map, Color Craze is looking super low, but I mean, the damage is just flying across everybody. General Twee also got knocked very low. Color Craze always on that low health bar, but all that matters is really just opening up these barriers. And right now, that that coordinated offense from the side of Jackpot hasn't worked out quite yet. But if they're able to use this flip properly, then I don't know what I'm talking about at this point, but really good plays, and that's gonna be that goal going in.
That is going to be the goal going in indeed. I mean, Bertram was just not prepared, was expecting a different sequence of events to transpire there, but ends up not having the strike or not needing to think that he would need to use it, and Alphamy just gets a nice little great shot in. You know, it's more diagonal. But anyways, into this draft, Spark of Strength going down to the IME. I am interested in that pickup. You know, that's the first spark in this, and now it's in the third set, so don't know if that's the right time to start scaling. What are you thinking about this, though, Potat?
Well, I think that spark might be good, but you know what they have to do? They gotta win these next couple sets. Because that spark, there are 2 sparks off the board now. I'm not sure if there was a spark any time early in the draft, but that's 2 sparks off the board. Leadership and strength gone, so Alphamy has to get lucky with one of those other 2 sparks, but oh my gosh, already that spark of strength coming in handy as Alphamy gets that first kill, has that second prize fighter stack now, and they're already looking very comfortable going into the set. Oh my gosh, really good passing play from Color Craze, and Alphamy is gonna lock that in. I was about to kind of hate on the on that spark of strength pickup, but I was immediately proved wrong as Alphamy was able to get that kill, get that damage and pressure. But I mean, honestly, from that draft as well, we did see Color Craze get that Monumentalist on top of that Timeless Creator. That could be proving very, very useful here in this game. But honestly, Wallaby Gangsta as well, with that glass cannon, is going to be pretty strong. Have that more speed that you see running right up with that Whiplash. But ultimately, the draft kind of went both ways, and as I was talking though, Color Craze got knocked out, so damage, everything is still all over the place, and Color Craze uses that ult and it's already pretty low.
Already pretty low. Jackpot with a cute little passing play earlier did secure the first point, but now this is the second point. Goal barriers open. The pressure is mounting after a couple of power plays, but with nothing being found for them. Finally, the second barrier goes down, and now it is an open net, but you are down a member. ADR is going to have to fight off this onslaught for another 7 seconds until General Twee can get back onto the map, and Alphamy with a great strike is going to force Bertram to force the core flip out, but now Wallaby in front of the net with the core flip of his own is going to sink it in, and there was just nothing that the side of Jackpot could do to respond. Now tied it up in this third set, 1-1 now.
Yeah, everything is even here. Whoever takes the points wins at this point, but right now we're seeing that flip used by Color Craze to open up the barrier, and these coordinated efforts are going to be what's really important, because both players, both offensive players from the side of Jackpot there, kind of use their own flips for their own thing, and only one barrier ended up getting taken down for it, and that's really just not what you want to see in terms of the energy consumption and energy usage, because now Color Craze doesn't have anything to evade, and all of a sudden Color Craze is at half health, getting damage jumped by the entire side of ADR here and there. But what they can see some pretty good like working together in terms of is that damage, as Bertram is super low and super scared in terms of the health, but for the time being nobody's out of the map yet.
Nobody's out of the map yet. Flip comes out. Great angle up in the top. Very quick play. Had to make things happen very quickly because of that now triangle. The primary sitting in front of the net. Had to find something, and Wallaby was ready and waiting for whatever General Twee would bring out. And as we can see, it was very successful in finding its mark. The goal now. Game looking a little awkward as one team member of Jackpot, Alchemy, has left the field now. Play will still resume. One goal barrier apiece. Rocket going to hit Alonzo. Bertram getting involved now, does take the last barrier, uses the Rose Warp to secure their barrier from dropping, and that is going to be off of the wings of a Luna nuke off of General Twee. Wallaby Gangster finding a way to restrike the core into the net, and that is going to be ADR taking the third set now, 3-1.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate situation for the side of Jackpot, but ultimately ADR played by the rules. That is a perfectly legal maneuver, even if it was a little bit of a rough situation. And we are going to see that Wallaby is going to be rewarded with that recovery drone. Big pickup off of that, and unfortunately we don't have Alpha Me there in order to secure anything, because I mean, and we are going to see that Super Surge picked up for Alpha Me, but gameplay is going to be paused. Now we are going to wait. Oh, Alpha Me's back up now. Kind of a bad, unfortunate situation. Alpha Me back up, ended up getting that Super Surge. Alonzo, though, got cast to last. Should be pretty nice for that era goalie. It's going to give you a few more opportunities to just make Wallaby Gangsta small, and then just kind of gives yourself a bit more opportunities on that defensive line against that massive Rasmus. But also we saw Color Craze with that prime time. Always nice to have more of those sentry drones just able to set up and kind of control the playing field. And then on the other side, we saw Bertram pick up the aerials, which with that twin drive especially is going to be pretty useful. But for the time being, the side of Jackpot didn't like what happened in that previous set and is coming out swinging in this set, as we see a kill on the board and all barriers down.
All barriers down, 10 seconds remaining in the round. Luna Nuke does come out. The Era Ultimate is going to try and get Wallaby Gangster out of the play. Going to succeed for now, but he does have that flip. He does have that recovery drone. This could be a very dangerous situation. Little bit excited to use that flip. Uses it and then gets killed. Does have the recovery drone, though. Is going to survive on this board for a little bit longer, but that is an early recovery drone loss. Color Craze being taken very low. Could be next up, but it will be a fight between nobody, because Wallaby is just going to find the perfect angle to send the strike in and score. Well played from the side of ADR.
That was a great find from Wallaby. Even on Death's Door, we did see that really good angle, just putting it right past Alonzo, which unfortunately that Era goalie, once you use that Flutterfly, you don't have too terribly many options in order to get around the map, and if you don't have any cooldowns up, there's not a whole lot you can do in terms of just running back there and getting that core out. But for the time being, a piercing shot from Bertram is going to go a bit wide, ending up opening his own barrier, which is pretty unfortunate for ADR, but for the time being, they're able to hold it down, but I spoke a bit too soon, as now both barriers are down for the side of ADR. This could be pretty scary. We do see that flip on Alchemy as well. Could come in very handy as Bertram taken off the map. And now it's a 2v3.
And the sentry turret is going to be dropped down. Little red carpet for the core there. You know, General Twee not using that core flip for that. Good instincts there to keep it for this next point. You know, it looked pretty hopeless for the side of ADR, especially since Bertram had just been KO'd, but that is going to be a little bit of revenge coming out from General Twee, taking out that Alpha Me. The problem has been solved. The prize fighter stacks have been taken, and now this is a power play that is over, but the net is open, and now Wallaby posturing in front of the net, trying to find a way to get this core in. Secondary burn, not going to find it. Alpha Me with a great strike. With a great strikes, is going to take both goal barriers after some repositioning. Doesn't have the cyber swipe to try and make this goal happen, but you do have a Color Craze who does have the Monumentalist and does have the flip. Can get so much core control here. Up to Alpha Me. Does not find Alpha Me's hands. The cyber swipe goes wide, the strike goes wide, and now it is a power play once again. This time for the side of ADR. Bertram now down to the bottom. Glitch Pop comes out. Alpha Me trying to take the orb, leaving Alonso in a dangerous situation, though Alonso does have flip. This could be the turnaround. General Twee boosting in. There goes Alonso with the flip. No longer has that resource. Death Touch come out. Not going to find anything. Down to Wallaby, who does have that flip. Color Craze going to have to find a way to get this core in a good position for Alpha Me. Sentry Turret comes out. Bertram forced to use the flip. Now back up to Alonso. Both forwards in front of the net. That is just too much pressure from one little era, and Wallaby is going to secure this goal with the flip. This is match point now set for. This could be ADR taking game one.
ADR is in a very good spot right now, as you said. But ultimately, we are seeing some really good team plays from this team as well. We saw General Twee boosting in, running up at Alonso, said, "Hey, I'm in your face now. What are you going to do about it?" And, I mean, that gave Wallaby the perfect opening to just send the core straight past that Bewitching Beam and ultimately open up that point. And now they're on game point. They could take this first game just right here and now, but on the other side, they do have both barriers open. A General Twee, a very small Luna, looking very, very hurt. And, I mean, they do have both barriers down. This could be very scary for the side of both teams, actually.
Both teams, indeed. One barrier going down now. Jackpot still has one in the bank to hold with. That is going to be Bertram and General Twee being taken pretty low. General Twee having to use that core flip to try and break some of that pressure. Is going to find the strike. The cyber swipe goes wide. Alonso trying to find a way to get it through Wallaby. Rocket comes out. Great decision to send it back down there. Now the sentry turret coming out. The pressure is mounting. Era Beam not going to find anything. Color Craze now trying to get his hands on the ball, but Bertram is going to use a great ultimate, managing to keep that core on the side of Jackpot. Now it is Color Craze, Alpha Me with the ball in their hands. Wallaby, though, with a great Rasmus secondary, going to find the last barrier. Now this is an open net on either side. This could be anyone's game.
Yeah, that Whiplash speed gave a lot of pressure there, but now it's up to Alonso to keep this core out of that. And unfortunately, a really well-placed Crater is going to open up both Color Craze's health bar and also that final goal that ADR needs in order to close out this game one. And now we're moving on to game two in just a little bit here, but do you have any big points about that game? Because I think there was a lot of really good pressure from both sides. We saw that 21-minute game set for, and that the side of ADR got those 8 kills that were really necessary, and the side of Jackpot got those 10 kills. There was a lot of damage, a lot of kills flying across that screen that whole time. I mean, honestly, great teamwork, great plays from both those teams. But ultimately, I think just Wallaby and General Twee played that so well. They were able to just crush down upon Alonso on that era and just kind of force that core into the net so well together.
Hello everyone, welcome back to game 2 of Atlas's Diversified Resume versus Jackpot. Now, looking at these comps, we've got the Julie, the Ivy, the Now coming out from Jackpot, and the X-Era Estelle coming out from ADR. Tell me what you think about these Awakenings, Potet, as we get into this absolutely death-defying looking game 2.
I mean, honestly, we see that Twin Drive and that Bulk Up. You gotta love both those Awakenings, as, I mean, that Bulk Up, that Twin Drive is gonna allow for Alonso to get taken up already. And oh my gosh, I don't think we want to hear about Awakenings according to the to these teams, because that core's already in on the net in 29 seconds. Nice quick first goal from the side of ADR, but I mean, as I was saying, we're gonna see, like, Twin Drive, you love having those extra cooldowns and having that extra speed, and also having that damage with that bulk up with Wallaby Gangstas. We see Color Craze get taken off the map for the second time in 2 points, and we're already off to a crazy start as ADR is just looking to run with this game.
And they are going to run away with it indeed. Like you're saying, those Twin Drives are going to let this era... She took Twin Drive, right? Yeah, she definitely did. It's going to let this era just get all of these, what is it called? Flutterfly, Flutter Step, something with butterflies. It's going to allow them to run so fast, so often. And, I mean, Alpha V and Alonso and Color Craze have not been able to really play so far. They haven't even, this is the first time they've gotten a barrier so far. Alpha Me now getting involved and trying to find a way in, and that is going to be Bertram taking out Color Craze with the Estelle primary. Alpha Me going for a dash punch, not going to find it. Maelstrom comes out, not going to find anything for it, and Bertram pushed up just a little bit too awkwardly, is going to be taken advantage of from Alonso with the flip. Great bounce with that strike, just boom, boom into the net. Even got Bertram's flip, great value coming out from the side of Jackpot.
Yeah, I mean, Alonso flashing that Jackpot emote. He knew he ran the numbers, and he got that gold. I mean, that 777. But it's good. They're gonna require a bit more than just luck if they want to keep these points flowing. I mean, it's looked pretty scary, pretty precarious so far in this game. And that General Tweed with that flip is running up, looking pretty strong. However, Alphamy has been pretty solid in terms of just getting these kills, getting the core around, and in the last game we saw some pretty effective plays, but they're gonna have to just keep them coming if they want to win this game. And I mean, for the time being, they got both barriers down on the side of ADR. They got that flip out of Wallaby Gangsta, and so they could be looking at maybe taking the second this 4th point here and maybe even out this set.
They could even out the set indeed. Color Craze, though, is looking very low. General Tweed still has that core flip. Can use it if the pressure gets too much. And a little bit of a miscommunication. What looks like a barrier take is going to be saved by Wallabies dashing in, trying to add a little bit of chaos, a little bit more hitboxes, but it's just going to save the core for now. Flip from Alonso is going to stop the potential attempt on his barrier's life. Now up to the top side there. Core flip coming out from Color Craze. Sentry turret is going to be core flipped right through it. Now the barrier is going down. Open barrier on either side. Alonso getting involved. Alphamy in front of the net. Did finally hit that level 2. Can try to make something of it. Strike up. Not going to find anything. And a Rose Warp almost gone awry. Does manage to be saved. Alphamy is not going to take advantage of that just yet, but is going to force Bertram to use that flip now. So many opportunities to score, and the core is going to find its way to Wallaby Gangsta, who is going to secure this final point here in set 1 for ADR, up 3-1 in the first set.
Yeah, and I mean, as we saw there, one of those like big things that the just the character Aimee Golia can't do too terribly well is, like, if the core is going wide, you don't have any crazy speed, and all of your abilities take a little bit of time or, like, are kind of weird to come out. So, like, ultimately, Alonso didn't have anything up, and that kind of ended up in that set being won. But in terms of Awakenings, I'm talking too long about that character, but we're going to be seeing already a spark pickup from Alphamy, maybe trying for the second time after last game didn't go over too well. But in other ways, we're seeing that team player coming out from Bertram. That's gonna be really good for just getting this core to Bertram's teammates, getting it around that Juliet, who doesn't have too terribly much movement. So if you're able to kind of pass it around, get that team player going, that could be pretty big. But
we're not talking about team player right now.
It's
a KO on the goalie, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that was a double power play. X has been taken out as well. Wallaby, his life assassinated, taking it from him. We're taking out Alonso now. Everything has been equalized. All players back on the field, and General Tweed, this big bean burrito spamming era, is going to find the goal there. And that is going to be ADR taking this first point. I'm sorry. Please continue about the team player.
I don't think I need to talk any more about it because it's already shown its prowess. That core going crazy. Maybe a bit too fast for Wallaby Gangsta there. We saw that missed barrier opportunity earlier on in that point. But, I mean, anyways, it doesn't matter as well if you got that size with that build different on Wallaby Gangsta.
Okay.
Okay. For those that don't know, Alonso's power went out in the middle, or like in between games here, so I think we got a little bit of a rough connection here, maybe for that Alonso Imi. but we saved it for the time being.
Yes.
But I mean, yeah, so that could be pretty scary. That's something definitely to watch out for, and against that massive Wallaby Gangsta X, you gotta be very careful about how you're choosing to play this game and what you're choosing to do, because that's also the era that General Twee that can run up and just play on top of you.
Run on top of you, and this Estelle with these red. Oh no! He just respawned. You can't do that to Alpha Me. Now Color Craze and Alonso continuing to be on this power play Blackfoot, and that is going to be General Twee with the Era Beam securing the goal, and now that is 2-0 on this set 2. ADR taking the lead commandingly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Alpha Me gone before he could truly live in that point. But I mean, also, I said I wasn't going to talk about the team play anymore. But you did see, just like right there, in order to kind of get that point, win that point, we saw that Bertram just passed it to General Twee in that overtime, and that overtime core just got red cored immediately. Like, it was not even fair. Like, the core just went straight over, got down to General Twee, and gave them very good opportunity, because Alonso and Color Craze hadn't fully like shifted their defense over yet. So just that team player, even though I said I wouldn't talk about it, is going to be talking about it more. But in terms of offense, that team player hasn't been used quite yet, because General Twee and Wallaby Gangsta haven't had the core go back. Oh no! The flip! Garfield used energy burst. Very unfortunate moment, maybe a little bit of that router as I was talking about earlier, and we're going to see ADR taking that second set 3-0. They are running away with this game. It's looking very scary, very bad spot here for the side of Jackpot, and I mean, they need Alonso's internet to lock in in order to win this.
Need Alonso's internet to lock in, indeed. I do really like this Monumentalist pickup coming out of the Era, but hey, stop the presses. We have probably the game-winning awakening here. Everybody, game-winning awakening time! Boo, 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 boo! Wallaby Gangsta has taken this Mind of the Colossus, this X, which has already been running away with this game, has the Era Beam, already has bulk up, has the built different. This is going to be potentially what is the final awakening in the grave of Jackpot. Now, there goes Color Craze off of the dash secondary into the ultimate, and now this is just going to be what I imagine is going to turn into an eternal power play if they don't just score this goal right here. But Alphamy has actually different things to say about that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Alphamy is playing some really good offense, just striking it through those two members of ADR, but we're seeing there, gets the kill. They are definitely down, but they're not out yet. Alphamy during that draft got that Reptile Remedy and has a bit more of that stagger and damage scaling to go ahead with, and already we're seeing that come to great use as that Spark of Focus giving Alphamy all the cooldowns in the world. And Alphamy, I mean, just gonna send that straight in using that, I forgot what the name is, that Fiery Fist, I'm gonna pretend that's the name, and locking that first goal in for the side of Jackpot. They didn't need any luck to win that point. They just played that really, really well, even with Color Craze getting taken out. But, Color Craze gets taken out again, and that flip is going to go to waste as Wallaby Gangsta. It's just a massive force in the team's net. And
wow.
Oh my gosh, that was a really nice 19-second goal coming up from ADR. They're going to pull up and get themselves their first point in this set, and they only need 2 more in order to win this series.
We need 2 more to win, and it looks like that is not going to be a tall order. And speaking of tall orders, Wallaby Gangsta orders 1 Era orb in the center of this playground map, gets huge just for the core to go into his own net. Not any fault of Wallabies, but Alpha V, Color Craze, Alonso all getting involved there to get the score. Took it some double barriers, and that was all she wrote for that point number 3. And now it's Jackpot who's looking like they're going to win. And as I say that, Color Craze gets absolutely mogged by Wallaby with the flip in front of the wall there. Gets taken out, power play, now is going to re-respawn right past to him by Wallaby. A little, a get well soon card, a little bit of sorry for killing you so, dominantly. But now we're back into a bit of a more neutral position, one barrier down for ADR.
Yeah, and I mean, ADR has been getting a lot of these kills onto that now. But ultimately, it hasn't really come to much great use. You don't have like a prize fighter, and you don't really have any adrenaline rush to get all those cooldowns back after getting a kill. So Wallaby Gangsta is just kind of a sitting duck in that goal line for the side of Jackpot. And I mean, as we've seen just so far in this set, Jackpot has we already got our luck, we already got our cards in the play, but now it's up to skill, and unfortunately that skill might not be. I might have spoken a bit too soon on that, because that's going to be the core going straight in between Alonso and Color Craze. Color Craze, though, does have that flip available, and the side of ADR doesn't really have any energy to work with here in this point. So there's a very good opportunity. Color Craze already going off the, just going crazy, going wild, opening up both the barriers for ADR. This could be very scary for ADR. They do not want the side of Jackpot to mount a comeback at all whatsoever.
Whatsoever indeed, and Wallaby using that size, the bell ringer is going to secure that goal now. Hunting for Color Craze does have it evade, but how long will that survival last? The core is in such an awkward position, but the double strike coming out from Alchemy and Alonso is going to be just enough. Primary comes out the beam, and a great flip from Alchemy is going to stop Wallaby from being able to fly in, and it's also going to kill General Twee. But now it's a 2v2. One midfielder, one goalie versus one goalie, and one brawler. Wallaby, though, so big, can take up the position of two people, and Color Craze is just ripped apart. Alonso is going to cyber swipe through the Maelstrom, was not fully formed, was able to do that, and some packet loss is going to result in the core just not being struck at the right time. Wallaby, the eternal power play, is continuing. This core is bouncing off of every single corner that this variant allows for the Obscura variant on Clarion. Those corners so deceptive, and the glitch pop is going to send it back into the bell ringer, into General Twice strike, into everything that needs to happen for ADR to score this point, and that is going to be Atlas's diversified resume taking game 2, taking the series in a very dominant performance.
ADR played really, really well there. Wallaby in particular was just catching every single misposition from the side of Jackpot, and I mean, I'm gonna make the joke for another time, but ultimately you don't need luck to get those kills. You just gotta be watching out, and Wallaby got some of that scaling, was really able to just use that pressure, that damage, that bulk up, and that Minded Colossus, all of that just amounting together in order to absolutely demonetize the side of Jackpot. And I mean, even though they were able to lock down some of those 777s, they unfortunately weren't able to do much else. Is only 3 kills on the side of Jackpot. However, we saw those 11 kills from the side of ADR, 9 on Wallaby Gangsta on that X, and I mean, just that pressure, just those plays. It looked like a pretty close game. There were a lot of back and forth situations, a lot of intense spots, especially that last set. But ultimately, you just saw ADR was able to consistently dismantle that defensive play, that defensive side. Wallaby and General Twee, that X and Arrow combo working together really, really effectively in order to just stuff the opposition, stuff Alonso and Color Craze both into their own nets, and also force that core into the net of the side of Jackpot as well. And that's really what you want to see.
What you want to see indeed, if you're the side of ADR or you're an Atlas's diversified resume fan. Now, if you are on the side of Jackpot, worry not. You might be down 5 games in the season, but I do not think that it is over for you just yet. You know, the naysayers might say it is very unlikely, and you know what, they might be right. But if you, Jackpot, lock in and win every single game, there's a chance. I'm just saying. I believe in you. I've seen what you're capable of. I believe in the Jackpot 4-5 record that eventually you go to tiebreakers, you win, you have a place in playoffs. I believe in it, and I believe in you. So we will see you all next time for whatever NASA game is up next. If there is one up next, we'll find out. If not, have a great evening. I've been Psykeen, joined by
Hotat.
Yay! And we will catch you later. Goodbye.
Everyone
We're back, and we were talking about this. Or you were talking about. I'm not gonna take any credit for this. You were talking about how this might be a kind of a handcrafted start for oncoming, not oncoming traffic. Was it oncoming traffic? No, Polar Cortex,
No.
right? And yeah. Why don't you run us through it here with this big fish 1-2 punch start?
Well, I'm looking at their star brawler right here, named Chaotic, and I'm thinking both of those awakenings, especially on Oni Village, are just like immaculate for the Kazan character that he has selected. Obviously, going with the big fish here. I'm a big fan of the 1-2 punch just broadly for the core speed, but we're seeing it on the Fool and A here, just able to get a ton of core speed and a big hook. One big hook, please, to put the goal in the net. I was sitting here like, oh, this sucks. I have to talk about how this start's actually really good for Polar Cortex when both of their barriers blew up in an instant, just vaporized. But no, they're showing up right now, and again, big Kazan and then a bunch of core speed from the back line is how you want your Oni Village to go. Generally, you get your cheap, favorable interactions on the goal line in the goal box, and then both your forwards can just, or your whole back line just has a ton of core speed to bring the ball up, and it's beautiful. It puts a smile on my face. It's the beauty of Oni Village. It's going to work right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a day on the village, I suppose. A wonderful day. The Sakura blossoms are blooming, and Polar Cortex are looking fantastic here. So, as we get into it too, as well, one thing I'm thinking about as well is the slick kicks on Kazan. I'm wondering generally, what are your thoughts on that? Because you are sort of a big Kazan player, right? And I want your thoughts on kind of like the breakdown of the slick kicks versus the mag souls here on this pick, because I feel like if I were the Kazan, I'd be going mag souls here, but maybe that's because I'm not a brawler.
I think it's really situational. I think on a map like Oni, the slick kicks are, I wouldn't say mandatory, but they make, oh no, a lot of interactions so much nicer, because obviously the mag souls is really nice. It's great on closed maps where you're under threat of damage. Kazan will just blow up, and having that speed is always really nice to be able to avoid abilities. But Oni Village is so open that having the slick kicks in the enemy box makes it so that you can chase down the core and actually keep an offense going, as opposed to just losing it pretty quickly. I'm also just big mag souls head. I think most maps Kazan should be picking it up, but something like a good Oni Village, especially when any core speed start like Hot Shot, Team Player, where your team can reliably get the ball to you on any map. You can take slick kicks and kind of sit past the midfield line and get what you need. That all being said, talking about Polar Cortex and how they have something great going on here, things are looking a little dangerous as oncoming traffic picked up the last point, running the Estelle Rasmus classic comp, and getting a lot of work. That comp is particularly good into Maka, which the Fool, as you can see, chilling out on right now. So have to see if they're able to bring back this set, because obviously Polar Cortex wants to close this out, get it through a game 3, but they really want to get us through game 3 quickly. But oncoming traffic has a chance to get a lot done with this comp on this map here.
Good patience from Named Chaotic to actually, wow, and the barrage actually nabs that right through the body of Coin right there, and there was like a freaking Chakra Chi Heavenly Scroll battle of flips for the two midfielders there. That I was like, whoa, they just blew everything right there. That was awesome. And that is going to go the way of Polar Cortex too. And look at this draft here. Obviously, the team player I think going to be a huge pickup. But what do you think about the rest of it?
A million size awakenings. Everyone gets some size.
Yeah.
Like this recovery drone has got to go to Named Chaotic instantaneously. Might also not bad. Going to be taking Might. A little bit of power. I think there aren't any more size awakenings left. So
yeah,
I kind of not the biggest fan of the Might pickup, but still gonna be a little bit of power in the pocket. Actually, quite a bit more than I thought. I forgot the starting. I talked a lot about the starting. Forgot about that part. 117 power on the Kazan now. That's quite nice. And we're back. And I've changed my mind. But I'm kind of sad to see that A is not picking up a Dash Awakening, taking the team player instead, which is obviously wonderful. You know, going to be very nice. Again, core speed on Oni Village, it wins games. It makes games look so good and winnable. But that Dash Awakening going to Tempo Melon instead means that she's going to have a ton of coverage on the map where A doesn't as much, and almost put it in right there off that dash. Going to be a little scary, but the last set was a little scary for Polar Cortex, you know, who again are looking super favored to just win this, to just claim this in 3, you know. Cortex in 3, yippee! But oncoming traffic is really they have the tools. They just need to execute to get a quick, you know, 2-0 on this team, both these teams that are looking like major playoff contenders or just favorites to win it all. That being said, A is dead. We have lost.
Yeah, unfortunately not too much, and the goal is going to be lost as well off the back of that power play. Tempo Melon able to do it all herself there on the Estelle with that Blink Awakening that you mentioned, and I almost wonder if, looking back on it, that might have been a blunder because the Fool was before Mangoes Are Yummy, who is looking absolutely fine here with the size that has fallen to him at the end of that draft. So I wonder if just letting it sit there might have been good for the side of Polar Cortex. That being said, Tempo Melon could have picked that up too, and I guess we'd just be seeing the same thing perhaps, but, well, they're the players down there, but it's interesting to think about.
Mm-hmm. That's something I was thinking about too. Wouldn't have minded the team player to be held, or I wouldn't have minded the Dash Awakening to go to the Fool either. You know, oh well, I guess Temple not. Hey,
oh,
and I've understood it, but Named Chaotic pulling me out of my disturbing haze of brain fog and getting a great hook in the corner, tapping it in, putting Polar Cortex on the board for this set, and now I'm looking at all the energy, not a whole lot for 3 of these players, but Tempo Melon and the Fool formerly have a flip, which is, especially with all of the corner offense going on with Tempo Melon right there, great opportunity to get the offense going, but now might have to use it defensively as Tor is back in the hands of Polar Cortex.
Mm-hmm. Right now it's going to be Named Chaotic here on the hunt with his midfielder here for that final goalie barrier. That being said, all the cooldowns come through. A flip's actually going to whiff from A, which means that this corner offense is not done yet, but a good strike timing by the Fool gets it right through Coin's Pendulum Swing. Mangoes Are Yummy, though, incredibly big here on the Dubu. Super hard to get through, and that's going to be a KO now found onto A. Flip here for Tempo Melon is there if she elects to use it. Strike Whirlwind comes through, but it's still not going to be enough. Rose Warp not there, not the right direction. Now we are on defense for the side of oncoming traffic. Flip get a whiff though here from Named Chaotic. Unfortunately, Pole is not going to find it as well, which means that now it's going to be a defense for the side of Polar Cortex. They're going to lose their final goalie barrier, and this flip is really dangerous. 50-50 called out and sent into the net. Oh, sorry, not called out and sent into the net. Tempo Melon finds that one despite the ensnare drums on its way, and now it's going to be advantaged here for oncoming traffic.
Yeah, I really appreciated the quick flip coming out of Tempo Melon there, because obviously you can sit there, you can play mind games with your, I believe you have 1.5 seconds to just sit there on your core flip. But people usually don't expect that, and especially into Mako, who can drop that ult and just not let any of that happen. You know, the quick flip was really effective. It got them that point, and we saw a KO just a moment ago on Coin, and Coin back gets the second barrier. Now, you know, one good interaction away from winning the set and tying up the game. Oncoming traffic have a lot of momentum, as that piercing shot is just going to be stunning the Fool, stopping him right in his tracks, and putting oncoming traffic on the board here.
Yeah, low-key, that was a crazy play from Koi. He hooked it out of the ensnare drums and then trusted his midfielder to score off of that, which I thought that was incredibly smart, recognizing that in that situation, your special is just not as useful, and just using that to take out the defensive. That was crazy. I thought that was incredibly smart, and they're going to be rewarded with a set win for it. And Tempo Melon decides that he wants to be anywhere on the map at any point with this Rose Warp. The double Dash Awakening coming through, and on top of that, actually, Prize Fighter of all things going to be picked up for this Kazan over the stacks on stacks. which means it falls into the hands of Rasmus. That's a little bit scary, I think. It really feels like it's going to lock you into a certain style of playing. If you're not able to get it, which it feels like Chaotic hasn't super been able to, it can go very bad very quickly. And with this mobility that the forward duo of Oncoming Traffic have, it definitely feels like that Polar Cortex is going to be losing until they're not, essentially.
Yeah, we're looking at Tempo Melon with the global dash and Coin with unlimited speed and 2 Size Awakenings. That's really scary. Stacks on Stacks is the Oni Village Awakening. You know, whichever player gets it is heavily advantaged. It's especially contentious when, you know, one midfielder wins and gets the stacks. I would have liked to see Tempo Melon get it, but Coin just doing immaculate work with it right there. I agree 100% with everything you just said. I think the prize fighter take on Name Chaotic is interesting. We've been seeing a few KOs come out. There was a big one on Coin earlier in that last set, but unless Polar Cortex is getting more KOs onto Coin specifically, the stacks is really just going to pay dividends for them and could just outright win them the game. You do not want to go and get fast and big Rasmus.
Yeah, it really feels like the pace of the game is just picking up all of a sudden as well. Look at that. I mean, when's the last time you've seen a sub 30-second goal in Oni Village in the North American Strikers? Just anything. The NASX, right? When's the last time you've seen that? And, well, feast your eyes on that because that's a bit of a unicorn port, it definitely feels like. And I feel like that was only scored because, again, of the advantage of the moves, of the mobility as currently Tempo Melon has over this Rasmus right now, or sorry, over the rest of Polar Cortex right now. The Rasmus soon to be in his own stride as well. 116 stacks is going to be taken. Look at that. It really feels like the defense for the Fool is now 5 times harder than what it used to be. And as of right now, these 2 flips are going to be there. We'll see if they answer back. They are able to, which means it's going to be an open net. Topspin comes through, not able to find the KO though. Mangoes are yummy. Still aware of his situations, recognizes when he can. A bit of a scary back pass comes through, but the clear is going to be made. Now the Rose Warp comes through a little bit actually too far. Tempo Melon not able to actually control the power given to her directly. So now A able to keep core control forward as this KO is now going to try to be found here onto Tempo Melon. She's going to survive for just a bit. It actually sets herself up for the perfect spot to get the Crystallized Sword's piercing shot. Just gets it right through the Fools, and a very nonchalant set it really feels like coming out from Oncoming Traffic.
Yeah, that I think can only be described as a catastrophe for Polar Cortex, where Oncoming Traffic just got everything they wanted. They are sitting so comfortably now. I think just the extra size on Mangoes Are Yummy has been doing work the whole time, and all the extra mobility. We saw A get Super Surge that last set, get a Dash Awakening, but it's just not enough to compete with Double Dash, Estelle, and massive stacks Coin, who, like, it's a lot. Name Chaotic picking up another Power Awakening, has 164 power off road right here, and still has, you know, what, 46 more that he can redeem. The win condition is very clear now. Name Chaotic needs to start, you know, just blowing people up. Yep. If Polar Cortex wants to win. But it's really hard on this map. It's so big. So it's tough. I want to say Polar Cortex just had it in the bag from the start, but Oncoming Traffic is really showing that they're super adaptable. They can show up on any map, any start, or anything, and come to play. And they really are coming to play. Like, the Fool's life looks like hell right now. It looks terrible.
It really does. Yeah. That being said, it is going to be an open net, actually, for the side of Oncoming Traffic. So right now, Mangoes Are Yummy. You got to play on the defense, but a good strike war here found by Tempo Melon. It's going to be the end of that play, and unfortunately, Slow Roller is able to get that final goalie barrier here. Overtime now fully in. The core goes back and forth in a lot of situations, but it's going to get cleared out. Now a defense potentially here for Oncoming Traffic. The team player looking very scary in this situation, but Tempo Melon with the global warp, but it's actually, A almost finds the pixel perfect shot, but unfortunately it was almost, and that's not going to be enough. This means that it's going to be a scary situation here for both teams now. Mangoes Are Yummy with the size of the Dubu, able to cover half the net with just a strike hitbox. The global shot is there, the global warp is there. Losing train of my thoughts right now. Rasmus now able to get the core. The piercing shot perfectly timed. The Fool not seeing what hit him. And another slow roller going to take that final goalie barrier and the goal here. Off of some, feels like a little bit of indecision from the Fool. Maybe shaken up by the previous sets here. It is always going to be rough to face Rasmus Estelle on this map.
Yeah, just a beautiful, max range poke coming out from Tempo Melon, stopping the Fool in his tracks. And I'm noticing something. I'm noticing that Mango's Yummy is level 7 in this lobby of 8 to even 10. This guy hits the ball once, and maybe drops a log or something, an ability here or there, and his job's done. He's so big. And like I'm thinking about like what's Kazan or Kai supposed to do about everything that the Boo is, and the answer is not much. And so it's looking really like I don't know how they get through this guy. And it's not like they can kill him. He has recovery drone and Pauldrons. Like, yeah, you could try, but is that the best use of your resources? No, I don't think so. But what else? Like this is a massive guy on this one barrier. I don't know what their plan is.
And when you think about it too, right? Like how do you actually score using your two characters, right? You've got a Kai and a Kazan, which rely on barrage. All right, I'm just not gonna analyze what just happened right there. But you have a Kazan and a Kai, right, that have barrage, which you could body block with your size, and Kazan, which now you're outstriking him. You are the size of him, right? You can't really lose those strike war plays that the Kazan wants to go for. It's just particularly hard for that comp of Polar Cortex to really score. So this really does feel like you mentioned that Mango's Jimmy just has to sit there for the entire point, and eventually the Rasmus Estelle is gonna hit stun their way to victory eventually, just as they did right there. And all of a sudden, this is series point for oncoming traffic here in game number 2.
Yeah, and again, I really, going into this game, thought that this was the Polar Cortex perfect storm. And in a lot of ways it was, but oncoming traffic is here piloting a comp that is perfect into Polar Cortex's goalie here. And it's just in general like hard, it's hard to beat Rasmus Estelle, as that's a double barrier, and this could be it.
Yeah, it really could be. That's a full stack. So Rasmus, the breakaway is there, able to reach defense barely in time, but that's all cooldowns expended for this Kai. Mango's Yummy, unfortunately, going to be actually failing the reaction check there, but it's not going to matter. Estelle with the global warp, able to make any 1v2 situation a 2v2 at the drop of the hat, and just like that, oncoming traffic packs off and drives off into the sunset. They're going to be grabbing their win off of this series, and they're going to be looking contentious here for playoffs, right? Because this is the top kind of stack. This is a top stack matchup, it feels like, that they just had, and they pulled through, and that's going to be looking really good here as we're kind of wrapping up the regular season. We're only in week 5, but as we approach kind of the wrap up of the regular season.
Yeah, things are hitting the do or die times, the decline. Not falling action, but rise to the week 9 climax, and Polar Cortex, definitely not, nobody wants to take the loss, but you definitely can't be too happy about losing this one. I do think if you wanted me to pick 2 teams that I think are going to end up in NASA Grand Finals, it would be these 2. And so losing this here, not great for Polar Cortex. Oncoming traffic, I believe, is now 4-1, is 1 game away from being soft confirmed for playoffs. I think that's how it works. I'm not some sort of bracket wizard, but yeah, 5 wins, hard to miss playoffs with 5 wins. So they are in a wonderful spot right now. They've 18 wheeled right out of this storm and are heading straight to the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, or whatever they're driving to. I don't know.
Yeah, where is the oncoming traffic truck driving to? That's an existential thought, really, to really think about here as we wrap up the series. Where are they going?
Where are any of us going? Really?
Yeah. Wow. That's real.
I'm 14 and this is deep.
Yeah. Hey, well, you know what? If you reverse the 4-1, wait, are they 4-1? Is on contract? They're not 4-1. Whatever. Regardless, I think
They're
big win.
4-1.
Yeah, they are 4-1, right? When you think about it, you reverse it, it's 14. Yeah. All right.
It's making
Well,
a lot of sense.
anyway, so we're seeing apparently that was a load-bearing analyst that we fired at the end of game number 1. This is what we have to do. This is what we have to do with the numbers that have been given to us. So, I think that'll wrap it up here from the caster analyst does it all desk, and I'm Brickbat, joined by Z Yoshi. As a parting thought, as an exit ticket for you, Z Yoshi, how is your sodium intake today?
Well, I haven't eaten a whole lot. I've got, but that's probably fine.
All right, W.
That's how I
W
approach most
nutrition.
things.
Good, good. W Nutrition. Make sure to drink some water. We'll catch you guys around for the next game online for the stream. You guys have a wonderful day.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're here. We're here. We're in game. We just told Eternal to shut up because he's ref and he has to mute. Or else we'll hear him on cast. I don't know. I'm taunting him because he can't say anything back without ruining the recording. So, power has been vested into me. And some other power that has been vested into people. Cliff on his kind of famous rune. I think his strongest character, a force to be formidable. Definitely something to look at. But right now, we're going to have Dario actually scoring the goal and just talking more about the picks as well. I think Beelzebub on the Mako has been looking really good. And I think that if that continues as well, this could potentially be a very big issue because Zentaro is basically the only person on that team that could stop it at a dime. So Wolfmang's gonna have to use a lot of cooldowns that might otherwise be used for scoring or for damage to prevent the Mako secondary from doing its course. So we'll see if that continues, but going into it, Cat Kupo, what are your thoughts so far on these awakening starts that we have?
Honestly, the fight or flight on 5, aerials on just Mako makes a lot of sense to me. Even with the double strike shot here, I could have maybe seen Kudash going for aerials, but not really, right? Like, this is a pretty generic start for everyone, and that makes me think that this is actually kind of good for Pudad and Sons. There's a lot of potential things that, like, Rune and Zentaro have a lot of really big impact awakenings that they can find here, and I think that that's a good sign for them. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be going as well here. Daru, with the Mako era Rasmus is a really interesting comp. It's essentially the Kitten X comp, but with Rasmus instead of X. So it's very focused on that core control. And they're, even now in this 2v1, they're able to just hold and not let them get a really strong run-in. Julak is already back, and suddenly they're pushing up. They can't quite get it, but the aerials on that strike shot is enough to get it up to Daru, and it's 2-1.
Yeah. Importantly to note as well, like you mentioned on that aerial start, it's kind of, yeah, like you mentioned, it's very basic start, kind of generically strong start. But I think there's one kind of difference in that that's one less dash awakening that Wolfman could take. Yeah, and another one as well, right? Mako getting 2 dash awakenings puts her back to those pre-nerf levels where she could be a huge menace whenever she has the ability to click her drum and bass. So that's a big advantage, I think, in terms of drafting for the side of Koyo. And we'll see if that actually snowballs into it, because Beelzebub does need to outpace Wolfmang on the draft in order to get it. But that's a little hard to do in Mako.
It's a little hard, but he's managing it right now, even if it's only by just a little bit. And the defense for Koyo is holding up really well, too. These tornadoes from Julak have actually been great, but a really good anomaly there from Cliff stops the clear, and Julak's suddenly low, and it's back and forth. It's a very back and forth first set, and I would not be surprised to see either team win. Great save there by Beelzebub. Also, Kudash throwing up the secondary, not quite getting it out there. Wolfmang making it really hard for Beelzebub. Great save. Daru intercepts. Julak looking to put it in, gets it off the secondary. Finishes this first set. 3-1 for Koyo.
Yeah, big. And if that is a Mako MVP, yeah, it is. This is really scary, especially Super Surge, yeah. It's going to be taken away, I'd imagine. And that means that this game might be decided before it even began. This Mako is huge. This Zentaro is sort of denied, right? Has some options. Actually just decides to deny instead. So with the hot shot going over to Rasmus to deny the rune, there's just a lot of value picks coming out from the side of Koyo that I think they have a very big advantage coming out of this. And the Mako Air is going to scale just as well as the rune Zentaro. So this is scary. This is really scary. Just like, a couple minutes into your series and already you're in a crazily disadvantaged spot, I think.
And then both variants go down just on top of it. The Era Monu seems like it'll probably help solve the slight issue Koyo has with actually just getting it past an Atlas here, but they haven't really been struggling with it. Their offense has just been so smooth, and the big thing that I can see here for Pudad and Sons is they keep getting Julak low. It doesn't matter if he just runs up and secondaries the core in, but they keep getting Julak low. I think there's the chance to aim for some power plays and try and lengthen these points, get those stacks up for Cliff and let him really run wild, but if they can't do that, it's a pretty bad spot already.
Yeah, agreed. And on top of that, the only damage that they really got was the spark of strength on the Atlas of all strikers. So that's gonna be hard to really get that win condition. They didn't really get anything that helps them get to that. So We'll see if they'll be able to. And look at Beelzebub, right? On the Mako, completely uncontested drum and bass. Gets so much value off of it, especially because Wolfman is coming back to help on defense. That it is going to be very hard, but we'll see if the side of Pudad and Sons are going to be able to adapt. Right now, a very, very scary shot from Daru. Unfortunately, goes wide. As Julak, though, since the core up, going to be intercepted here by the unstable Anomaly drum and bass, though. Look how fast Daru and Julak are running. They're going Mach 10 with just their move speed, but a good flip is able to open up the net. That being said, Julak now going to be contesting Cliff, wins that strike force, sends it over to Daru, and the flip has to be made. 50-50 shot goes the way of Koyo. And again, a big advantage coming out here, 2-0 on the set.
Yeah, it's a little weird for me, but it just feels like Koyo's out. Well, I guess it's not that weird that they're just outspeeding them, because this Mako is just really not getting contested. And even when she is contested, you have Era's secondary instead. And look at that huge Monumentalist Tornado. Puts up so much pressure, and suddenly it really, really looks like it's about to be 3-0 in this set to Koyo. Daru dribbling, tries to put it in, can't quite do it. Julak with the back pass to Beelzebub. There's a great anomaly again from Cliff, but he's trapped in there for a little while. Beelzebub walking up with the flip. Julak about to get his as well. Julak can't get it past Wolfmang, though. Wolfmang does get the first barrier here, but Daru has the core again in front of the net. There's the primary, and Beelzebub walks all the way up there and flips, puts it in the top corner, and it's a quick 3-0 for Koyo.
Yeah. Ugh, bit scary. Beelzebub, even on that strike shot Maka, right, of all goalies, getting very aggressive, so that's a bit scary. A couple things I'm looking at here, right? Extra special on the Era with Monu. Era enhanced by Monu has a usable secondary, but going to be passed up on for the twin drive. Going to deny the Alice, which makes sense, but I think that Pudash is going to be overall pretty happy. He still gets his double spark. The Zentaro here gets extra special, which has actually been something that's been pretty good on Zentaro, right? You get more damage, you give yourself more survivability and mobility with that. And Timeless actually falls all the way down to Rune, which I think is going to be interesting. This is not as explosive of a draft as draft number 1, but I think that this actually is favored towards Pudad and Sons. They got a lot of their bis here, but that's not what you want to see coming out for your first point.
No, honestly, I was going to agree with you there too. I feel like Pudad and Sons got a better draft there, but apparently not. All you have to do is double barrier with this Era. There's so much more speed now that she has that twin drive as well. They're always going to be running around here at Mach 5, just making sure that they can get to everything. And Daru now is the one who's low health. While Cliff and Pudash are dealing with him, Wolfmang is 1v2ing, puts the core in, and signs of life from Pudad and Sons.
Yeah, glimpse of the ocean, for those of you who are familiar with the lore behind Pudash and Sons here. But a little bit of a glimpse. Hey, and you know, always in a situation like this, it is important to remember where you came from. And right now, Wolfmang is feeling great. He's doing a lot of these very aggressive plays, and it's being rewarded for it. So this is a little bit of a tempo swing, showing the actual advantage that we predicted for this draft here. Because I think the mobility, the extra pressure that comes out from all those Oni blades can actually mean a lot. Already, though, Cliff able to get one goalie barrier there. The slashing strike not enough. Death touch met immediately with a banish. As again, that Oni's blade giving some pressure, forced to burn the flip here for Beelzebub. A good strike roar win by Cliff. Not going to mean much though. It's currently Daru is wreaking havoc on the barriers. The flip comes through, good, but he's stopped here by the Atlas Expanse. A good primary coming out here from Julak to keep the core forward. Wolfmang trying to take the core, gets so, and Beelzebub is too slow to reach it. No strike shot as well as that slow roller goes in. Signs of life here as we put one foot into the water here for Pudad and Sons.
That was a really interesting point. Pudash actually ended up on the wrong side of the map because he got revived by his own ultimate, but they managed to bring it back all the way there. Beelzebub did not have the primary, he just shot it up at Pudash, and this flip is just a little bit too slow. Suddenly it's 2 barriers down and none for the side of Koyo, but there's the first one with that flip. Beelzebub's ult is gone. but the Great Strike War manages to save this last barrier. Wolfmang's not interrupting this secondary so much as getting hit by it. And his health is so low. Again, great heals here coming out of Pudash. Beelzebub goes up, Julak unable to hold the barrier, and Wolfmang and Cliff putting up a lot of pressure. The anomaly is there, but Wolfmang doesn't even need it. Hits it into the bottom corner, and a great set win from Pudad and Sons.
Feel the rain coming, and Wolfmang getting an MVP. The cooldowns of that Oni Blade really actually giving him that little bit of extra oomph that he needs. And Wolfmang is interrupting Beelzebub. Like, it feels like they are making a much more active effort to do so in that previous point, and that's going to be vital. Coming off of that too, I'm looking at bulk up. This bulk up is going to be really good. Actually, I know why the build diff deny is there, but this bulk up is very, very scary regardless of who it goes on. So another thing as well, team player, right? This is a big ticket kind of pickup for basically any goalie. So that's going to have a lot of power spike as well. So even though the deny came through, even though that 1-2 punch is going to give some very good core speed to Cliff, I think that Daru has a Thanos build right now, and that is going to be something that Pudad and Sons have to really respect if they want to make their way back into this game.
Up for them. There's a lot of issues going on with the builds that are really aiming this towards Koyo, but it doesn't matter at this moment. Pudad and Sons do manage to get both barriers down fairly quickly. There was a really good anomaly from Cliff that totally nullified the Era Tornado, and they're just able to hold on. It's a bit slow.
No way.
But we all know Daru scored that, right?
The downside of Hotshot, I guess, is that if you hit angles like that, you got a slow goalie, and this Mako, right? No move speed to her name. Like, just what? I think how much? Yeah, less than 500 move speed to her name, so that could go very poorly in a lot of those situations. And because of that, yeah, Pudad and Sons are able to eke one out. Wolfmang with some very, very aggressive plays here that I think I'm liking right now, but it does put him in a vulnerable situation here now. Cliff as well, not much better of a situation, as the recovery drone going to be taken out very early in the set. Good flip from Pudash, immediately followed up by Wolfmang. Well timed here. Other than Taro dash, but not going to be enough to get through Beelzebub. Now the ensnare drums come through, going to be clear nonetheless. Pudash and Sons are going to have to hold yet again. Good Astral Expanse going to be sent out to prevent that goalie barrier from going down. Now the drum and bass going to be there, interrupted by Wolfmang. Fine again, and these amazing strikes are coming through though from Pudash, remaining calm in these situations. But Wolfmang still has to convert, and so far that isn't happening.
Shots from Pudash have been getting better and better as this game has gone on. He's gotten some really, really clutch moments here, but a lot of the pressure here on offense from this side of Koyo is just not coming out. I mean, stuff like that is happening too, but I feel like there's a little bit of a misconnection between Daru and Julak. Neither of them is positioning wrong per se, but they're not positioning with each other in the way that I would really hope to see them. It's a really tough thing, especially in overtime with a barrier up for each team player making the core go crazy, and there's just so much speed here. But the first barrier does go down, or I guess the third, and there we go. Wolfmang with the secondary puts it in, doesn't use the flip, neither does Beelzebub, and suddenly Pudad and Sons are 1 point away from taking us to set 5 here, Brickbat.
Yeah, I see clouds in the sky, and we're waist deep in water right now. I think that Wolfmang has a flip as well, has something to work with here, which is going to be very good. Pudash and Sons are clawing their way back, but this is a little bit dangerous now. Atlas Expanse going to whiff, and that's going to be a quick goal afterwards. No one there to interrupt Beelzebub. Unfortunately, Wolfmang fully rotated back, and we're talking about this momentum that is building up for the side of Pudad and Sons, but that could be taken away in an instant. Beelzebub and Daru both have incredibly strong builds, and that could take the game away at any moment if Pudad and Sons are not careful. Again, 2 double barriers go down very quickly. The flip from Julak also threatening as well, but as of right now, the flip from Beelzebub is going to be found. Flip as well, matched by Pudad, but it's just going to be traded and sent into the net. All flips down, low energy on every side here as we get into potentially game point.
Really great angle there from Julak, just putting it where Pudash can't reach it. Even stood in the black hole to get that flip off to make sure it hit. I wasn't sure that was the right play, but it turned out, they're playing, not me, and they were absolutely correct on that. Beelzebub trying to get this up there. He's getting interrupted again by Wolfmang, but every time they put damage onto Wolfmang, you are seeing this Pudash ultimate come out. The Atlas ultimate just healing him up. A lot of pressure again, but all three people there means they're just beating the strikes off of Era and Rasmus.
Oh,
I don't actually know how he died up there, but I don't know how they held the barrier either. Daru gets the other one. Beelzebub passes it up to himself. Julak pressing Daru up here. Koyo trying their best to finish it, and Julak just wins a strike war with Wolfmang. Nobody saw that coming on the field, and Koyo bring that set back to win the first game 3-1.
Yeah, really good timing on Julak for that in between the first and second parts of the Zentaro primary, the Slice and Dice. So a mid, post-slice, pre-dice strike. And that's going to win them the game. And that's got to be a heartbreaker for the side of Pudad and Sons. It feels like they were really building up momentum, and Wolfmang was really going crazy. But at the end of the day, the builds were a little bit too much to overcome. Daru, Julak, and Beelzebub able to utilize a lot of that core speed and take a lot of early advantages, getting, I believe, 2 double barrier points basically right away. And when that happens, all the momentum in the world, unfortunately, cannot come and save you. Top of that, right, I think Julak, I believe Wolfmang got sent off on that last point by an Era Tornado, a stray Era Tornado that got him when he wasn't looking. And those are the things you have to look out for, unfortunately. And it blindsided Pudash and Sons, and they're going to unfortunately have to pay for that with their first loss here in the series.
Yeah, it's a rough one, but going back into this, at the very least for Pudash and Sons, you can look forward and say, that was their map pick, we were bringing it back, we're going to Oni Village next. Presumably they have some confidence in their own strategy for that map, and it's not the momentum you want, but if you're going to lose the first game, at least you made it close there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And there were some awesome plays to look past upon. I don't think this isn't a Pudash and Sons that I think are shaken by any means. So
No.
I think they could absolutely follow it up here in game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it, and I guess we'll be right back with that, right, Brickbat?
We'll be right back, yeah. All right, we're back. Game number 2 here on the Village, in the Village, going for a nice little trip to the Shinto shrine down there. Wait, I didn't... Yo, that, the apartment down there has numbers. 4860. I wonder if that means
Where?
anything. If you look by the Shinto
the
shrine,
address. Yeah, it does have
that's
an
an
address.
address. But I mean, surely that's like an in-joke. Like the developers know what's going on with it, right?
I would bet it's maybe near where Audi headquarters is or something like that,
Yeah. Do you think that car is parked down there? Do you think that guy just parked in the middle of the road?
I think he's driving.
But he's not moving.
Yeah, but there's a stoplight or something
Those are lanterns. Look at it. Look, yeah, Daru's looking to take a peek too. Those are just lanterns.
Those are lanterns, but it's
He's just parked in the
underneath.
middle of
I guess you're right.
Yeah, what's going on in Oni Village? Audi? Okay, sorry, I saw that and I let myself get distracted.
I think is game 2 of Pudad and Sons versus Koyo, and Koyo took the first point again. That's sort of a bit of a throwback to the last one, but we do have a really interesting pick. Have this Octavia here. No Dash Awakenings to start with, but it is a Reptile Remedy looking to keep this Octavia alive and put up a lot of pressure on a really big open map like Oni Village. Octavia Primary also really good for just forcing it past those melee goalies. But The other things that are good are, Dubu Wall going up there, just pushing so far forward, not letting Pudash find a good clear, and a really interesting dribbles here from Beelzebub and Julak. Daru unable to follow up on that flip from Julak, and Wolfmang has one of his own, gets the barrier, then flips. Doesn't manage to do anything with that, but Daru with the actual perfect angle. The umbrella just pokes it in past Atlas, and it's 2-0 Koyo.
What a shot. Well played from Dario, but I think this Octavia is a little strange. I also think, generally speaking, I've come to the conclusion that I think Juno is really good. I think she is actually really, really good right now. And I feel like Juno genuinely just are... Not genuinely, but really doesn't have losing matchups outside of midfielders that aren't really in the meta anymore. My thoughts come to mind are Kai and Chakara, but Chakara's mostly played in the goalie role nowadays, and Kai really hasn't been seeing much use anywhere. And because of that, I really just feel like in the modern meta, Juno really doesn't have a counter pick. She does good into all the other strong matchups, and I think on Oni Village in an open map where core speed can really shine with this spark of strength, it's a little scary. And I think that this Octavia could potentially have her win condition denied from her, right? With the Reptile Remedy, it does get alleviated a little bit, right? The kill Octavia plan becomes very hard because Octavia touches the core so much, generally speaking. So we'll see if that actually manages to happen. We'll see. Cliff does have to kind of play ball hog for a little bit in order to actually get past this Juno, and that's a big if, I think, in this game. So as of right now, though, Pudash is holding just fine, as unfortunately a caster curse in the first set gonna go over to Koyo. But what I just said is what needs to happen. It feels like Cliff really needs to start to kind of put his team on his back, essentially, on the midfield, or else they're gonna struggle, really, I think, to get past Beelzebub.
Yeah, and the one of the things that you're really looking for with Octavia is these high draft positions, and there's 2 Dash Awakenings here right now, and that means that they're actually not going to bother to deny either. She's probably taking Explosive here, then? She takes Super Surge.
Yeah, I think it's Super Surge because it's 5% more. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, and the impact difference is just not significant enough, especially on Octavia, who I think is base 75 power, right? You're not going to be looking to KO or get any kills or anything like that. So just getting the extra 5% speed, even though that is like pretty small, it's not nothing at the moment now. Yeah. So I think that's why Cliff ended up going for it. In fact, it helped him out there to get the core just in time. So we'll see. Though that being said, 1 Dash Awakening means that CTL is now on the table for a very strong Awakening pick, and that's going to be very hard for any member of Koyo to deny. So that is a potential advantage that could come later in draft as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You've seen the incredible Cat to last Dubu. Those stuns last so long, Richbad. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure.
The other thing is that it actually makes those oh god, I'm completely spacing on words. Creations last longer, and Beelzebub have been walking up a lot this game already to put extra pressure onto Pudash. Daru and Julak are really using his help. Wolfmang tries to get it in. A great save there from Julak means that can't really get it done. A flip here gets eaten by the blob. Julak tries to jump over Wolfmang, can't quite get it. Lots of flips here now. Julak about to pick one up too. And it's a little awkward. You can't get past this Atlas, but a great kill from Wolfmang actually just puts Beelzebub in the ground. Whole flip gone. And again, 3 flips near the goal line. None of them are used. Wolfmang manages to get this one out. And a lead here for Pudab and Sons.
Yeah, this is still pretty strong. This is a double-sized Rasmus, which can win a lot of those interactions in the midfield line. Unfortunately, Flip goes a little bit erratic, which is fine. Julak gonna blow his own to potentially get tempo for the second one here, but it's gonna be denied away here. The expanse of Pudash a bit too good to stop some of those core flips. Now gonna be barriers traded for both teams. Base drop comes through as the pendulum swing doesn't get the hit stun. That's gonna be needed to get through the wall, but wow, what a great strike shot coming out from Pudash here. Flip comes through to prevent the pass from going through, but it's still going to be made. The expanse going to be waited out, which is a little scary, but the clear is going to be caught by Wolfmang here. A quick 2 points here for the side of Pudad and Sons. And hey, we've seen this before. Seen the storm clouds gather, but there's still a bit of an uphill battle to go. That being said, if Cliff does end up winning, he's not going to get MVP. I think it's going to be Wolfmang, which might be rough.
Yeah, Wolfmang is almost certainly going to get it. Wolfmang is almost a level up on everybody in the game. He is a level up on everybody but Beelzebub, I think, right now. Cliff just hitting level 5 as well. And that's some of that XP that's really, really going to come in clutch here for this Octavia. Unfortunately, can't quite get there. Runs out of her secondary. Beelzebub pushing so far up with the flip. Tries to get to Julak. Luckily doesn't own barrier. And Julak and Daru looking to make something happen here. And Julak does. A lot of threat from Daru makes Pudash evade, and the core goes straight in the bottom corner. Great point for Koyo.
Agreed. It felt like Pudash was like a little bit jumpy with it. I think it feels like he reacted to the hook, which he was expecting to be a topspin. And because of that, it's unfortunately a little bit of a goal that, yeah, just unfortunately a goal that was scored right there, just slow roller. So right now, though, Pudad and Sons certainly not out of it. Still going to be advantaged here in the set. That being said, able to get one barrier, but it's the second one that's going to be most important in this situation. Going to be defended by Pudash, but Daru potentially with another opportunity. Beelzebub with a good use of log to get it past Wolfmang, and the second goalie barrier is going to be found. Flow state now popped by Cliff, going to be scaling up here as well. Able to get it past Julak as well. Sonic Boom comes through to refresh the duration, but unfortunately the core goes through, and that's not going to be it, actually. The Astral Projection is able to save it. The creation from Atlas as well is going to last just long enough. KO going to be found, but it's a 1v1 situation. Daru actually whiffs the pull, which means that power play is going to come through for Pudad and Sons. Overtime has hit. Cliff with possession of the core. Pull to hit stun from Wolfmang doesn't find the value that it needs, but good core mechanics coming through. Cliff able to now push it through into the net yet again for Beelzebub, and finally it goes in. Pudad and Sons able to get that pressure, keep the pressure, and eventually the Dubu's going to crack. Pudad and Sons able to get this second set here.
This is the issue with Strike Shot Dubu, right? He's not able to glide around like Mom Boots. He can't really cover this open net. It's so wide here on Oni Village. And, I mean, Octavia doesn't get her, counts to last, but Fight or Flight, that's a pretty darn good one, I think, for Kvet.
Yeah. 100% agree, right? Slit kicks 2, welcome back crossover, essentially here, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of mobility. That being said, it is matched by the stacks on stacks, which is hard to take off, right? That is a Octavia, an Atlas, and the only hope you're really going to have of getting that stacks removed is going to be Rasmus finding kind of a Hail Mary KO. So you're going to want these sets to end very quickly if you are Pudash and Sons, and that is honestly easier said than done against the Dubu on Oni Village. So if Julak is able to get those stacks scaled, it's going to be a little bit scary. So it's going to be, I think, kind of the defining awakening almost for the rest of the game, most likely.
Yeah, it'll be really important to keep an eye on those stacks, but we did see a KO at the end of the last set that was from Cliff, just hitting that Octavia ultimate, pushing Julak off the side with a full energy burst, so don't count Cliff out on these KOs either. Great defense here by Pudad and Sons. Manages to hold on to it. Cliff up close with the flip. Can't quite put it in. Keeps the flow state going at least. But Daru... Oh, never mind. Daru can't quite stop it from getting it. And Cliff, just the last vestiges of that, will manage to put the goal in for Pudad and Sons.
That was a super surge difference. Explosive.
You're right.
I haven't gotten that. Yeah, I was like... It was almost dead there for a few seconds, and Cliff able to save it. Wolfmang right now able to get one barrier, a little bit of a misclear from Beelzebub, but hey, a barrier gotten nonetheless. Now though, the pressure's looking a little bit scary. The Atlas creations and the explosive Sorry, the base drop gonna come through. Flip comes through from Daru, gonna be defended away though by the astral projection here.
That's
Now Wolfming
coming out right there.
It's what?
2 flips. Beelzebub
yeah.
flipped, Daru flipped. And there's finally the Pudash flip. But they managed to get almost all the energy off of them, and they kept their barrier up. There's another flip. The defense has been so good, and literally couldn't even get the caster curse out of my mouth before Pudash lost that barrier there, Brickbat.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. But ooh, a good pendulum swing. Now gonna snipe away that second goalie barrier. Open net for both teams here. Cliff trying to get it past Julak, the slime. A little bit of a presence. Pull comes through from Daru. But the flow state not going to be interrupted crucially. Now as we get into overtime, Red Core coming through with his team player. Going to be very scary in the village, but what's also scary is that Juno in overtime, Mach 30 slime core speed there. That's going to be evening up the set here.
We look at it really quickly. That's 92 stacks for Julak. Not quite there on the speed, but it is ramping up. And there's still a 2 or 3 points to go in this set. Daru can't quite get it with the top spin, but look, their clip again almost takes Julak off the board, and that would have made those stacks disappear. Oh my gosh, Brickbat.
Yeah, very scary, but unfortunately not going to be found, and that's going to be a strategy that needs to happen. But for now, things are just going all the way for Koyo. Everything is Koyo favored right now. The points, the stacks, the times of the goals is going to them right now, and they are advantaged to take this set. Cliff has to find something here, and it's going to be a big set to win potentially as well, right? Almost guaranteed the MVP here from getting as many levels as Cliff has. And Aerials is still in the rotation. Castellas still in the rotation, right? These are big things that could change the game in its entirety if Cliff is able to access them, but as of right now, things are not looking too good. Open net for Pudad and Suns, but it's unfortunately going to be matched here. Good slime by Julak. Strike shot now sends the core away, but it's going to be right into the hands of Daru, and Pudash unfortunately just pixels away. Not able to grab it, and you just have to hope that it's going to be Daru here in the MVP, and it is! Which means that the deny of this Castellas might be a little bit scary, but it's not even there. That has to be a heartbreaker. No aerials, no Castellas to speak of.
He's taking recovery drone.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got triple size with Might now, and Reptile, just in case. It's a little bit of a strong build there for Daru. Not too much movement speed or anything like that, but if he can just be in your face and really put the pressure down, it's going to be really hard to deal with this Kazan. The hot shot goes over to Rasmus again. Pretty good. I'm honestly looking at this missile prop for Beelzebub a lot. He's been using strike shots and his creation so aggressively all game there. He tries to get Cliff with the Dubu wall immediately. Can't quite get it, but the added strength here is going to let them put so much more pressure, and there's the strike shot too.
Yeah, a little bit of revenge for what happened earlier here with Pudash, but this is going to be a 50-50 shot taken by Daru. Oh, but the creations are there. The defense comes through for Pudad and Suns. And a good secondary. Oh, going to be taken away. Cliff strikes it perfectly. As soon as the stun is over, takes that point away right in front of Beelzebub's hands. And that's a bit of hope. If you win this and Cliff gets MVP, you are very likely to win the set afterwards with the amount of awakenings on this Octavia, or sorry, the awakenings that this Octavia has. Not to mention, actually, funny kind of thing, this is a 110 power Octavia now because of the bulk up Reptile Remedy.
Oh.
Dubu comes through. The missile propulsion going to be taking out 2 members here, Pudash and Suns, and it looks like we are watching the inevitable. The flip comes through, gets sent right in, and honestly, if you're Pudash, you're just happy you got the flip.
Yeah, I don't think, I'm not sure if I agree with the flip, but with the respawn timers, what they were, I think probably right, actually. Great job from Beelzebub basically taking that point by himself. That's a goalie solo carrying on Dubu, you know?
Yeah, 100% agreed, and it's going to be, if something that continues, Pudash and Suns are going to be a bit scary. The damage is ramping up yet again. Wolfgang and Cliff narrowly avoiding early deaths there as well. As Daru, one more opportunity, gonna lose the strike whir. It's good striking from Cliff despite the size disadvantage comes through. The flow state's there, but Octavia gonna be denied, which is incredibly unfortunate. Now, Beelzebub looking to play aggressive again. Look at that positioning, looking for another missile prop ulti here onto Wolfgang, I'd imagine. It's overtime now, only seconds away as it now comes through. Wolfgang, though, able to survive it. The strike shot almost takes the goal, but it's going to be cleared away by Pudash. Close corner clear comes through. Good pendulum swing from Wolfgang to confirm, but they got to save it. And unfortunately, the Juno takes that cross clear, takes the goal, and now we are at series point in favor of Koyo.
Out of nowhere, and that's really the strength that this Juno can have all the time. Any single slightly messed up clear from your goalie, and Juno can just eat it alive. Julak so good there. The topspin from Daru almost catches Cliff, but Cliff survives with a full flip. If Pudad and Sons manage to take this one, it's going to be on him, especially with Wolfgang in the dirt. Pudash just slightly too slow with the ultimate. Cliff, though, on defense is holding up quite well. Really, really well, in fact, almost takes the barrier. Pudash manages to get it out. Wolfgang is back, and that's not what you want to see on the power play. If you're Koyo, there you go. Get the top barrier. Great job by Pudad and Sons. Cliff still running around. Got this thing. Wolfgang pushing up. Cliff trying to get there. Gets slowed down a little by the Juno. Finally has to take a breather, but this Dubu wall means that there's no breather for Pudad and Sons. Beelzebub with the team player pushes it forward. Daru has flip. Julok steals the core away from the other side. Daru flips after it's gone. Beelzebub manages to save it. Wolfman can't quite get his hands on it. Daru unable to get it past Pudash. And Cliff here lurking with this flip. Doesn't need it yet. The Blob's here to save the day, and Daru, no! Pudash tries with the Atlas second hitting. Spance can't quite get it. The angle isn't there. Julok scores, and it's a 2-0 here for Koyo.
Yeah, two heartbreaking ending points, it feels like, for the side of Pudad and Sons to end the series. And that's tough. That is a tough series loss, but we saw a lot of really great plays. This was a team that, coming out of it, right, 1 minute into the series, we're talking about a massively disadvantaged draft, but almost matches some very, very good comebacks here in games number 1 and 2. That being said, right, Koyo, clearly the better team on the day, are deserving of this 2-0 win. And I think, in my opinion, Julak had so many good moments there in that, so many clutch up moments, especially with the Juna here in Oni Village, but especially, right, even to end that previous game on the Era, played incredibly good, actually outscored his brawler in this one, I think earning the MVP for me in this series. So, well played to all members of Koyo, however, and for Pudad and Sons, still looking good, despite some of the disadvantages that they were given here in the series with draft. But still, I don't want to detract away from Koyo. Koyo clearly played better on the day. They played phenomenally, and if they keep that up, they're going to be looking good here as we pass the halfway season mark.
I think Koyo are 4-1 right now. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember exactly. But they're in such a good spot to get into the playoffs. And on the other side here, Pudad and Sons, I think, are sitting at 1-4. They're not quite able to get there. They're playing a lot of these games close, a lot of these points close, but you have to clutch up and get those W's or you're not going to go to playoffs. And it's looking a little rough for this team.
Yeah, it's scary. You know, your week 5 is done. You've only got 4 more weeks. You're past the halfway point, right? Only got 4 more weeks to prove that you are playoff eligible, and every loss hurts. At this point, no matter where you are in the standings, every single loss hurts. So if that's how you're gonna, if that's what you're coming out of week 5, you gotta look and start praying, because things are going to get out of your hands very, very quickly if it continues to come in, if losses continue to come in. So For now, though, the final thing that I'd like to conclude the series of, pointed out to me by production here, I think potentially an NAS first, but 0 orbs from Daru. I don't think I've ever seen a game in the
How?
NAS. Yeah, with 0 on Oni Village too, right? I don't
How do
think
you
that's
get
ever
enough
happened.
orbs?
Yeah, I feel like it's like you never like think about the orbs, but like normally you like stumble into one, surely, right? Like the muscle memory grabs. I don't know. Daru was locked in clearly, so that might be an NAS first. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Regardless, right? I don't think I've ever seen a 0 orb game. That's interesting. That's how we're gonna end off this series. Unless Cat Koopa, you have any parting thoughts?
I have no thoughts. I just like
Awesome.
there's no orbs.
True. No orbs, no thoughts, and no more time here left in the series. I am Brickbat, joined by Cat Kupo. We'll catch you guys around for whatever comes next.
Bye bye, besties.
All right, and welcome to NAST Week 5, Frickin' Esports versus Furrets. Game 1 here on Atlas Labs. I'm Lego Mage. I'm here with Hamster Quest today.
What is good, y'all?
Series.
Yeah, I'm really excited to cast this, obviously, because I am a player of frickin' esports, so they wanted a really biased cast. I don't think I'll take it that far, but, you know, I'll give my credit where credit's due.
Absolutely. It's a built diff, stacks on stacks start as well, so size versus speed. Furret preferring the size here with 2 members picking up that built diff, and actually both sides gonna have 2 members on that extra size. Already an open goal here for frickin' esports, and it will be Furret taking the first point in game 1 right now, but Hamster Quest looking at these team comps, what are your opinions on the picks coming in here?
Yeah, I definitely do have some thoughts. Both teams are definitely playing like traditional roles. You can see a traditional brawler, a traditional midfield, and then Rasmus has been played so much in the goalie position these days that looks obviously not out of place. So the compositions are fine. I was a bit interested why Zen went the size over the stacks, but honestly for the strike wars, it makes sense. Andy's so huge, that's going to be important anyway. And, you know, look at the pressure that they have with that Estelle in there playing midfield. The matchup into Juno is comparable, but they have the range across both characters to really keep and box in and keep the core really close to Rasmus, where his primaries might not be as effective, and he's really relying on the secondary and the hook to do most of the work.
And so far, Furret off to a very strong start here with the first 2 points. Frickin' Esports looking to fight back, but Furret just rotating right back onto their side of the field, and Ripstick taking up a nice midfield position here, allowing Angle Senpai to fall back a bit. That picks up another barrier, a pass up around the black hole, and a power play starts here as well. Overgrown Lemon picks up the KO, and just big pressure coming out from Furret. A nice save from Andy, but it's not going to be enough.
No, yeah, the evade was so great, but the Soren angle, yeah, Overgrown Lemon's gonna pick that up no problem. That's a very aggressive start. I mean, they're moving the field, like as exactly as you should, and keeping your opponent boxed in like that. And just freaking Esports not able to get their foothold so far in the match, and more size is gonna go over to Zentaro, denying that from Rasmus, but he's honestly happy to pick up the team player. If you're freaking Esports the situation, you do want to look for alternative win conditions. You need to switch up your play somewhat. If you know, you're gonna lose that first set so fast, you got to be addressing what's going wrong and what are other ways you can win. I can also test that this jump training on Juno is gonna do some work too. Freaking Chris, obviously no stranger to the pick.
Furret off to another explosive start here. 7-second barriers just right off of that draft, and Overgrown Lemon already looking for the point. Picks up the KO though onto Andy, and a pass up to Angle Senpai here looking for the top corner. Freaking Chris trying to hold it down, but now Ripstick's up in the box as well, and Overgrown Lemon the slice and dice to put it away. Furret just keep on scoring. They're off to a really dominant start here.
Yeah, I don't even think we saw an offensive opportunity from Frickin' in that whole last point. Now they finally win a face-off though, but it's back to their defense side. They might have some room to breathe though after this KO. It's going to turn into a double barrier. The momentum boost from Ripstick is not going to be fast enough to cover that second barrier. Just a little bit out of position here, but freaking Esports needs to capitalize if they want to get this game back into the realm of winnable for them.
Adicam with a little opportunity there, but Furret holds it down for the first time. A nice topspin though. We'll be able to find Ripstick on the goal box edge there and stuff it in to the points. Taking out the goalie. One way to score here, but it's a long hill for freaking Esports to climb, and so far they're gonna have to rely on Edicam, I think, a lot in order to climb that.
A long hill and a tall hill. Like, you know, it's not every set you're gonna get a KO on every goal point to give yourself the opportunity to score on your opponent, let alone get the kill on the goalie too to really secure the goal. Now into this flip play. Well defended so far, but it's gonna be striked in by Angel Senpai.
Yeah, nice strike to get it through there. A little bit of a mix-up on whether that was going to Lemon or not, and Andy was forced to think really fast there. Now for it on set point yet again here. We do have some energy up for the side of frickin' Esports. Nice death touch here from Andy to rotate it around back to Edicam. You know, Senpai with the strike board picks up the KO off the piercing shot as well. And it's a power play, but against the power play here, Edicam able to burn the flip and pick up the second barrier. Overgrown Lemon not looking too healthy. Frickin' Esports might be able to salvage something from this core flip here from Andy. Catches Ripstick too far up. It's just gonna go right around, and frickin' Esports tying it up on set point here.
Yeah, Andy's got that map awareness, thankfully. I was a bit worried, right, because Andy is a very KO-centric player. He's always... I asked him the other day about, I'm like, what do you think's like the most like the biggest section you need to improve on as a player, and he told me, he's like, you know, I deliberately make some bad plays on purpose. Like, he'll throw cooldowns into the enemies just to damage them, and he's like, I might have enough resources to defend afterwards. And so when Overgrown Lemon was back there in the corner, I was really afraid he was just going to use that flip to try to KO, and Overgrown Lemon saw it coming, and thankfully he saw that angle to score the goal.
Now power play here for frickin' Esports with frickin' Chris picked up that KO. The second barrier gone now, and Andy up in the midfield looking to apply as much pressure as possible. We'll get their forward back online here. Angle Senpai, a quick blink back to catch that core. Send it back around for trying to get it past the Blobo, though, with a nice pass up. Edicam looking to find shots on the goal, but going to get KO'd for it. Staggered on Kazan, and the Thorns from Angle Senpai able to steal away from Andy, and that's both sides opened up. Furt with the power play, trying to work it up the field. Angle Senpai blinking in. The Blobo from freaking Chris sends it right back, but Ripstick trying to launch it back upfield. Overgrown looking to line up the secondary, but some nice defense from frickin' Esports, still holding it down. Frickin' Chris up to Edicam, doesn't find a shot here, might have another opportunity in the corner. The Blobo from frickin' Chris picks off Ripstick, though. A power play for frickin' Esports. They've got a flip to work with, but Overgrown Lemon trying to buy some time. Core flip from frickin' Chris, sends it screaming across the field to the top corner. Frickin' Esports. I mean, they're climbing the hill, making the comeback, and they tied the game.
They brought their gear. That last draft gave them the gear they need to surmount the summit of Mount down one set. You know, it's not the worst thing, but with how quickly they won that first set, we were really concerned there. But just a small misread on the jump. Angel Senpai forced to take that 50-50 and lose the guess on the shot on the goal, and that's going to be the bit of luck that frickin' Esports is going to use to get into the second set. And to a little icing on the cake, there's a first pick Juno Hotshot, recently nerfed, but still going to be pretty effective. Frickin' Chris already kind of red coring, especially with the speed from Andy's team player, the passes to frickin' Chris. So now they're going to move a very fast core, which is a great win condition, an absolute great win condition. I'll say it again, against Asher in the net. You have to shoot wide, you have to move the core fast, you have to pass if you want to score on an Asher goalie. And that's exactly what frickin' Esports have figured out.
That's where they've certainly been seeing their success thus far. A lot of damage onto frickin' Chris, though. At the moment, a piercing shot from Angle Senpai to finish him off, and that's both barriers down, though, for it. They have the power play, but Edicam, nice core control, just buying a few precious seconds here. Overgrown Lemon in the top side with the flip, looking for the primary. But Andy sent it back across, and frickin' Chris on the respawn forces Ripstick to find a Soren angle. Edicam looking to recover on the rebound. Pass splitter shuts it down, though. Both sides looking for some kind of hold on the core. It's going to be Angle Senpai here in the midfield. A nice pass across, but Ripstick with the core flip sends it back up to Overgrown Lemon. That's both sides going to be opened up here. Edicam looking to find more pressure. Frickin' Chris on the top side here. Not able to find a strike to line up, though. Edicam pretty low, but does have a flip available. Looking to possibly burn it here. The Zenol, though, pushes it back, but Edicam still able to find the core and strike it in regardless. Put frickin' Esports up 1-0.
Yeah, not the cleanest point, not to harp on frickin' Esports. A lot of like plays, we're going back and forth. It's very strange to have to track your teammates' cooldowns, but like we'll see like passes to Edicam where he doesn't have hook and like just burned it, and the pass is like just behind. It's like, had they just tightened it up, I was preparing to say why they didn't score that point, but hey, they found it anyway. They got you know, when you get the passing just right, you can score much cleaner. But hey, if you don't need it every point, then you don't need it every point. So I'll stop yapping about that.
For it here, they're gonna bounce back. Damage getting traded around, but it's Overgrown Lemon who's able to pick off frickin' Chris first here. Flip available for the forward and the goalie over here will be Andy burning it first as Overgrown Lemon's recovery drone gets activated there. Not too eventful of a power play as frickin' Chris will respawn, but Angle Senpai, a nice piercing shot to pick off the barrier. Andy was on the bottom side there, but Edicam with the top spin immediately evens it up, and that's a power play as well, though. Overgrown Lemon looking to kill the power play. A shot to the bottom, doesn't quite get the angle I was looking for. Now Edicam up to the top side, a little help from freaking Chris. Nice setup there.
Does. He gets the angle. Yeah, my God. Like, Lemon has been a player on the up and up. I'm gassing up the team that gets that either gets scored on or I'm critiquing the team that's scoring. I'm the weird caster, but yeah, no, Overgrown Lemon almost had the play there, and Edicam just executing just marginally better. It's turning this into what might be a set win for freaking esports here. They're just doing more with the pressure. Unfortunately, Ripstick doesn't have the tools at range that Andy does. And that's what's currently, I think, being capitalized on.
Here, Edicam there, forced to burn the flip. Andy able to pick up a KO there onto a staggered Overgrown Lemon, setting up the power play for the team. The Blobo plus Edicam able to pick up that second barrier now, and energy coming online for that frickin' esports back line. Launches a Blobo to the top side. A nice angle, but Ripstick right there, and with the corporate send it back. Oh. Andy caught out in the midfield. Ripstick finds the angle to bounce it around. Massive gap there.
Oh no, Andy, tune it out. Tune out the voice of Oppabug in your ears. Of a recent critique we had in scrims was that he's caught out of position, and that was the thing that he should work on. But hey, with how successful he's been playing so far, every goal he gets one.
That's for sure. Ripstick had his earlier in the match as well. But now Andy once again pushed up. Big offense there on that power play. Oh my goodness. And immediately Furret pick up a KO for their power play of their own here. Andy forced to defend, but just pushing back up into the midfield. What? One-on-one with Ripstick and wins it. The whiplash just enough. Ripstick did not strike it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
You know, it was the play I wasn't expecting, and you know, you can catch a lot of goalies off guard that way. You know, if I'm in solo queue and I'm in net, I will play significantly worse if my opponents are weirder. if I have the gold forward line on the opponent's team and I'm used to Omega, then wild things are going to be happening. Do not watch me when I'm playing like that. But what we do want to watch here is Andy just got more size, and he's got a lot of power out of it, and he's team player. Red cores might be happening way before overtime at this point, and now the momentum has absolutely just tilted in the favor of frickin' esports at this point.
Yeah, they've certainly been on a roll here, only needing one more set now to close out game one. They hope to keep it that way. Edicam able to bring down the first barrier and looking for a second one. A nice shot around Ripstick here, and a nice bounce favorably as well to set him right up as the goal gates open. All he's got to do is win the strike war, and in fact, Edicam will do that. Freaking esports, they're looking to close this one out.
Edicam says, "Oh, Hamster Quest, you say that's not clean? Let me show you this play." And delivers us that beautiful goal of a point. Now, only 2 goals away from closing out the first game. They can keep that clean play up. Let's talk slightly about what Furt can do here to change things up. Honestly, I like when Angel Senpai is coming back to help. Yeah, staying active on the defense side is going to keep these barriers up. You know, defend the angles that Ripstick can't, and try to force them to shoot directly on Ripstick. The passes need to be cut, and that is going to be a bit hard with the core speed, but we'll see what they can get done.
One barrier still up here for Ripstick. Edicam burning the core flip, not going to be too successful on that one. For it holding strong here and looking to battle back, attacking that top corner hard and rotating down to the bottom side. Ripstick moving up here as well. There's the Zenalt on the bottom side. Core flip from Overgrown Lemon. Fakes him out a little with the passive and then walks back for the strike. And for it, we'll be able to tie this one up here, 1-1. They're not just out of it quite yet. And they're still in it.
They are certainly still in it. You know, we talked a bit pendulum swinging the momentum in frickin' esports' favor, but you know, by no means do we say Furt is unable to capitalize on the offensive side. That has been here present the entire match. So honestly, if they're just getting the opportunities, then you know, screw all the macro play I'm talking about. They'll just be successful that way.
And Overgrown Lemon here taking a lot of damage. Getting beat up pretty hard. We'll be able to pick up the orb, but Edicam just keep it that way. Overgrown Lemon, though, still making plays happen. Opens up the goal here. Angle step by on the top corner. Doesn't quite find the shot. Andy gonna reset that recovery drone on the Zentaro here. Send him all the way back to the goal box. Now the ball in Andy's court.
Angle Senpai looking to recover here in the midfield. Blink up to the top side. Andy just barely fast enough to make that save. Overgrown Lemon still in position, but Angle Senpai just right to the bottom. Freaking Esports a little bit discoordinated on where that was going to go, and Furret going to walk away with another point here as they're one away from bringing this to set 5.
Yep, it's I mean, a close match, for lack of more insightful words. I mean, I'm just watching how they're attacking this, and it's oppressive each time. And even I think that was a slight mix-up. You know, once you've kind of download your opponent and get them to expect one thing, you just change it up on them. There they go.
Yeah, and I mean, just like that, Furret came out to a blazing start before getting taken over by Frickin' Esports. Now they're right back to it, and now it's set 5. Now it's anyone's game here. Big fish, more size on the board as well as quite a bit of damage. Spark of leadership showing up for anyone who might be interested in that.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where the size goes. I think it's gonna end up. I was gonna say probably on Asher, but Spark of leadership. Oh, she's got 2 sparks. That's why. I'm like, duh. But Andy's going to pick up that Deadeye prize fighter, not to be slept up on Juno. The power is going to turn that core red sooner, especially pre-overtime without Andy's help on the team player. Kind of everything makes sense here. I might have personally gone for the glass cannon. I kind of like being a small target myself and also getting the speed and the power that way. But hey, either way kind of works here.
A lot of damage getting dumped out early on to the back line here of Frickin' Esports as both their barriers fell pretty early on. For it taking the big attack come out, barely able to clear that out. Overgrown Lemon's secondary there. Now Ripstick up on the top side. Edicam should be able to get one barrier here. Angle Senpai forcing it back out, and Ripstick running up a pass splitter to the top corner, not able to connect. More shots on goal, but Overgrown Lemon, the recovery drone getting reset again here. Will whiff the core flip as well, but down on the bottom side might have an opportunity to make a play, though the Blobos is going to make that a little bit difficult. Edicam looking for this final barrier here at the top spin, but the core not able to connect. And Overgrown Lemon, another opportunity in this top corner as the Zen ult and a piercing shot showing up, but it's the Zen ult here that finishes it off as well as gets the KO on Andy. And Furret striking first in set 5.
Yeah, very important play from Angle Senpai there to CC the enemy goalie. You know, Andy was prepared to get the perfect strike timing off of that Zen ult, but you know, the Crystal Thorns. Sorry, the oh my God, I forgot my main's primary ability. The Estelle primary. They're getting the CC piercing shot.
Yeah,
of course. Okay.
Ooh.
Well, took up your play-by-play. All good.
All good. I mean, the piercing shot. There it is.
It's back again.
Piercing shot. Yeah,
but blink your eyes and it scores another goal. Is the reason for another goal scored.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Furret up 2-0 here at set 5. Andy does pick up a big KO there. They got 2 flips to work with. Frickin' Esports might be able to run away with this point here. A nice dash up from Ripstick to beat Andy in the midfield, but Frickin' Chris able to get back in time to hold both barriers. Still holding out against his power play, and Overgrown Lemon coming right back online, but Edicam with the top spin immediately takes him off the field again. Angle Senpai, a nice little sneaky strike around Frickin' Chris for the first barrier here. A tough battle for the second first barrier, but eventually Frickin' Esports will bring it down. Overgrown Lemon on respawn. Once again, looking to make this attack. Frickin' Chris has been very good on the defense thus far. To Andy, the top side, trying to force it up to Edicam, but Overgrown Lemon able to get in the way and open up the goal here. Core flip pass from Frickin' Chris over to Edicam, looking for the flip, but doesn't actually burn it here yet. Still in the corner, looking for it here, and there's the opportunity to get it through. Frickin' Esports.
Frickin' Chris, the absolute hero of that defense, saved 2 barriers. I think the last barrier twice with some jumps. They do have to spend 2 flips in order to get that goal, so they're at a unfortunate energy deficit here. Ripstick also been very active, getting down the field, not afraid to keep that pressure up, which has been very pivotal in how aggressive their offense can be. And you know, the only saving grace we've had so far for these guys, Frickin' Esports, was the KOs and the damage. Traded double barriers.
flip here from Angle Senpai to flip it around. Overgrown Lemon not able to connect. He's gonna get back to Ripstick. Freaking Chris looking for the pass, but Ripstick with the core flip pass up. Overgrown Lemon picks off the goalie, and it's a big power play here for Furt. If they can get it past Edicam, who's gone great on the core control so far. Angle Senpai up at the top corner, and enough primaries to force it through freaking Chris. Furt will be taking game one. They started off so strong, and they were able to finish it out despite a bit of a lull there in the middle here on Atlas Lab. And take a look at this stat screen briefly as well.
So it's so interesting to watch that these teams have clear strengths. We're seeing like pretty strong KO pressure from the side of freaking esports. I mean, the KOs are gonna say they're about even. I mean, Overgrown Lemon's doing his thing, but the fact that everyone is very active on freaking esports to get the KOs has been just giving them the space they need to be a bit more active and figure out what they need to do on the offensive side. We saw, I think, more attacking from where the first barrier take was than I'd like. I think against an Asher, they kind of had it solved in sets in the past, but when they spend too much time trying to attack on that side, Asher doesn't really care. That's the place she likes to be. And if you kind of bring the core a little bit back closer to your side and attack on that shorter side where the last barrier is, then you get a little bit more activity from your goalie, especially when it's Rasmus, the primaries, and getting on that side is a lot scarier because as soon as you see a passing play out of that too, freaking Chris can even jump out of there. Eddie Cam can hook or be active in any space around the short side, I'll call it, on at Lab, and unfortunately that wasn't utilized to the highest degree. That I think that might have been the one point that's in that fixable range of if you notice it, you can get it done. You're not going to be able to change your whole you're a KO player and just stop and focus on scoring. That might make you play worse. But that was the one thing I think I did catch that is in that fixable range that could be executed within a match.
Right, and game two here on Demon Days on a Monumentalist twin drive start here. Pretty interesting approaches. We see both teams taking a different approach to the twin drive start. Luna and Atlas, the classic duality of man here. And, I mean, already, frickin' esports off to a start with an immediate KO.
It's going to be an immovable force of Twin Drive Atlas. Just kidding. Against an unstoppable force of Twin Drive Luna. And so far, Luna in the lead. That's my analysis. You're welcome.
Yeah, I don't know how much there was really to analyze on that point. But maybe this point will be a little bit longer here. Edicam, nice pendulum swing to pick up the first barrier from around the back. As for it, looks to fight back. I mean, everyone took twin drive here. No one even bothered touching the Manu. Everyone, of course, on the Mag Souls. So nothing crazy on the starts, really.
Because Finney's out. It's like, I don't think I want Manu on anything else. Other than now, guess what? That's banned too.
Yeah. But for it, able to pick up their second barrier here and look for some kind of scoring opportunity. Spread out. Overgrown Lemon in position, just waiting to receive. Nice boost here from Andy to push it back up the field and picks up the barrier there as well. 2 flips available for frickin' esports. Frickin' Chris looks to bring it to the top side. Angle Senpai setting off that side of the field. But Edicam, though, looking to pull Ripstick out of the way. Andy boosting up here as well. 3-on-2, but for it holds strong. Overgrown Lemon getting the core back, but frickin' Chris now trying to fight back into Firewall Sentry. Core flip here from Edicam, jumping in as Angle Senpai with a flip of their own to steal it away, and over to Overgrown Lemon, dribbling in the corner here, but the Blobos come out on defense. Not too much happening off of that. Might have another opportunity here. A nice kick, but Cyberswipe going wide. It gets back to Edicam, who goes to the top, and finally picks up the point there. A really short point to a pretty long point there, but either way, frickin' esports bring it to set point.
All right, let's talk about what Edicam is doing here that is very critical. In fact, I'll try to point it out as we move to the offense side. See how he positions. He's walking towards the Atlas. Okay. Well, when you get back on offense. And the reason why you want to do this as Rasmus is twofold. because one, obviously your primary placement is important off the walls and into the barriers, but also it makes the secondary from Atlas significantly smaller, and so that he's playing to cover both of these things with just one simple positioning trick. Atlas players hate this, and be so effective. It's very good, very interesting.
Or finding something effective of their own, just taking frickin' Chris off the field and picking up the point here. Overgrown Lemon with the flip available to try and tie up the game. The Crater Maker, though, coming in. Andy had other ideas there. Healing's got a drop here from Ripstick as frickin' Chris. Not quite the angle they're looking for. Find that barrier, it'll be Furt who pick up the first barrier there instead off of the flip. Frickin' Esports looking to fight back. Have the Blobos here in the backfield. Not able to pick up any barriers still as Andy boosting up in, but Ripstick doing a really good job on that defense.
Jack.
Oh no. A modern tragedy.
That's okay.
Luda
You know,
betrayed.
That's why it's 2-2 right now. Every goalie gets one. And they can KO. And they didn't have that last round, really, so, you know, they'll get the opportunity this time, I believe.
Quick barrier here for frickin' Esports. Boosting in. Andy. But still, holding pretty strong on these barriers. They do lose them both here, but getting more consistent as these go on. They will be able to pick up one as bring it back around. Overgrown Lemon looking to get in position here. Nice clear here from Andy. Sends it back up to the forefront, but can't get it past the midfield line. Frickin' Chris finally able to force it across into the top corner. Edicam getting knocked around and not able to find a good shot. Is Staggerous to Burns flip to stay alive, but they're going to pick up the KO first onto Angle Senpai. Start their power play. Edicam trying to stay alive here and be careful. Now has the Whiplash up, looking for this top corner. Frickin' Chris able to recover, but nothing going into the net. As Angle Senpai respawns. And we head into overtime. Boosting in Andy. Not able to find much there either. Overgrown Lemon picks up a barrier on the return. Has the flip. Looking for the bottom corner right through frickin' Chris. And Furret take the first set.
Yeah, frickin' had the offense there for a good portion of that. Especially last point. Unfortunately, they were not able to find themselves a goal. And that's the threat of a Juliet Amy is you really only need one good attempt, and that's going to secure a goal, especially against a Luna goalie that only has so many tools to defend with, like bar, evade, and then doing something shenanigans. We'll point out, it's another hot shot going to Juno. This is the first time this season that frickin' Chris and Andy have both gotten their token character picks, and so hey, that first set went better for them than the last first set. So if they can get that pendulum swinging back in their momentum, especially if they're playing a bit of KO, everyone knows that KO scales obviously kind of hard. So in later sets, if they can get that damage up, then they'll be back online in no time. They're playing the defense good so far, mostly by having really good offense, but if they can keep that up, that's going to be another thing to watch out for. I was just going to say they're doing a great job of dodging Juliet dash punches, but that was mostly Chris.
Yeah, another big KO here for it as they open up the goal. Andy, risky boost there, and actually is going to get punished for it. Overgrown Lemon able to sink in the net. Andy getting back fractions too late there to make anything happen on defense, and Furret, he's striking first here in set 2.
Yeah, Overgrown Lemon with the bulk up, very iconically weak training / sarcasm. Chat. That training is good. He was able to get the kill on Edicam, turn that power play into a goal. Oh, unfortunate barrier angle missed, though. Edicam will clear it up. They turn it into a goal.
Both sides opened up here. Ripstick, too slow! Not quick enough. Pauldron's Atlas, the slowest man in the world, could not reach that one.
So,
that's unfortunate.
You know, I've been able to explain most things I see in the, or if I was asked to, I could explain most things I see in the draft, but Pauldron's Atlas is not really one that I would know how to explain. The character does damage, which I'm assuming they want to do to have Juliet clean up KOs, but I don't know, the value on Strike Shot Atlas is kind of crazy, especially after the primary, the projection nerf. You kind of really want Strike Shot if you're gonna pick goalie gear on Atlas, which is traditionally where he's played.
Yeah, it is. Oh my goodness. 4 seconds.
Play for you.
Yeah, no. I have been squandered. Overgrown Lemon with a 4-second one. Burt flurries off a double barrier.
It's not looking good either because they have so much energy advantage too into another barrier take. Freaking Chris though is playing really well today, honestly. He's been dodging the Juliet dash punches. He's been critical in the defense. He's been doing work on the offense. That was like the only thing that like perhaps he could like look for more solo plays when Eddie Cam isn't available to kind of like do it all himself. What a save!
Ooh, Andy.
Will it matter?
Andy's life for the core. 5 seconds on this goalie power play, but Angle Senpai able to slip it by freaking Chris and get it to the forwards. And for it, another set here that they're gonna walk away with. Overgrown Lemon gonna be the MVP. This is getting into really dangerous territory. They are 3 points away from taking this series.
All right, draft, is it going to be a short night or a long night? Julia doesn't get anything incredible. Fight or Flight is pretty nice, especially with Twin Drive. If she picks up a stagger on someone, she gets 2 jumps back, which is really funny. Imi's no way taking the specialized training, but I don't know. I don't know if this is enough damage to really tilt the match into freaking esports' favor. I think they're just gonna have to play kind of just around keeping the core, like playing a really nice box to really keep the core on the opponent's side without dying, you know, to Julia dash punch, obviously, because I don't think you're really gonna lose to damage here unless Imi gets like a ton of value. It's really gonna be your team that's doing more damage.
Yeah, speaking of damage, Ripstick actually have to heal himself there. I don't know if it was entirely necessary, but looking to stay healthy. Boosting in here, it's Andy. Gets hit with the expanse though, but they will pick up the barrier regardless. Freaking esports in a good spot to find a point. Not able to make it happen though. A bit of a dyssynergy on that forward line. Now for it with a chance. Fighting back, but Ripstick gonna whiff the Asper projection. Another one just slips right by him. Unfortunately, in frickin' esports now. Get the first point in the set, but I mean, now they have a real mountain to climb.
That's the kind of angle that wakes you up, you like smelling salts. My eyes wide open after that one. The core mysteriously fast because of the speakers on the side, speeding it up. Kind of wild play going on here. Also, right before that happened, you noticed both Angle Senpai and Overgrown Lemon committing a lot to the offense. I think both of them used like full kit aside from ultimates. We call them ultimates or specials. I don't even know. I forgot. I don't.
I think officially they're called specials in the game text. But
I see.
I mean, I say ult most of the time.
Yeah,
I mean, speaking of ults, that I'm the ultimate.
I'm used
Firewall Sentry. Yeah, set that up. Really nice. Made that really difficult for frickin' esports to do anything there. Prefer it to tie it up. Nice hook from Metacam. Hit stun Ripstick to pick up the barrier here. Now for it with some offense of their own. A glitch pot from Angle Senpai picks up the first one. The core, though, slipping back on the first side of the field. Core flip here from Edicam opens up the barrier. Now frickin' Chris with the breakaway in the corner gets KO'd by the glitch pop. Is going to lose the core flip for it, but another KO in return. It's a 2v2 here. The Angle Senpai take over the field. Edicam one-on-one with Ripstick has the whiplash. And in the top corner for Kid Esports on set point and staying alive.
Ripstick getting whiplash from that whiplash. Sent back to the first map on just an early whiplash. Scores another goal, and now they're just 1 goal away from turning this into a round win. Hopefully getting, I think a lot of damage trainings are still available. I was gonna say notably and then something, but I couldn't think of any. But I'm sure there's plenty. You know, we got a lot of trainings left as 2 rounds could be won by freaking esports if they keep up this pressure. Good passing plays. They need to hold this box against Atlas, and I think they're doing it very well right now.
Overgrown Lemon Try to make something happen. We'll pick up one barrier here with the hit stun. We bring out the flurries. A nice clear from frickin' Chris. Get it out of that Juliet ult there. Core flip comes out from Andy. Just enough to stall it and clear it out of there. Now the Firewall Sentry on the top side. Edicam taking quite a bit of damage from that. Now Andy on the bottom side. Another death touch here from Edicam. The pendulum swing as well from behind the barrier. Picks it up, opens up the goal. In the top corner here. A pass down to frickin' Chris. Wins the strike war. Plops a Blobo. There's Edicam on the top side. Angle Senpai making the clear with the cyber swipe. Now Andy forced to clear back out, but Angle Senpai picks up the second barrier. Edicam though on the breakaway, on the return, brings it all the way up and sinks it into the bottom of the net. Frickin' Esports, they're going to keep this game 2 going as they take that set.
Whiplash is most valuable cooldown of the match. Again, beautiful usage out of Edicam. No stranger to Rasmus, as I think can be just effective on forward as in net. Probably more effective even after nerfs. Rasmus is looking really nice in this match. But what are the teams rewarded with? It looks like it's gonna be, honestly, I don't know what quite happened here. Heavy Impact just got passed up by the entire roster. I don't think it was nerfed that much. We get a dash training on Juliet. This is getting a bit wild, but I think that's gonna be a mix-up that frickin' Esports need to be prepared for. I'm sure it's going to catch at least one person off guard, and that could be the last set that frickin' Esports play tonight.
Yeah, they're determined to keep this one going though. That ad rush might be just enough. They haven't gotten too many KOs with the Luna. See if they can amp that up a little bit here. Nice barriers taken from Edicam. And still 2 to go for Furret. Andy boosting up, not the greatest angle on that bumper, but gets it cleared out regardless. Now frickin' Chris up to Edicam. The Blobos here away, but Ripstick will hold. Now frickin' Chris another opportunity. Sets up a Blobo. Edicam with a whiplash, but it goes straight up here. Now looking for the pendulum to get set up. Ripstick, nice saves here on the goal line. Keeping it alive. Edicam, a lot of damage on here. Nice evade to stay alive. Core flip from Angle Senpai. Picks up one barrier. Another core flip getting traded on the back line. Overgrown Lemon eventually picking up the barrier. Gets KO'd for it though. It's a power play for frickin' Esports. Angle Senpai looking to make the 1-on-2 happen though. Frickin' Chris up to Edicam boosting in. It's Andy, and it's enough to get it through Ripstick, and frickin' Esports score again.
Good cleanup for frickin' Esports. Pressure on the bottom side. Exactly kind of where you want to keep it, unless you're clearing directly. Like Tempo Zero pass into the Luna dash, but hey, keep it on the bottom side. CC the goal, he fries in the bag. That point's gonna work like that. And it was kind of scary early because it felt like they had a lot of opportunities and they couldn't quite capitalize. Frickin' Chris had to do a lot of work on the defensive side as they had to do a few times tonight, but again, it's working in the final hour when push comes to shove. Frickin' Esports show up just enough to keep this game alive.
Available here for Overgrown Lemon, narrowly avoids that boost. And he almost had that KO, but still, frickin' Esports making big offense happen. Overgrown Lemon with a core flip, little punch there. Slowed down the core though. So frickin' Esports to recover. The boost not able to connect, and now for it pushing right back. But the blob goes here from frickin' Chris, bringing down the bottom corner. Core flip here from Ripstick, catches Andy, boosted away, and Overgrown Lemon with an open net. Totally available, all the space in the world. He's gonna pick up that point for Furret.
Right, anyone that knows me knows my comments on Luna Goalie is the feast or famine character, even on offense. It's like, I think I saw 3 boosts in a row that just unfortunately didn't connect in the way Andy wanted them to. I mean, it's 1 point apiece, right? So if they could just get it to work a little bit more than to not work. Honestly, it doesn't even have to do that, just as long as it turns into more goals than it turns into goals against. And we'll see. Luna has a boost now and a flip. Could this play happen? Doesn't need to.
It doesn't even need it. Freaking Chris credited there with that goal as the defense from Furret had a little bit of a breakdown there. Didn't quite get the read on where that was going, and now freaking Esports. I mean, they climbed the mountain last game and fell short at the goal line. Right now, I think they're looking to redeem themselves as they're making their way back up that same hill again, but with everything on the line this week. And Furret, 2 barriers and a goalie KO. They're putting that point away real quick. 4-4, match point, series point for Furret. But frickin' esports, they're on set point as well.
A sequence of errors, unfortunately, for esports. Crossing the point, good evade. I mean, they're so close. They're so close to making this all work. They didn't get that flip burned last time, but it only turns into a barrier against so far at this point. This is tense. I had more words to say, but honestly, this game's pretty hype. I'll say that.
Absolutely. It's certainly been a real contest in frickin' esports, battling back game after game so far, but opportunity here for Furret. Andy not able to get too far on that boost, but just enough to clear it out. Angle Senpai looking to burn this flip, burns it right here. What timing! Perfect timing to get just enough hit stun, and Furret will take the series off with that one. Frickin' esports almost able to bring it back twice, but just not enough to get past Furret here. They take the series 2-0.
Frickin' esports wanted the bias casting for me, as I am a substitute for that team. I didn't want to cast your curse, and I have some words as a player of that team, but hey, maybe now is not the time or the place. I have to give them credit though. They did put out a hell of a performance. I mean, they got to play the characters they wanted to play. That was awesome to see Frickin' Chris get Juno twice. It's always a pleasure to watch him on that. Credit obviously due to Kurt. I mean, Overgrown Lemon putting out LeBron numbers here on the Juliet as always, and I mean, Ripstick kind of cleaned up those positional things as being a slow goalie. I knocked on pauldrons, but hey, the space was there. The damage kind of converted a few KOs. I mean, he wasn't the most damage in the lobby, but hey, they closed out that win. I think they were much more successful on keeping the offense clean, picking the characters that just put the fries in the bag, dash punch, just jump in, secure the goals, piercing shot, you name it. Those are the characters they want to play, and they're going to win with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Case in point.
Yeah, a lot more consistent overall, I think.
You're saying Luna isn't consistent?
Maybe.
And that's all the time we have tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to watch the rest of the NASA games. More coming your way. I'm assuming that this isn't the last one. Thank you. I've been Hamster Quest, and I always will be. Joined by Lego.
Yeah.
Thank you, Potat, on the spec. Thanks to all of our crew and TOs. Always got to pay respect at the end of my casting. Got to do it. Sorry.
It's true. It's true.
Have a good night. Omega Strikers.
Hello everyone and welcome back to more nasty gameplay, and this time we have Wochills versus Chakara Eclipse. And interestingly, we have KenClam playing instead of Lyrian Liars for Wochills, and it's gonna be an interesting player to watch, as he was one of the main players who played during the qualification series for Wochills.
Yeah, so definitely good to see KenClam back. He's playing Kai. Aimi was taken by Crackley here. We will have to see what happens with the midfield, because ZZZ playing on the Dubu a little bit slow, despite, I believe, taking Among Titans. I think everybody has Among Titans, yes. Oh, except for ZZZ, who took EE. Okay, so they secured first point. I think it's wild. ZZZ is going to be a little larger than the rest of them, but obviously a little slower. So once again, KenClam coming in a little more important for KenClam to be present. But
yeah,
everybody kind of having some issues.
Yeah, it looks like there are some internet issues, I think. Probably on the side of Zonseki primarily, as he was lagging out that last point. But hey, in the meantime, right, talking about this, ZZZ picking up the explosive entrance and pummelers. Yeah, he doesn't have the explosive speed, but the damage and KO potential is very big, and it's what ZZZ is really known for.
Yeah, so once they get the ball over to ZZZ, or once Sanseki or Crackley strays a little too close to the edge, we can see some cool finishes coming in. I mean, that's a scary Toku Fortress already, with ZZZ having that energy already as well.
Yeah, flip burned out by Cakes in the corner. Crackley holding his flip way too long, and ZZ punishes him for it, uses his own flip, and now KenClam in the corner with ZZZ. A great X Maximus to save the barrier. Not long enough, though, as one barrier falls each side. Zonseki has the flip. KenClam needs to be very careful with playing this corner. So does ZZZ. Crackley bringing up slowly. Cakes with a greedy play still makes it work out as Zonseki commits that flip. And now the offense is changing hands as the damage is being dropped onto Zonseki, who nearly finishes off ZZZ. A great save out by Scandals. The Era NATO being dropped at bottom side. Needs to be careful about the snipe. And now both brawlers are nearly taken off the map, and ZZZ is barely saved. I think thanks to that Era Beam redirect. A great body block out by Crackley on that Giga Blast, and it looks like they're buying enough time for Zonseki to come back.
Yeah, I mean, ZZZ doing another roll. His wall should be coming up soon as well, and maybe he can get past through Scandals. Scandals does burn his flip there, but that explosive entrance pickup really coming in good for ZZZ on this first set. He's not getting, he's not missing out on too much of the action, and he's finding kills here and there as well, making this a very scary Wochills comp, at least on the first set here. And Sanseki also brought low again.
Yeah, and I mean, part of that is thanks to that explosive entrance, making sure he can close the distance, roll fast, and do the damage. Zonseki once again staggered. I think has the X Maximus, but the barrage means he can't activate. A great flip out by Cakes into the corner. Still stuck in that corner it is, and Crackley with a great shot directly takes the barrier. Zonseki dies, but so do the chances of Wochills taking a second goal, as a great shot by Crackley takes it, I believe.
I mean, nobody can deny that Wochills is playing the game that they want to play. I mean, you can see ZZZ doing a backwards log, trying to finish off Sanseki there, and KenClam also not shy about just retreating back and using the barrages onto Sanseki, whoever's probably low. And ZZZ goes down, unfortunately, but again, Wochills is playing the game that they want, whether they win or lose here. Nobody can argue that for sure.
Yeah, ZZ caught sleeping for just a moment, and Cakes may have to pay the price. Yes, he does, after a great bull rush from Zonseki setting it up. And one thing I didn't really get to mention here is the fact that Eclipse, not only is their comp itself very strong traditionally in the current meta, it's also just a bunch of signature picks, right? Crackley originally making his name on the Aimi, Zonseki with the X. These are comfort picks, and when the comfort picks are also meta, it becomes very dangerous for the opposing team. And now KenClam has to burn the flip because of it. It just goes right back to the opposite side. It feels so bad for Wochills right now.
Yeah, I mean, KenClam still does get the barrier with a great Giga. Dubu's seeing some EE value here with the longer rolls. I think getting this set's going to be... I always say this, I feel, but I think the first set's going to be really, really important for both teams, as Dubu wants to scale a little more, and I think if Zonseki gets a little more scaling and outscales Dubu, it's going to be a really scary moment for Eclipse here. So both teams really want to seal the deal here on this ever-important first set, but right now it's definitely Chakara Eclipse looking to be in a strong position. It sounds like he pushes up with the flip.
Yeah, pushes up with the flip. There's still one more in the hands of Scandals. Cakes need to be very careful as his corner offense is a little dangerous. KenClam shrunk, ZZZ hit, and that is the first set in favor of Chakara Eclipse, looking pretty dominant thus far. And mind you, this is an Era X, so they're going to keep scaling.
Yeah, so we're going into draft. We're seeing some key awakenings here. I think Monumentalist is one. Team Player really stands out here. We already see hovering over Team Player is Cakes. I think this Reptile Remedy is another one that we can see some value out of, but Cradley with the Super Surge, I definitely see the reason for it as well. And Monumentalist does go over to Era, which means Team Player does cascade down here to Cakes, and hopefully that lets him chain a few more passes to his forwards. But we're going to be seeing Reptile Remedy and Adrenaline Rush from ZZZ. I think that's really huge because he's always been ready to kill, right? Pummeler's EE Dubu. So if he can make this happen, he can snowball as well. So honestly, value picks from both sides. I don't think either are unhappy about this, but ZZZ is going to have to prove himself that he is worthy of that Adrenaline Rush.
Otto, you may have seen it. I was eyeing that Adrenaline Rush the moment I saw ZZZ is there, Adrenaline Rush is up. He does not go for anything else there ever. And, well, it may not have worked this point, but it might work in future points, and I really look to see if ZZZ can provide that value. He has the explosive entrance, he has the pummelers, but he was nowhere in that point after getting KO'd within a few seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough situation to be in as ZZZ because you did give up extra special, so your Tofu Fortress is coming out a little later because of that Adrenaline Rush, but again, ZZZ isn't really here for core control. He's here to smack people around and roll on them, hopefully more than one people. And so yeah, so we really need to see ZZZ be reined in, and so far it does look like they are doing a good job of it. And yeah, that Era Monumentalist NATO, it just makes it so much easier. But ZZZ taking out the goalie of Chakara Eclipse now.
Oh, and what a great ensnare jumps. Cakes, no! But the flip from Cakes, he saves it after a nearly deathly blunder, and now ZZZ, he needs to convert here. He needs to not die as he is taking so much damage. Denied one orb, perhaps denied a second, has to burn the evade, and still the stagger continues to remain. He isn't given an opportunity to heal. Does get the speed, does move up, and now KenClam has to keep this midfield game alive. So much damage, and ZZZ, I think this X Maximus is probably coming up very soon, but Cakes, no, we can't have it happen twice.
No second save to save the core this time as Eclipse continue their momentum, taking a 2-0 lead here on the second set. And hopefully ZZ can find his footing again, but it's a really tough time to be, honestly, a Dubu and Kai against an Era goalie, because Kai getting shrunk, Dubu getting shrunk, and yeah, and now stuffing potential, so much stuffing potential here from X, as we do see a quick third point come out secured by Chakara Eclipse as they have a 2-0 set lead now.
Yeah, as much as I'm giving Woe Chills so much flack, it's hard to deal with this. And likely this Aimi here will pick up Deadeye, which is going to look even more brutal for the side of Eclipse.
Yeah, I think, Fight or Flight coming out for Aimi, which
true.
makes sense as well. Yeah, but Big Fish on the table here might be really scary on the X, and no specialized training coming out for Kai. So X actually opting for Might of Colossus here, so a little bit more scaling actually coming out, especially with the Air Beam. Who does take Deadeye. I think that might be a deny on Cakes as well. But yeah, so I definitely think here, after the dust settles, Eclipse kind of came out with the better value awakenings here. But ZZZ taking Missile Pro, I mean, this man just continues to go his own way here. This Missile Pro is going to help a lot in KOing and hopefully setting up some Tofu Fortress stuffing walls as well, because that is what they desperately need right now is Woe Chills. But ZZZ has to say that immediately backwards wall trying to finish off Sanseki.
Yeah, and while ZZZ wants to be doing the KOing, but the person who's nearly getting KO'd is Cakes, the damage continues to stay. A good backstep to live, but he does fall in the end. KenClam nearly with the barrage, saving it, but it's just the pass to Cragley, and Cragley secures it so easily. Now that the X, the Aimi, the Era have scaled, there is so much damage on them, and it's so tough to deal with.
Yeah, I think we might see a bit of a monster here with Cragley, with the Super Surge, with the Deadeye. He honestly doesn't pale in comparison to ZZZ's KO potential here with the EE. And and Missile Pro, and yeah, just getting Cakes low time and time again. Poor Cakes hasn't had enough time to build up any sort of energy, and KenClam has to fall back, unfortunately, and kind of help Cakes live, and that's not what Wochills want to be doing, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately there for Wochills, Zonseki takes the goal, and then there's still 3 flips on the side of Chakara Eclipse. This is looking all but done and dusted unless Wochills has something to say about it.
Yeah, Eclipse looking to be in a very commanding position to close out game 1. Cakes fighting back with all he can, and KenClam also with a great defense. But yeah, Cradley setting up the dangerous turret with flips from Cradley and Scandals. This might be it, and there it goes in. Cradley, wonderful finish coming out from Eclipse.
Yeah, Chakara Eclipse, very well played, and that first game, yes, it was Chakara Eclipse's map pick. It doesn't look ideal for them, and or at least from the side of Wochills. You just take this back. This is an 11.5-minute game. That was that dominant. ZZZ barely having a chance into the game. Yes, 4 KOs, but it was hard to convert anything from there.
Yeah, every time they want to get some action done, Scandals with Beam, KenClam, or ZZZ, and there you go. You're slowed now, and you're on a character that wants to go fast. KenClam, even in the face of all this adversity, coming out with 120 weak red, valiant effort put up by the defensive duo, Cakes and KenClam, but unfortunately this game does go to Chakara Eclipse.
Yeah, and with that, we're taking a short break. We'll be joining you back for Game 2 within a few moments. And welcome back to Game 2, guys. We're back once again, this time on Demon Deus, Wochills map pick. And on the blue side, double Siphoning Wand, whereas we have double Mag Souls on the left side, so definitely a trade-off for damage versus speed here. But notably, everyone picked Fight or Flight on the Fight or Flight cast last start.
Yeah, I think ZZZ and KenClam have some people they might want to be killing in this round, with the double wand start really setting the tone, as Scandals already brought low, being chased around by ZZZ. But they have a hill to climb here, and they really need to execute their comp well to get around Eclipse. But good, nice first point coming out from ZZ, bullying Scandals off the map and getting the goal in. And we'll see if Wochills can continue.
So I think the first thing there is, yeah, well done on bullying Scandals, but a very smart play by ZZZ to recognize his job wasn't to actually take the shot there. It was to bull rush Cradley so he would be too far away to deal with anything. And well, it worked out. So much damage coming onto primarily the side of Chakara Eclipse, and Tofu Fortress cordons off an area, but not the area you want there. The kill found on both the Aimi and the Dubu, and it's because the Dubu falls to Scandals that the goal is found, and ZZZ, that X-Maximus, wasted at this point.
Yeah, Cakes actually didn't take Pauldrons here. He did take Strike Shot, which I think left him a little vulnerable to Aimi's misdirection. But Wochills' game plan does not change. They still gotta soldier on here and, yeah, take people off the map just like that.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing absolutely just that. Zonseki is Zentaro in a dream here. No evade to work with, but he is working with it so well here. Saving the barrier again and again. It just gets cleared. Cradley and Scandals revive, and now Zonseki, he is looking a little low, but one barrier taken, potentially two, as Scandals is taking a lot of damage. So many abilities thrown his way, and a good particle accelerator by Cakes. The Tofu Fortress timing out so perfectly, but it's just slowed down for a moment as ZZZ is just punching everything in the general direction of Zonseki, and while he doesn't fall, there is a lot of hurt laid into him.
Yeah, Wochills making sure Zonseki never sees another orb in Zentaro's life, and yeah, it's looking a lot more comfier on Wochills. This is their preferred map, but KenClam not afraid to use his abilities for control as well as damage, and it looks like Cakes' Dubu a lot more potent here, and ZZ kind of gets to do his stuff at the front lines instead of kind of having to fall back like on Night Market. So we're seeing the push coming out from Cradley, but even that is denied by Cakes, a masterful Tofu Fortress, as well as KenClam there to back him up. So yeah, Wochills doing a great first set here compared to Night Market.
Yeah, and bear in mind, KenClam just finally unstaggering there for a moment, the stagger bug showing, but Zonseki, a great angle there on the Oni Blade, and it catches Cakes off guard. And you'd think at this point that Woe Chills was ahead, but no, they're actually down 1 point despite what the game has felt like.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a game where another game where Woe Chills want to be snowballing and continue the damage, make sure that they are in control of who gets the stagger awakenings coming up, like Bulk Up, Reptile Remedy. I mean, but yeah, again, when the dust settles, it's the points are for Eclipse here, and Zonseki brought low again, but Cragley with the core control, right? So Woe Chills really want to convert some of these KOs that they're getting into goals, and they're doing their best to make it happen.
Yeah, but their best might not be enough at this point, as KenClam is taking a lot of damage. Cakes not in the best situation, no momentum, no pauldrons, means he really has to make use of this strike shot so well, and that big finish placed in a deadly position, and deadly it is as Zonseki finishes off the set with an EI rush. Despite a strong start with damage, Woe Chills falters really quickly, and this draft could be very dangerous for them.
Yeah, the momentum Woe Chills has could be halted here as we see the team player coming out, Recovery Drone, Reptile Remedy, all might be some good awakenings to have. I really think Zentaro's Reptile Remedy is going to be really nice. It's going to keep Zon more in there. Let's sync up, and answering back with an aggressive awakening of his own is the Adrenaline Rush here. Neither team opting for team player yet, but yeah, there we go. We're going to see Cakes take the team player. But that does mean that Aimee is left with prime time, and I don't think Scandals is unhappy at all about that. We're going to see a lot of damage coming out from Chakara Eclipse as well. Maybe they can match Woe Chills' damage toe-to-toe here.
Yeah, I don't know, I think I still favor Woe Chills here on this draft, is because now ZZZ wasn't really always trying to go for Zonseki with the damage, right? It's just Zonseki happened to be in those situations, and yeah, he gets the goal there. But ZZZ, his goal this whole game has primarily been to focus down Scandals and Cragley, and they don't really have anything to particularly help them with that from that draft, while ZZZ picked up 1-2 punch, and there's a stinger on KenClam too, so a lot of damage for Woe Chills. KenClam falls there, but it could turn around very fast.
Yeah, I mean, Cragley so far is getting use out of his Adrenaline Rush, and yeah, I think it might have been as much of a deny as it was a pick for him, but yeah, he's getting a lot of value here. Zonseki and Cragley, even though they're getting stingered down, they're making a lot out of it, but Cragley, doesn't go down here. And yeah, it's still Eclipse getting the double barriers here, and ZZZ having to fall back again, can't put as much pressure as he wants on the back lines of Chakara Eclipse, as it's Eclipse offense once again coming in.
Yeah, and I mean, the Eclipse offense so deadly. You have an Oni's Blade stacked with a big finish, stacked with Cragley just standing there in the corner to make that corner clear impossible. And even though the damage is getting dumped, the positioning from Chakara Eclipse to capitalize on the moments where they aren't being too threatened by damage is so good for them.
Yeah, ZZ walking forward to try to intimidate some members of Chakara Eclipse. Unfortunately, he is put low on staggered, could not finish off Cragley. There we go. Now gets off the field, and now Zon's pushed down. This is the point they have to get. This is the scenario that Woe Chills wants on Demon Dice.
Okay, but Scandals could 1v3 this here, and it's not looking unlikely in that regard, as he stalls it long enough for both his forwards to return. But now this is a 1v1 that's so dangerous, and ZZZ, he puts it in. That was absolutely needed for Woe Chills if they wanted to keep themselves alive in this series.
Yeah, Woe Chills finally kind of demonstrating why their draft was so potent here. ZZ getting 1-2 value, and Cakes turning the defense from his barrier to offense, getting that faster core with team player. Obviously, team player isn't going to be as impressive as it was pre-nerf until overtime, but even so, we're going to see some core speed coming out here from Cakes.
That core speed indeed, and look at Cragley's HP bar. It was here, and now it's not. KenClam needs to be careful. Lives for the time being and keeps the core forward with the power cord, and ZZZ taking Cragley off the map, looking to convert with this barrier here. Cakes, he tries to keep this core forward, but Zonseki is playing that midfield on the defense so well with the Zentaro. Pass down to Cragley, who tries to convert this offense, but the damage is still there on the members of Chakara Eclipse, and now Scandal's in a very tough situation. Good strike war 1, but maybe not for long as this Toku Fortress cordons off an area, and ZZZ still doesn't get it. Such a good defense. Finally, that barrier falls, and the strike war is won by the X, and that is exactly what Wochills needs. And as they say, all it takes is a trickle to start a flood.
Yeah, it looks like Wochills have finally found their footing on the bottom of second set. Then as a result, we're seeing Eclipse's draft kind of lose their meaning. The Adrenaline Rush is not going to do much if you're being the one taken off the field. And yeah, Zonseki, his Reptile Remedy is putting in work, but there's only so much Centauro can do, right? If Finny and Aimi are taken off the field. So yeah, we're seeing a lot more showing from Wochills here, and it looks like they're in a good position to take set 2 for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, great evade by ZZZ there, allowing himself to regen for just a moment, if anything. And now, yeah, he does get taken to the edge of stagger, but he's regenning. He's not taking any damage. Look at that. He's finally being brought back into an even somewhat healthy state, and now he can participate in these plays again, while KenClam is the one that's suffering on the defense here, finally taken off the map, and this point is so crucial for Wochill's life. And unfortunately for them, Zonseki finds a great thread through that goal gate opening, and Eclipse up 2-0 in sets.
Yeah, I feel like I'm cursing Wochills every time I kind of say good things about their draft and how they're playing out the point. It leads to some terrible moments. But yeah, we're seeing some explosive entrance. Yeah, there we go, taken by Zentaro. Among Us might be a pick that could be taken. I don't think it's going to be taken on the side of Wochills. If anything, it might be taken by Eclipse. But Twin Drive on Finny is going to let her just sprinkle magic Finny dust on everything. But we're going to see spec training on KenClam, so it's going to make his ults a lot more potent. So we just see Wochills adding on heaps of damage to their comp, and I think the big pickup here for Zonseki and Scandals is that more dash available from Zonseki, as well as the more secondary available for Finny.
I mean, the ability of Twin Drive to just provide more secondaries allows Eclipse to even somewhat compete in that damage department with Wochills, just because of the fact that, hey, there's that damage amp, and that's part of why Cakes is just taken completely off the map. And where can the Dubu go but to the grave as Zonseki EI rushes both him and the core in.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing both those Awakenings show their moments. As Scandals, he can now commit a secondary to being defensive, zoning out ZZZ, and he can also damage Cakes freely. And again, Cakes, no pauldron, he is a strike shot Dubu, and that means he is a little more vulnerable to these pushes that Eclipse are doing with damage.
Yeah, and now looking at Cakes once again, no evade this time, so this next set of damage that's going to be dropped on him is going to stick. Already that slice and dice drop, the Oni's Blade drop. Zonseki with the flip to the top side. Cakes just has to guess and hope that Zonseki makes a mistake. But in that situation, you can't be making mistakes. And now Chakara Eclipse is 1 point away from taking the series.
Yeah, they really want the series. Zonseki, even though they're in such a lead, is still very focused. He is very aware of Cragly kind of clearing the way for him with that glitch pop in the top left corner, and immediately core flips it through it. And yeah, quick barrier taken by Eclipse as they look to take the series 2-0 with the turret coming down.
Yeah, the turret comes down, and now it's all but over. Scandals stepping up, trying to build this flip. Cragly passed down to Scandals, and Scandals flips it, goes to the top side, and that's Eclipse taking the series 2-0. A dominant showing against Wochills.
I think that last draft might have been what tipped the scales, unfortunately. You see the Scandals Twin Drive coming in with the damage, and Zonseki's control has been so masterful this game. Once the core goes over on Cake's side, the pressure was really hard to lift on the side of Wochills.
Yeah, and once again, we see the damage here, right? KenClam, ZZZ especially known for the damage, but the other side had pretty comparable damage numbers, and it's because of that there was a big difference, because it's not just two people doing damage, right? Finny, Aimi, and Taro, all great contributors towards this KO comp, and we saw it, right? When one person would get damaged and fall back, you had another person coming in, doing the damage, and it's because of that they managed to survive and pull through.
Yeah, I think props to Low Chills as well. They definitely picked a comp that they enjoy playing, and I think they executed it well. I mean, ZZZ, you have 29 redirects, but you have 7 KOs, so
Yeah.
ZZZ has been doing a great job of clearing the way for King Sam and Cakes. Unfortunately, Eclipse was the ones who are going to pull out victorious today and continue their march on in Nasty.
With that, thank you everyone. We'll send it over the next set of casters.
Hello and welcome to another week of Nasty. We have 2-3-1 teams going head-to-head against each other. One of these teams will become 4-1, securing their lead in the pack, and the other will be a 3-2 team in the middle. And here we have Tony with me, and this is Otto. Hey Tony, how you going?
Going pretty well. I'm interested to see how these 2-3-1 teams fare. Right off the bat, we're looking at two very important matchups with the Kazan versus Atlas and the Jafar versus Finny. Oh my god. Never mind, point already scored.
I mean, it's still an important matchup, but yeah, Nikki Middleton so far, absolutely wonderful on the Kazan here. Hopefully Josh Agent can make some adjustments, especially with the Twin Drive Atlas coming out.
Yeah, and an early level 2 means that the Kazan's gonna have a pretty good time getting those early points. Once everybody's level 2, especially once the Chakara gets online and you can start killing that Kazan, things will start to ramp up to the side of God.
Yeah, I mean, Atlas level 2 coming in clutch as Spring Rolls brought down really low, but he can heal up again, but he still has no evade, and he's a squishy Rasmus for now. Mr. Flambeau, Nikki Millen both jumping on that chance, but Spring Rolls going to escape to the orb. Not nearly, though, not close enough. Mr. Flambeau beams him off the edge there, and now it's a power play on the side of Hamlin Stogs, and Sphinx is brought low this time. Nikki Millen, Flambeau hunting for Sphinx. Weston with the misdirection misses, and Sphinx still brought down low. He has one evade. This could be a difference between another power play and Nikki Millen getting the tables turned on herself. But now it's a little bit of a handshake to stop killing each other as they both retreat for orbs. And now Weston, great redirect through the big finish, and Mr. Flambeau with an energy approaching Jewish Asian rapidly. Jewish Asian uses his second expanse here. Mr. Flambeau has the beam, has the flip, and Nicky Middleton is the one who runs in with the Kazan, slams the ground, gets the barrier, 1-1 barrier for both sides. Jewish Agent using the strike shot out. Spring Rolls pulls Weston and gets the barrier open for Team Groundhog Day here. But Spring Rolls might be beamed off if he's not too careful. And there he goes. Power play on the side of Handless Dogs as Nicky Middleton unashamed about using the poison variant on the left. She's brought low, but does get that barrier open themselves for Handless Dogs, and they can play the power play very well, and Spinks might be taken off the table again. A never-endless power play seemingly coming out from Handless Dogs, and Nicky Middleton right around Jewish Asian. Great play from Handless Dogs.
And it was all off the back of like consistent power plays, and that's the power of that Finny in this draft. Once they start doing damage, it's really hard for the side of GOG to actually survive, because there's just so many consistent outputs of just light hits over and over, canceling that regen. And it's going to be the question of whether this Atlas can help them survive long enough to utilize their superior scoring potential before that they all die and they all get outpaced by the damage of Handless Dogs.
Yeah, right now, Atlas Jewish Agent might be desperate for some more awakenings to help his cooldowns, because he is using his... Atlas is using a special off cooldown, but we can look at even Weston getting his hands dirty himself. And the Dogs come out on top once again on the power play, and this might be the set point, especially as Nicky Middleton here isn't getting the double KO for the Dogs, and Jewish Agent all by his lonesome. Spinks does come up though, but he's only level 2. He has not gotten a taste of the core, and yeah, they're Handless Dogs capitalizing on it once again. Corner offense until Spring Rolls comes back, who is also level 2, and Weston coming in with a big finish, and Flambeau layering his primary on top.
And just like that, first set's over, and immediately we're looking at Sparks, both brawlers taking Spark. A very interesting decision, but one that is likely to pay off. Size here as well for the Kazan, a character that scales extremely well with size and in general. Set 3, set 4, set 5, that Kazan character is going to be a monster. And with the fact that she also took Spark of Agility, she's going to have way more options than just the threats of size and core speed to improve her scoring potential.
Yeah, it looks like Weston taking Reptile as well to deny, but maybe things can happen now, because Jewish did get Timeless Creator, and it's going to give him a little more zoning potential, I guess, if he gets the full-on expanse. But definitely the highlight here was Nicky Middleton taking size first draft. Very, very scary here. Handless Dogs immediately with a strong offense off the Atlas variant here, and it's Nicky Middleton and Weston trying to burst through Jewish Asian and Spring Rolls, and Mr. Flambeau making sure the damage sticks. Yeah, especially with this Finny, the secondary coming in and constantly just prickling Spring Rolls here. He's once again low on evade and a little bit low on health, but he is regen, and he does get the barrier to answer. Double barrier now for Groundhog. They can maybe push it in, but the shotgun goes astray, and Mr. Flambeau and Nicky Middleton now is the ones capitalizing. Gets out one expanse here, and the second expanse used early from Jewish Asian. Unfortunately, that was not the case, but so if they can win midfield now, it could be Handless Dog show coming in. Mr. Flambeau dashing, and getting the kill onto Spring Rolls was Nicky Middleton there. Another power play on Handless Dogs. Can they use it to get around this Atlas here? Because Jewish Agent, sometimes impenetrable fortress. He does use the flip a little bit early. Oh, that was a dangerous moment, but Weston gets it. So Nicky Middleton here, crooked leverage around Jewish Agent, trying to find a good angle. This corner offense, all 3 of Groundhog Day on defense here, as Weston looking to poke and prod here. Never-ending secondaries from the Finny. Double energy, Nicky Middleton and Weston. Flambeau almost with energy too as well, so this could be some flips used from Handless Dogs coming out to burst through Jewish Agent's defense. Primary use, Spring Rolls trying to get around Weston. He couldn't. Weston holds, and then nice usage of the barrier here. Spring Rolls brought low again, but thankfully it's not as bad in the killing time, because Flambeau and Nicky Middleton both trying to burst through Jewish Agent here, so Spring Rolls can get around Weston. If Weston doesn't use misdirection, what a great shot, but a great counter by Weston. Now Spinks with energy brought low. Nicky Middleton on the hunt. Spinks has to retreat, and Jewish Agent taking his place, but Nicky Middleton uses the flip, stacks it up with Flambeau, gets it back by 2 people now, and it's a low Spring Rolls and a low Spinks as they're being knocked around by the variant. And it's Weston and Flambeau with nice health, gets it around Spinks' shotgun once more, and Spring Rolls trying to do something, trying to make something happen, but Spinks goes off the field, and Flambeau gets a KO onto Spring Rolls, and well, it's a 2v1 against Jewish Asian. Weston slowly making his way up potentially, and Nicky Middleton gets it around. 1-0 for Hands Dogs, just like that.
There's a rising concern for me for the side of GOG. That Drakkar pick is struggling to find value here. He doesn't provide as much damage or as much core control as the Estelle, and as we're seeing, it's becoming a big liability right now. There aren't a lot of awakenings that we can see to help improve that Drakkar's ability to help their team that much as well, so it's really going to depend on whether or not Sphinx can find some very particular awakenings, like Missile Prop, if they want a scoring chance at all. Oh god, death already.
That's a dead spring rolls there, even though the Atlas did use his Celestial. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but Groundhog Day did open up the barrier first, and then, yeah, like you said, if Sphinx can get his hands on the core, if he stops getting bullied off, he does have slick kicks, so that's a nice bit of damage. Weston does have to use the flip there, gets it through Spring Rolls, who uses the secondary, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it through Weston into the goal. A goal seems so close yet so far for Groundhog Day. Time and time again, Weston seems to be always there, and now Mr. Flambeau with energy. Jewish Agent uses Expanse, gets it to Nicky Middleton, who threads the needle. 2-0 Handless Dogs against Groundhog Day.
And a gorgeous strike from Nicky Middleton. That little bit of extra size, just icing on the cake for that goal. And we're edging very close to a point where there are just so many awakenings for the side of Handless Dogs that can make this game even harder for GOG. That it's going to be really tight. Every set loss is a massive hill to climb.
Yeah, and Sphinx does get the size and probably can control the middle a little bit more, especially with Jewish Asian. Oh, a nice layering, and now Mr. Flambeau brought a little bit low perhaps, and then great value from Jewish Agent. Celestial Expanse getting, his special getting Sphinx up and ready to go again. But it's corner offense now again on the Handless Dogs. Spring Rolls has been on the back foot for so long. Nicky Middleton with a dash whizzing past Spring Rolls. Perhaps this is a chance now with Weston nowhere to clear as Sphinx just shotguns it in.
And a great combination of abilities from Sphinx and Spring Rolls to get that first goal. First of many, hopefully. Another important thing to keep in mind is that was a lot of XP, which the side of GOG desperately needs if they want to try and start surviving the barrage of abilities that the two are displaying. Oh my god, both barriers gone instantly though.
Yeah, this might be a rough variant for Spring Rolls and Sphinx because they have to stand on the poison to make the corner offense happen, and Spring Rolls, look at that, brought low again, and Sphinx brought low again. Weston, he can just layer on his little Spinny Magic Fairy Dust anytime he wants, and the other forwards go flying on Groundhog Day, and Flambeau and Weston don't really have too much to worry about as of now, but Spring Rolls coming in, he's trying to come in, but Nicky Middleton intercepts him and sends him off the field, and now Nicky Middleton trades places with Weston, who has a flip, and he can make things happen yeah, it's so hard to clear on this variant as well. Nicky Middleton trying to be goalie here, but Sphinx getting a great special off, equalizing the barrier count, but trades his life for that. Weston, nice flip. Flambeau also has a flip, but Jewish Asian, great primary preemptively placed here. But now Spring Rolls have to do the bend between Nicky Middleton and Flambeau in the primary, and a dash from Kazan, securing second set for Handless Dogs.
And a great bit of hitstone from Flambeau to ensure that goal was practically uncontested. Another well-earned MVP for Nicky Middleton on the Kazan. And we're seeing bulk up, sparks. There are so many options here for the Kazan. I actually think the best one here would be bulk up, because you don't want to give the side of GOG any chance of surviving. This stagger is a lot of survivability for the Drakkar, and it does give the Drek a bit of kill pressure in the corner. Team player as well, very important pickup. Core speed, moving the ball around as fast as you can. I would say this is a pretty good draft for the side of GOG. It could have been much worse.
Yeah, definitely a really good breath of fresh air. 2 sparks coming out, so Spring Rolls didn't really get his sparks denied. Weston making the choice to trade Deadeye for Twin Drive here, so that Jewish Agent can potentially clear a little bit better to his teammates. But Nicky Middleton, 2 sparks, Spark of Agility, really, really fast with a lot of cooldowns on Kazan. She can definitely show the reason for these picks, and maybe can potentially continue laying on more damage with that cooldown here. As Spring Rolls brought low again, Jewish Agent has to use his special to let them survive, and Mr. Flambeau dashing in, saving Weston a little bit. But there's the first barrier. There's the second barrier here on the speaker variant of here on Test Chamber, as Spring Rolls and Sphinx have been doing a really good job of getting the barrier to set around, and yeah, that little bit of extra health might be helping the Drakkar be a little more aggressive. Jewish Agent putting on a difficult but well orchestrated defense here. but Spinks brought low again, and Mr. Flambeau beaming him potentially off even with the bulk up. Might not be enough stagger. There's the pull, and Weston blocks the pendulum swing. My goodness, Spring Rolls has tried his best, but unfortunately Jewish Agent has to burn his flip. Nicki Middleton doing the little square dance and then gets the core in, kills Jewish Agent, and then there we go, they actually gets the core in. Handless Dogs continuing the momentum.
And by no means was that draft bad for the side of Handless Dogs either. Speed, 2 sparks, just like you said, Plato, and there's just, oh my god, so much damage happening. There's so much all at once. I think that even with what they've gotten so far, it's hard for them to keep pace with the side of Handless Dogs. The tempo is just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, the castle of Jewish Asian falling, almost symbolic of, yeah, this power plays that Handless Dogs have continued to get, and as Spinks went off the field just now. But there you go, very good plays from Spinks and Spin Rolls. Weston did have to flip up though, and now Mr. Flambeau is the one with flip. Waits out the expanse here, gets it through Spring Rolls, but Jewish Agent was waiting for it, and now Spinks dashing in with his cloak, trying to do some mind games, getting a shotgun in through Spring Rolls. Weston holds, and Mr. Flambeau beams that core out of there. Nicki Mill, that's a huge Kazan. Kazan ruling the midfield. Spring Rolls being brought down to his knees. But he's still living, and that's a big difference here. You can get it. The pendulum, unfortunately, a little too early for the core. As Spring Rolls continue to get bullied, and Flambeau and Weston pushing the core out through, and Nicki Mill rejoining the gang, rejoining the pack, and Jewish Agent gets it on the very, very edge, a nasty angle through the middle variant as he uses flip. But Nicki Millen now with flip as she rushes in, gets out the expanse, and Weston there in time to save this quick moving core, but Spinks now gets the size and gets it through.
And overtime is exactly what GOG wants to play in. Team player, that little bit of secondary with the extra power for Car means they're going to have so much access to so many red cores. And Finny might have a lot of area denial and control of a lot of space, but she cannot deal with fast cores that effectively. So if you can start abusing that team player, get those longer rounds, there's definitely room, or they can just win immediately. Wow.
Yeah, amazing offense here from Spring Rolls and Spinks. They really made sure that they didn't die, and they shoved the core in through Weston in his face. But this is Nicki Middleton and Flambeau coming in with the core flip here. Waits out the expanse, uses it to get one barrier. Oh, barrier trade coming in, and then that's an unfortunate trade for Handless Dogs here. This is Groundhog Day potentially getting set point here. They were at a 0-2 deficit. But this set, winning the set could be huge potentially as the big finish comes in. Does not get a barrier. Nicki Middleton with the dangerous primary, but Spinks getting it across Spring Rolls. Spring Rolls waiting out the misdirection perfectly, forcing Weston to use his flip. And now it's Mr. Flambeau though here with the corner offense, gets it past Jewish Asian, dangerous, bouncing on the side alleys, but Weston is there, and Nicki Middleton pulls the core into the goal. 2-2 for Handless Dogs, trying to close this out.
And despite all of the damage coming out, it is still Kazan, it is still a hook, and it is still a very good chance of them just walking around you, as those two characters are wont to do. However, they are finally showing signs of life from the side of GOG. 2 barriers immediately. If they can get this set, there's so many things that they can have to improve the lives of their Kazan and their Atlas.
My goodness, Flambeau, Weston, Nicki holding in the net. That was absolutely amazing, and now they might be rewarded with an offensive turn of their own as Spinks uses Camo Cloak to try and keep up possession. Unfortunately, was not successful, and this is Nicki Middleton here with the orb close to flip. Mr. Flambeau trying to get it around Jewish Agent, who uses the flip to maintain position, and he really wants to. They really want to win this. This is Groundhog set to win, and Spring Rolls uses Death's Touch. Unfortunately, was body blocked, and now Nicki Middleton might be low. She might get bullied off. She is wise to Atlas variant though, as she steps off as Jewish Agent tries to go for a snipe here. Nicki Middleton, perfect dodge, trying to get it. Even the expanse could not touch Nicki Middleton here as she's surviving. She has energy. This could be huge though if Spring Rolls gets her off the field, but Flambeau does intercept it with the beam, and the power play now for the side of Groundhog Day as Weston and Flambeau full defense mode now until their Kazan comes back. And great hold as Nicki Middleton does come in. Great open form primary as well. Jewish Asian constantly red coring here. This core speed is insanity as Spring Rolls brought low though. He has to use his last expanse, and now it's Flambeau and Nicki trying to get Spring Rolls off the field and get an answer back with a power play of their own. And there we go. We have a Handless Dogs power play once again. And Jewish Agent holding very well, conserving his skills. There's the Expanse, there's Primary. He might have a second Expanse, and Flambeau does have Flip now. Weston coming in, trying to assist Flambeau. That's a red coring Sphinx. Very nice Chakara. As Nikki Millen kind of gets trapped between a rock and a hard place, and she loses half her health here. So it might make the fight against Spring Rolls a little bit more dicey. Flambeau with the flip. He wants to hold it for a more critical moment, it seems like. And oh, there's the moment. Unfortunately, does not get through. And Spring Rolls a good read into Weston's clear. And Groundhog Day finally coming back with a set.
And we saw there, all of that red core from that overtime was because of that team player allowing the side of GOG to just move the ball so effectively. Unfortunately, it is the Atlas with first pick. However, there's still Primetime, still Hotshot. I think you're going to have to take the Primetime, and your Rasmus is just going to not have any size. You might just have to deal with explosive entrance instead, which is fine, but certainly not what you want. Double size Kazan with 23 CDR is pretty scary, and we're denying Monu instead. That is interesting, but I won't actually disagree with it. I think that Finny with Monu can be incredibly difficult to both score on and get the ball away from. So there's definitely some sense there. And we are getting another dash training on Twin Drive Ricard. This one will improve his primaries and his ult damage as well. So all of a sudden, there's some pretty good awakenings on the field for the side of GOG. And if Sphinx wants to, you can start looking for kills off the edge as well.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of good awakenings come in. A little bit more life from Groundhog. But yeah, this Nikki Middle and this Kazan character looking kind of huge. And Sphinx is getting bounced off here and there. Wasn't finding a kill for Dogs, unfortunately. And then, yeah, Spring was trying to... Oh, there we go. There goes Sphinx off the field. And Mr. Flambeau and Nikki Millen trying to get around Jewish Agent once again. They're so good at it. As a little bit of a speaker variant right there. Doing some stuff.
Yeah, an absolutely pretty crazy angle from Nikki there. Just finding the sweet spot right in between the max size secondary from the Atlas, as well as utilizing a nice curve from the corner. But there are definitely more signs of life, and I think that GOG is starting to show that they can win this game. It's just going to be hard.
Yeah, it's definitely still an uphill battle. Groundhog seemingly has to play each point perfectly because they're not the ones putting on damage. And Spring Rolls even, brought so far down as to have to deny Monumentalist away from Finny, right? He can't be really feeling too good about that. But yeah, right now it's Flambeau and Nikki Millen in the driver's seat with double flip. And there we go, Spring Rolls taken off the field by Weston. And Jewish Agent doing a great job of moving up aggressively as the Atlas goalie, even on these power play situations, and really making Handless Dogs respect the Atlas pick here. And Nikki Middleton almost flies off the field, survives though. And with the recovery drone, this is another hill that they have to climb, and just a triple flip here available for Dogs. Unfortunate angle bounce from Spring Rolls with the Death Touch. And the red coring gets the core past Weston's defense here. But again, Nikki Middleton and Flambeau both have flipped. They both bringing Sphinx low. Nikki Middleton does use the flip there to try and kill Sphinx. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. And Mr. Flambeau with the second flip. There we go, confirming Sphinx kill. But now all three of Handless Dogs do not have flip, and Spring Rolls using the Death Touch into the redirect there. Wonderful play.
An excellent series of events from Spring Rolls. Perfectly core controlled that ball there. Utilizing the extra special that he picked up in set 2 quite effectively as well. I was a little bit curious when I saw that initially, because I would expect that to be on the Atlas to try and deal with some of this damage, but Spring Rolls has been using perfectly exactly what he needs to in many of these circumstances. So it's clearly a
great plays from both teams as the core is starting to go red very quick into the start of the game here. Both teams have so much power. And then Spring Rolls once again another hook. Weston this time blocks it. And Nikki Middle and Flambeau starting to pile on a little bit more damage onto Sphinx. And trying to beam through everybody. Unfortunately, Jewish Agent does hold. Not this time though, and Mr. Flambeau tried to get through. He does kill Spring Rolls as well. Another power play, but now equalizer from the side of Groundhog as Flambeau is also taken off the field, but Nikki Middleton just shoving through brute straight Kazan here.
Slick kicks, double size, and 2 speed sparks make that Kazan an absolute menace to try and get the ball away from. But that is also probably GOG's worst map. I think that variant is incredibly difficult for the side of the Rasmus and the Jackpot to play around. Those puddles of doom basically ensuring that you can't utilize the extra range that those characters like to play at well at all, and it just incentivizes death, which the side of Anna's dogs are prioritizing quite heavily.
Yeah, Weston slowing down a core a little bit, but perhaps that leaves room for Spinks to just run in and get the barrier just like that. Nicky Middleton forcing Spring Rolls to burn his energy. And now it's Flambeau once again with that corner offense, and Weston comes in, and then Nicky Middleton comes in getting the second barrier here, and Jewish Agent has to use a lot of his skills. Spring Rolls has to burn his Death Touch preemptively, and Nicky Middleton once again winning the strike 4 against Jewish Agent. That's a 3-1 victory for Handless Dogs.
Off the back of an excellent bit of play for Flambeau as well. I really like using that center to just set up your brawler really effectively, give him a very advantageous strike 4, and Nicky Middleton used it to a D. Well done from the forward pair in the sauce.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw some really crazy core control and damage from both teams. Obviously, we had Spring Rolls with his Death Touch, getting stuff around Weston. I think things started really looking up for Groundhog on that third set when Sphinx got bulk up, surviving a little more, and Jewish Agent got team player. But unfortunately, Dogs just kind of followed back, getting a really huge Nicky Middleton and kind of putting her as a battering ram. 10 goals here from Nicky Middleton as Dogs, secured her first point over Groundhog Day.
10 goals and 246 redirects on the Kazan. Nicky was just putting on a freaking clinic that game. Incredibly nice to see. And the Kazan as well, you know. Somewhat of an underutilized character across multiple leagues at this point. So I'm happy to see a nice little Kazan show.
Yeah, for sure. And the next map is going to be on Oni Village. I believe this one was the Groundhog pick, so we'll see how they make their adjustments and come back. Okay. Welcome back. We're in the second game of Groundhog versus Dog here. We are seeing some unconventional picks coming out for Oni Village to shake things up. All 6 players have taken Big Fish, and if Dog win this, they become 4-1 and nasty. So we have Tony back here again. Tony, tell us more about these comps that we're seeing.
So these are some very, very unusual comps we're seeing. Rasmus Kazan were banned, which means that 2 of the generally strongest brawlers, especially on the side start, aren't available. But no Zentaro was picked. Instead, we have Spring Rolls on the Estelle brawler and Nicky Middleton on the Dubu brawler. Both taking Slicks as well. What this means is that the first couple sets are going to be really slow. There's very little speed on both sides. You have a Juno versus a Rune in the midfield, and the initial scoring pressure is going to be quite difficult for both sides to get an effective checkmate on. There are going to be a lot of sporadic instances where it looks like things might go in, and then they might not. As we saw there, spam your ults for the side of Handless Dogs. That is their strongest win condition. Or a random kill, that works too.
Wow, I mean, we were saying it, and then 50 something seconds in, Spinks goes off the field randomly, and Nicky Middleton gets a flip and scores. I mean, kind of crazy, I will say. But I think we saw a really cool picture of what the Handless Dogs want to execute here. Flambeau kind of stalling with the ults, Nicky Middleton walking up, getting her tofu wall up, and bam, there goes, the barriers. But Spring Rolls and Spinks here, they do have quite a bit of poking pressure, right? So hopefully we can see their comp come into fruition as well, because this, until someone's ult comes up like that, it is a little bit of a slow moving core. But Spinks is brought low. I mean, Handless Dogs, they're really LARPing about being handless because they just throw hands every chance they get, honestly. But Spinks just dashing up to Weston, getting the orb, bringing himself to health, and this Mako doing a lot of heavy lifting and getting the speed up for Nicky Middleton and Flambeau, but Spring Rolls nicely timed secondary, getting the second barrier on the side of Groundhog now, and now Flambeau and Nicky Middleton kind of have to shamble over to defense along with Weston here, and Jewish Agent holding on to this lower barrier for Groundhog expertly, has to burn his flip there, and Spinks just blobos off Nicky Middleton off the field here. Now it's Spring Rolls getting the nice redirect from Spinks to the bottom right corner of the let.
And what we were seeing there for the side of Handless Dogs is kind of the problem with getting that second barrier. It's very predicated on Mr. Flambeau banishing the core specifically so that Nikki Middleton can set up her Dubu wall behind it and make it just basically impossible to clear. A lot more like that, actually. No ult, but definitely pushing the core around to where you need it rather than trying to banish a person.
So when that kind of setup happens, Tony, I mean, as we're seeing the Asher trying to get the core around, Mr. Flambeau had to flip though, so hold that thought, and Nikki Middleton just somersaulting in. Unfortunately, everything held, and Mr. Flambeau kind of reached his own barrier there. Fortunate situation, but Handless Dogs still do have that one barrier that they can hold on forever. And now, yeah, I mean, Jewish Asian getting the core to Sphinx, who layers primaries with spring rolls, but Weston gets to clear, and now once again another somersault forcing Sphinx to use a split. Weston also flips, almost goes off the field there. Dangerous beam by spring rolls, it could be deadly, and another double banish into the tofu walls. But now their offense is halted until Nikki Middleton has the flip though, and Jewish Asian misses the pass splitter, and there goes 2-1 Handless Dogs with a flip on the side of Nikki Middleton.
Yep, and yeah. Once the net's open, it's much easier for this Dubu and Rune to pass around the Asher. It's getting that second barrier that's really the test, and the question of whether Jewish Asian can find those angles around the Dubu. Because you don't really want to play around the Rune. Those pillars are just kind of really awkward, especially for an Asher to play around. You want to get it through or around the Dubu because Dubu's area of influence is just so much lower.
Yeah, so yeah, once again, Jewish Agent kind of just giving up the top barrier, no problem, and really holding on to this bottom barrier for dear life, as many goalies do on Oni Village, honestly. And a banish coming out with the Dubu wall, this time a little bit more space in between, and that's enough for Sphinx and Spring Rolls to clear, and trying to set up their own win condition, which I believe is just layering primaries and Blobos and overwhelming Weston, but so far the offense has not been quite there, as Nikki is boosted by Weston's speed and patrolling up and down the field until she gets her own ult up again with Flambeau. And yeah, the pressure continues to mount for the side of Handless Dogs, but his Sphinx and Spring Rolls can connect with a good push. They also have a, I'm not sure, yeah, that's a nice snipe from Spring Rolls even inside the Mako cage, right? So there's definitely a universe where Groundhog can execute their comp. And another banish coming out. Jewish dodges, but unfortunately could not stop the barrier from falling. And that's the open net into the flip. Nikki Middleton. Great shot.
For the side of Groundhog Day is that they want to play for this overtime. They want to play for the fast core speed to just kind of like break the back of Weston and make it really hard to interact. But immediately we're seeing extra special, incredibly important awakening for the side of Handless Dogs. Getting it set 1 would be massive. Honestly, you'd prefer it on the Rune, if anyone, just because that banish is just such a high value tool, and he's actually going to get it. Okay. Dubu here could look for Among Titans. Yep, perfect. Because Dubu doesn't really care about the size. She wants the speed more than anything. We're getting Monumentalist. I think that was a deny, but it's also a nice bit of core speed for the side of the Juno. And what they do want to play around is this core speed. That little bit of power, explosive entrance means that Estelle's going to hit a lot harder. So we're seeing this battle here of ults versus core speed, and part of the problem is that for the side of Groundhog Day, you need to almost survive for a whole minute or kill somebody before you can start abusing that core speed really effectively.
And a really nice kill coming out from Sphinx, just blobboing Weston in the face, and there he goes. Nikki Middleton has to use her ever-important ult to ensure that the defense is done, but Weston is back, and Nikki Middleton should be able to get through with the log, maybe, and Mr. Flambeau still has coming in from the bottom, and Nikki Middleton coming in from the top as the cage is layered on top. That's a very scary triple creation comp coming out from Handless Dogs here. But yes, the clock is ticking lower here, as the time gets more for Sphinx coming, and the flip comes out, but Sphinx wise to it, dodges out of the way, and he survives, and now Nikki Middleton without a flip potentially has an ult coming up soon. They really want to make it happen in overtime immediately to core. You can start seeing the core speed up here for Groundhog, as hopefully they can execute their snipes and overwhelm Weston, and a great core speed red coring from Sphinx coming out, and Nikki Middleton and Flambeau looking for the angle, but yeah, it's so much harder to get that core in when with the ult when the core's so fast, and the banish coming out. Weston has to clear. Unfortunately, Banish doesn't hit anything, and Nikki Middleton reorients themselves to the top. Jewish Agent pass splittering Flambeau up top and uses the uses it to clear the core from bottom, and now it's Spring Rolls with a flip, and Spinks trying to get it to Spring Rolls, trying to not die as Spring Rolls uses his flip away. And now it's the side of Handless Dogs again now, but Spring Rolls gets it through Weston. The core slips through, and the Estelle Beam was all he needed. And now it's Groundhog Day fighting against Open Net. Can they get it through Weston? Expert strike shot coming in, handling it, and the Blobos, Nikki Middleton contesting the AI, winning. And now it's Mr. Flambeau with the Rune Pillar, but Jewish Agent holds at the primary. Now Nikki Middleton's ult, making sure the core has to be directed upwards as Flambeau with the flip waiting at the top. Flip was not used though, and now it's Nikki Middleton trying to force it through with Log. Jewish Agent holding on to his primary beam again, and Weston misses his primary, and Spring Rolls unfortunately wasn't able to connect with the beam here using his special, as gets it through the core speed just enough to slide it past Weston and Flambeau.
And what you're seeing here, that's the power of that overtime for the side of Groundhog Day. As soon as they get that, they get those red cores almost off of everything, especially the Juno. But another thing to note for these two comps is you have no like real direct scoring pressure against either melee goalie. So what's going to happen a lot once that first barrier falls is there's a lot of posturing to try and put somebody in a really uncomfortable position. That's you notice way more. Oh no, you notice it a lot versus with these kind of like unconventional picks, because it's way harder to like set up a random hit stun or some very consistent piece of pressure in a certain area.
I see. So yeah, we have seen Nikki Middleton and Flambeau kind of posture that way the most, I feel like, especially. But like once the core turns red, right, it's definitely Spring Rolls and Spinks feeling a little more comfortable what they're doing. And the Log, dangerous, but Jewish Asian, great redirect, but unfortunately, third time, second time's a charm. Nikki Middleton getting around, and now this is energy-less Jewish Asian having to defend the barriers of Oni Village.
And it's all been off the back of some really great ults from the Rune. Mr. Flambeau finding great opportunities to force that flip. And it's part of the problem you have when you're a goalie, where you want to like store the energy. And I mean, they just score immediately, 2 barriers into the net.
Yeah.
It's wow. Well done.
Very great point from Dogs. I mean, Mr. Flambeau MVP of that point for sure, because he got the top barrier, Pillars, Jewish Agents clear for the lower barrier, and then like orchestrates a double, banish. And Nikki Middleton with just getting it through the wall, finally hitting for the first time it seems like ages. Weston with the flip now, and Flambeau banishes Spring Rolls. Unfortunately, nothing does come off of it now, and his Spring Rolls can get it through. Weston, nice primary though, making sure to meet the core a little bit further so the beam doesn't grief him there. And Flambeau and Spring Rolls kind of jockeying for position. Nice back and forth between Flambeau and Weston here, as they're just trying to find an angle for Nikki Middleton to walk back up and do the somersault through the Log. Asher but presses the right click button, and everything goes to moot though. Great hold from Jewish Asian as getting it around this fat Dubu, and double vanish from Flambeau, and Nikki Middleton gets the core in 2-0 Handless Dogs.
And the biggest downside of this Handless Dogs comp is that getting that second barrier is so hard. But what Jewish Asian has been doing has been unfortunately leading to a lot of both barriers being lost at the same time, because he's just not committing to one. And I think that when you're the Asher here, when you're playing against this comp, you kind of just have to say, okay, one barrier's gone. We need to play for this single barrier because we're so good at holding it, and it's so hard for them to get rid of it. That being said, team player for the side of Handless Dogs is a really big opportunity for them. We saw it last game when they got team player. The map did open up somewhat, and I think on Oni Village, especially when they're playing for this core speed over time, it's even more valuable. They really just need to stall out, try and AFK for that first minute, and then abuse all of those red cores that they're going to have access to as soon as overtime hits.
Yeah, I mean, Juno taking fight or flight too. We saw Handless Dogs hold their picks a lot during draft, and it feels like, yeah, Groundhog actually went out on the draft a little here, but Nikki Middleton contesting Jewish Asian, winning both times with the Log. This time with the wall, clearing out Spinks, and Flambeau nailing the goal into the bottom corner. Handless Dogs continue on their momentum.
Yeah, I mean, the Handless Dogs, once that net is open, they're covering so much base so effectively. They're not overlapping anything pretty much at all. They're playing super well with the picks they played. Clearly, this is a fairly practiced comp, at least from what it looks like. It's really hard for the side of Groundhog Day too. Another double barrier, it's just heartbreaking. they need to last for so long against this menace of a team comp. Losing extra special set 1 just kind of set the tone so far in the favor of Handless Dogs.
Yeah, the fact that the high cooldown rune can get the extra special really paid off dividends for Handless Dogs, and now Handless Dogs are the ones just playing against Jewish Asian, who has to hold an open net, but he is playing well. He has energy, and now, but with Sphinx, Jewish Asian has to dash, has to burn the flip, and has to clear, but it lasts forever. The Tofu Fortress.
And a heartbreaking clear too. There's basically nowhere to go. There's maybe an angle you could have done off of the corner, but I wouldn't have trusted it. I would have been in the exact same situation as Jewish Asian, and I would have been scored on just as consistently.
Very relatable moments from Jewish Asian coming out. All goalie mains are crying right now. Nikki Millen with the flip can dump cooldowns. Unfortunately, I think she did use it to push through with the log in the wall. So it's Weston and Flambeau now having to, finally open barrier here for Groundhog Day. And Spring Rolls, does he have cooldowns? Can he push it through? Can he layer primaries along with Sphinx? Unfortunately not. The core stalls a little bit on the midfield, and Flambeau gets a double banish off. Nikki Minilin gets the somersault off, and Spring Rolls goes off the field here. And this is Flambeau with energy. And they can try to make this power play and do stuff with the wall. And nice pillar from Flambeau, but Jewish Asian holds. And
what a save! Oh my god, Jewish Asian!
Crazy saves coming out from Jewish Asian. Once again, another save, and finally the wall that is Jewish Asian folds. But Sphinx, great flip. Unfortunately, Weston had a flip to counter, and now it's a double banish on Jewish Asian, but they do come back. Nothing does come off of it. And now it's Sphinx and Spring Rolls on overtime, getting the court in. 1-2. Groundhog there, making this game last.
Signs of life for the side of Groundhog Day. Those saves from Jewish Asian on that bottom barrier, basically 1v3, were incredible. Jewish Asian wants to win this game so badly, and I definitely think they can. You saw it basically as soon as overtime hit again. They got that core speed, they scored so quickly, and they didn't even have to utilize team player yet. Once Jewish Asian gets a little bit more agency, especially if they start slowing these points down just even further, more and more just patience, I definitely think Groundhog Day can still win this game.
Jewish Asian in control of his net, really making this bottom barrier difficult for Flambeau and Nikki Millen to hold. And you saw Nikki Millen come up with a threatening wall, but Jewish Asian cleared it no problem. And Jewish Asian waiting patiently for Flambeau to make his pillar commitment, using the pass splitter for that dangerous push. But this time, Flambeau has the setup for Nikki Millen, who has a flip to come in and potentially take the lower barrier. And Spring Rolls does have a flip to answer, but he does want to use it. Defensively, Jewish Asian goes off the field. A momentary lapse in concentration, perhaps. Nikki Millen intercepting with a somersault, does not miss. And yeah, getting it through. Nikki Millen with the flip. Spring Rolls holding for Jewish Asian like a boss, though. Unfortunately, the core does slip through top half, and yeah, we're trying to see. Spring Rolls getting a flip, using it aggressively, getting it through Weston. Jewish Asian has to hold against open net against Flambeau and Nikki Millen. Flambeau really close to a flip, though, and Weston has a flip now, meeting Sphinx's Blobo redirect with a primary. Great clear from Weston. You can really see how comfortable he is on the Mako. Uses the flip, though. Nikki Millen does clear it through. And now Mr. Flambeau so close to a flip. This could be a key to room flip, dodging Spring Roll to snipe. And the wall with the timeless, banishing Sphinx. Goal going in on the side of Handless Dogs. 2-0ing Groundhog here.
And an incredibly fast Oni Village game too. I think we started to see it at the end. Jewish Asian was kind of starting to realize that there's only so much space that the side of Handless Dogs can cover, and they can't really effectively commit to covering the whole area unless they have their ults. That being said, that was a 3-0, still 17 minutes long, and it did not feel like there were that many points that went into overtime, too, despite, what it seemed.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can count the number of times it went into overtime, and I think that was every time Spring Rolls and Sphinx got a goal, and that's 3 goals in total, I think. So yeah, Handless Dogs really controlling the field on Oni Village, and we were so worried, right, Tony? We were both really worried about Handless Dogs team comp really being slow, but yeah, they really covered a lot of space, and once they got that second barrier open, they did so well not syncing up with each other, and getting the core in the net.
What is going on, gentlemen, gentle strikers, gentle striker and lady striker? You know, I tried to fuse that and it didn't work, but we're going to be here joined for this series. The E-Boy Entourage still going to be hungry for their first win of this season. Going to be facing off the Dynasty Party, currently 3-1. If you are E-Boy Entourage, this, I believe, isn't a mathematical elimination, but sort of a spiritual elimination if you lose this series. So things are going to have to pick up for the E-Boy Entourage very quickly this series, but they've got a very tough opponent. Dynasty Party are currently one of the front runners of the league, are going to be looking for their 4th win.
And we have 6 heavy impacts here. Everyone wants to get in on that heavy impact action. Even the Atlas, I believe it was heavy Castellas, so kind of makes sense why some of these characters would definitely want the heavy impact over Castellas. But the Atlas now combo, has always been the front runner against the damage combos. But damage, you don't need to. You can kill off a knockback as well, as seen by Swaghaver right here.
Yeah. Plus, on top of that, the Aimi, just so much damage. We've seen the Aimi goalie fall off, but right now with the Vice in tow, this is a real damage composition, especially with how easy things are for the X to kill confirm. Already a wonderful shot by Jack Limestone here, and I think the side of Dynasty Party are going to be looking to do one thing this entire game, and that's going to be killing. But on the other hand, you have an Atlas, you have ways, now that you're level 2, to deny this from happening. And if that happens, this KO composition can be outscaled or even outplayed come the later points and later sets of this game. So we'll see. That being said, a very strong start already for the side of Dynasty Party. E-Boy Entourage really need to start locking in.
Good defense on IDC to keep it alive, but Swaghaver finds another KO. And if you look at the energy advantage for Dynasty Party, IDC is the only one who's ever made it past a bar of energy this game for E-Boy. As a nice shot from Spartan, showing the goalies can score too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been rough. It's hard to get any sort of energy advantage against both the Vice and an Aimi, who can threaten that. Just a raw KO coming out already. I mean, look at this damage that's coming out. Serapi probably not too long for this world as well, as a really unfortunate clear angle sends it right back, and things are just not working out for the E-Boy entourage. They've all been KO'd. An unofficial ace coming through for the Dynasty Party Warriors here, and they're going to be ending the set in style. Jack Limestone taking that goal. Going to be MVP for the set as well.
So I think that going to this draft, if you're E-Boy, you really need that stagger, at least in the early game, to at least get you to the later in game. But unfortunately, there's literally no stagger awakenings. Orb Replicator is interesting, can be nice versus high stagger comps. But like, you know, I don't know how much recovery drone is going to keep you alive. It just might get you out of one knockback KO, but it's probably not going to help too much at the overall kill game, and it's denied even as well to make matters worse for the E-Boy entourage.
Yeah, I mean, just in a vacuum, really good pickups and the stacks on stacks of the fighter flight, but like you mentioned, damage is the problem, and the only thing that they've gone their way. I think there's two like unofficial, like technically stagger but not actually stagger awakening, Spark of Leadership and Orb Replicator. Right? Technically, you're getting more healing on the orbs, and you're getting the mild, like, 100 stagger or whatever with Spark of Leadership. I actually don't know how much it is. Yeah, 130. But clearly, as we see with Snowball right now, it is not working too much. The prime time is going to do a lot to keep their stagger down throughout the entirety of the point. And because of that, it's going to make these power plays even deadlier. Already, we do see Snowball come back. A really good defense coming out from IDC, and a good offense coming out from CRP. This might be an opportunity to score, and that it is. Snowball, with an opportunity, gets his first, and is able to get one goal here.
I think the win con for E-Boy, or at least what they're going to need to do to make this game not a brutal sweep, is they're going to need levels. They need the stagger from the levels. If they can get to level 10, I think they have a good shot at least bringing this game back. But they don't even have to hit all the way to 10. They just need the base stagger from the levels to make them a little harder to KO, to give their team time to get their cooldowns back, their Atlas and their Now to heal. But, you know, ideally, Dynasty Party doesn't want that to happen. So we'll see how that goes. But nice core flip to keep it alive, and good defense. They are farming XP the longer these defenses last, though.
Yeah, it's good farming, but just look at the end of the point. No energy on Snowball or CRP. The goal lost. No KOs, though, that being said. So a little bit on the up and up, but that really just felt like a 30 level, 30-second defense coming out from the E-Boy entourage, and nothing to show for it. So a little bit scary here. Unfortunately, not able to get a double barrier. Very close to having it. Snowball, though, playing interference and doing so well, but it's only a matter of time. Swag Haver going to be chasing Snowball down the field right now, basically just ignoring the core, but now he's going to have to punch through an Atlas Expanse, or sorry, Celestial Intervention. That means that Snowball gets to walk away to live another day, as right now Jack Limestone, a good Strike War win on the defense, is able to get the core forward, and now Spartan's just using the IME ability, sending it all downfield, and that's able to crack open the defense here of E-Boy Entourage. Now Snowball looking to make a play here, but really nothing to be found. He's probably going to be paying for it with his life here, if not the goal. Jack Limestone now charging forward. Good strike timing from IDC to keep the goal alive. Serapi playing interference here on the pass. Snowball once again, though, getting iced out of the play entirely. Going to be iced out of the court entirely here. Now this flip comes to Spartan as well. 2 flips to enter the goal. And it doesn't even matter that they have 2 flips, right? There's no energy on the side of the E-Boy entourage anyways.
Well, the upside is last point they started with no energy. Now they at least have an evade apiece. So we'll see if they can use that evade to their advantage. You know, all of a sudden they got a barrier that's pretty nice for the E-Boy entourage, but they're going to need to get more than that. This all would have been too late if that was actually lethal. Luckily for Snail can take a sigh of relief. Still on the field for another day, but we're see how much longer that is. Snowball just goes from half to no health up to the Vice ultimate, and there's gonna be some Westy on Westy violence here. Swaghammer trying to, not gonna find Snowball. Snowball is able to heal up enough, but you know, they're back to their neutral state, and I think so far neutral has not been very favorable for the E-Boy entourage.
Absolutely not, and Snowball or Swaghaver really just needs one opportunity here with his flip. It's going to be incredibly hard. 2v1 now. The fake out on the bull rush. Swaghaver does it with style. Swag, you might say. As he is able to get that set. Jack Limestone, though, is going to be the MVP here. We'll see. I'm worried about things like, yeah, the adrenaline rush, but the explosive entrance as well and prize fighter are going to be very, very disastrous for the E-Boy entourage.
I think prize fighter is actually incredibly disastrous to Awakening, especially because it has not proven hard for them to stack. The twin drive coming in, twin drive fighter flight is, kind of pretty biss sometimes, but I don't know how much it's gonna matter if, especially with the now healing nerves. I don't know how much that extra healing you're getting out of having secondary up more often is gonna change the state of the game. We'll find out.
Yeah, really interesting to see that it's actually going to be passed up. Instead, it looks like the side of Dynasty Party, instead just choosing some generically good awakenings for their strikers. Not going to be dependent on their performance here. And, well, I guess it's glad that they're picking it because all of a sudden the performance of E-Boy Entourage ramping up a little bit. A quick goal for the side of E-Boy.
And I'm going to make a bold prediction here. If Snowball can hit level 8, they'll win this game.
All right, I'll hold you to it.
Yep. I mean, I can't wait to be right. This is why you make bold predictions, you know what I mean? But I don't know if he's going to be making it to level 8 this game.
Yeah, there's a real chance that he might not be making it to level 8. Unfortunately, he spent about half this game in the KO box, and as of right now, his team is falling apart with him. Unfortunately, Serapi just going to follow the same path that Swaghaver is literally too big to pull through. A little bit disturbing of a size here with the X Maximus, and just like that, Dynasty Party even up the set.
Yeah, I mean, even without X Maximus, he has 137 power off of the Might of Colossus Awakening, which is only going to get stronger. But another double bear, they've, the 2 points they've scored, they've got these double bears early, and so this could be a potential upside. Maybe E-Boy might be able to find something here. A lot of abilities were used, though, by E-Boy in that defensive hold, so I don't know, it doesn't look very good for them on the offensive side here. Swaghaver is low, but it has the quick flip here, and that's what a good shot. Bottom corner, perfect below Snail, Serapi, and now they're at match point.
That was like a disturbing shot. 1 pixel lower, and I think Serapi actually that bounces out, and 1 pixel higher. I think Serapi catches that. So that was incredible aim from Swaghaver actually to get that. I think so.
Yep.
That's just unfortunate if you are the E-Boy entourage. What's even more unfortunate though is just every single cooldown dumped into their midfielder. Spartan almost gets whipped out there on the other side of the court, but now it is a power play. Swaghaver doesn't even care about the court. He is just punching IDC for fun, just wants to have violence for violence sake. And unfortunately isn't going to be rewarded for that because on the other side of the field, Snowball making a 2v1 play. This is actually a little bit dangerous for the E-Boy entourage, unfortunately. Reaction check from Serapi, not going to be passed. Might actually end up dying for that, but no, the Celestial Intervention. Yeah, that Celestial Intervention is going to come through. Jack Limestone not able to get the final goalie barrier, but Swaghaver is. The strike is almost there, though. Not going to be found. Now, Spartan marching the core upfield, but now it's a 2v1 situation. The glitch pop is going to be there to save it. Calls out Serapi's play. Swaghaver not able to get the strike that he needs, but amazing strike shot from IDC keeps it clear. Amazing strike timing still. But they are not out of the woods yet. IDC again, some amazing saves. Oh, and another one comes through. Swaghaver not able to get it through. The whiff flip. This is a big opportunity for the E-Boy entourage. But IDC now has to continue holding. The defense is there yet again. IDC now in the iron wall that has to be get through. But another opportunity is going to be given to Swaghaver, and that is what he's going to take. IDC, an incredible defense to end out the game, but Snowball does not hit level 8. Dynasty Party take game 1, and they're looking good here coming into game 2.
Yeah, that's a reasonable number, so I couldn't be proven wrong. But, despite that incredible defense, if IDC can defend like that for every point in this next game, I think that we could see a game 3. But I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen. We'll find out soon enough. But a really clean game from Dynasty Party, showing why they're the 3-1 team and why the other team is the 0-4 team. Going into this week, and just even if you look at the damage numbers, all 3 members in 5 digits, while not a single member of the E-Boy entourage even breaking the 5-digit mark. So, really clean job going into this next game.
Yeah, I'm like wondering what you even do, because I feel like if you ban the Vice, even if you ban the Imi, both Spartan and Jack Limestone an infamous Estelle main, right? He could pick up that Estelle, either of them could pick up that Estelle and just continue the damage, no problem. So you can't, if you get another damage start, it's potentially a little dangerous for these teams.
I think you just pray there's no heavy impact and go to the next, you know what I mean?
Really, yeah. Pray that the fact that we have Fearless Awakenings now, so yeah. We'll be right back though. Game number 2 is going to be coming up. We'll catch you in a second to see how eBoy Dynasty Party ends up. Stay tuned.
And we're back here.
Oh, yeah. No. You go.
We're back here for another game here. Game 2, completely different comp this time, coming out of Dynasty Party. No longer, we're done with the damage, hard damage. Instead, we have a kitten comp. But instead of the X, it will be the Asher that will be the kitten. Will be the kitten to character here. So we'll see how that works. But it is Swaghaver's Asher, perhaps his most notable character. But on the other side, we see Serapi on the Imi, which is another character that they are also comfortable with. So I think both teams kind of got things they like.
Yeah. Agreed. I think the Awakening start's a little bit interesting too, right? Monumentals for the era got to be incredibly strong, but this is not, other than Swaghaver, right? And I mean, I am the Milkman, right? Playing a melee goalie, also something big, right? Jack Limestone, he's been playing era. He's not like opposed to it, but it's not his style, honestly. So I'm interested to see how this goal will go out. Obviously, this is an incredibly strong pick. Just in general, I think any competent midfielder could pilot it, and as we see right there, Jack Limestone, a KO, a goal, all in his name, right? But it is kind of something that I'd like to see. I like to see out of Dynasty Party. Definitely just showing that they don't have to play KO. They can take you on the core control. They can take you on a lot of those corner offenses, and that they could still win regardless. But on the flip side, this Spec Training X, right? Incredibly good, right? Maybe not the best Awakening, but used to be considered one of his best. So incredibly strong even in the modern day. We'll see if that X does get the potential to scale. Snowball didn't really get to play a game yesterday, and we'll see if he gets the chance. And as of right now, Swaghaver does not want that to happen, scoring another goal here for Dynasty Party.
And also still has Flip, really dangerous spot for IDC. She's gonna have some difficult times ahead if Swaghaver gets to the net again with this core flip, especially considering it is, set point now with 2 core flips on goalie and brawler here, and there's the first core flip coming out. Milkman still holding theirs, is able to play really far up with that speed gate pressure. Core flip coming out, but good Imi ult will at least buy some time. However, Snowball is not long for this world.
Yeah, and this goal might not be around for too much longer, as, wow, really good beam from Jack Limestone coming through. So I don't think even in range to get the flip off. So a very dominating set coming out from the Dynasty Party. Jack Limestone, well-deserved MVP, and looking at things like the bulk up, the hot shot, the team player. We'll see how it goes where.
I'm actually looking at that team player. I think that team player on either the Mako or the Era can be very huge at just feeding the rock to the kitten, or the character you're kittening. In this case, the Asher is going to love it, especially with Asher's. She has less mobility than she used to. Her primary kind of locking her in a spot, so you kind of want to stand your ground. But when you have that team player, you're allowed to just play fetch for your midfield goalie, and that team player definitely makes your life a lot easier as the brawler.
100% agreed. And as we get into the second set, you want to talk about something else. I've had a disgusting amount of sodium today. I went to get Buffalo Wild Wings, and I had a bunch of their dry rub stuff, which just has salt spilling off of it. And then I came home and I was like, wow, I'm really thirsty. And of course, like the idiot I am, I was like, you know what? A Diet Cola would be awesome right now. And then I felt sick for 2 hours, and then I went to take a nap, and now I'm here. So I really wanted to follow that up with, how much sodium do you think you've had today, Alphabug?
Sodium, I think I've had, actually, that's a good question. I don't even remember what I've eaten today.
Okay, but So okay, so if you could choose what you could eat today, what would
Well,
you choose?
If I could choose what I could eat today, I would have all ice cream, right? But if E-Boy Entourage could choose what they eat today, they would choose well, right now. Unfortunately, you can't choose that. But they are gonna find it. They are gonna find it, which is kind of what they definitely needed that because they do not want to fall behind. You know, 69% of games where one team gets the first set wins the game. You know, so 69% win rate.
That's true. And also, I think Jack Limestone maybe needs to watch his sodium intake. Snowball as well, I think. Fortunately, some reaction check failures or some mechanical failures coming through, but that's okay. Serapi just taking half of her damage immediately, but Jackson Limestone's just going to put it in before too much issue. Just realized as well, this Bulka fell down a Swag Haver, which is going to be a little bit scary. We see some KOs coming through. Some firepower swinging back as well. Serapi does have the Deadeye, which can be used to find some cheeky KOs, but as of right now, it really does feel like a dynasty party. Swag Haver just killed IDC.
The best part about the sodium intake joke is because you can equate it to just them being really salty about what's going on right now because they are getting killed off cooldown, regardless of the comp. Regardless of what their comp is, regardless of what the enemy comp is, the KOs are coming through. And 2 quick points for Dynasty Party after we were glazing E-Boys for taking a point. I mean, I don't know if glazing was the word that was going on, but you know, definitely we were happy. Oh no, IDC in that night market middle there was not what you want to hit. I think this is going to be soon to be a 2-0 for Dynasty Party, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. I actually can't see E-Boy coming back.
Yeah, it feels really hard. It feels like Dynasty Party's got the entirety of the momentum here. It feels like we just had 2 1-minute sets in a row, and I don't know if there's too much to bail out draft here. The stacks on stacks looking kind of good if Snowball can pick this up, but on the flip side, the fight or flight.
These points are too short. I don't think you take stacks.
Oh, that is true. That really, really is true. Yeah.
Because you have spec, maybe there's juniors, you go cast even though it's not the same as it used to be, but I think I would take fight on X here. I don't think he's gonna get past 70 stacks this game. I'm gonna be real with you. Brawlers do stack a lot faster than midfielders now because they have a lot more like heavy hits, but I don't think he's ever gonna hit it.
Yeah, that really could happen. Genuinely could be the case, especially when you're just really trying to get your way through the map. You really need things right now. That being said, if he does get it stacked, it is going to be really hard to take it away, right? The Reptile Remedy is going to make it so that he's barely ever staggered so long as he could get his hands on the core. On top of that, he's got it now to back him up as well. So if the E-Boy Entourage can stall out the set, there is a lot of hope for them. And if they get this 1 set win, you will still have a set for X on your hands. Damage and the survivability is there for it to happen as 1 KO comes through. This could be E-Boy Entourage's big chance. Cleary is going to be made by Jack Limestone. A very, very scary Monumentalist Aeronado, though, followed up by an equally scary Monumentalist Sentry, Fireball Sentry. That's going to be 1 point for the E-Boy Entourage. They need to keep this up. Let Snowball get his stacks, and there is a potential light here at the end of the tunnel.
AC in here. She was a demon on defense on that last point, but not so much this point. It's gonna lose. I live in Catholic curse. My bad. But she hasn't given up anything. She hasn't given up the goal yet. She is still on point here. So while thinking the first barrier, gonna miss a few strikes. That Era primary is brutal, but is able to get the second barrier, which is what you need to score. In fact, Melvin is getting a little bit low, but I think Spool doesn't really have many CDs to really follow up, so I don't think it's going to really equate to much. You're talking about Snowball not being able to die, but I think he can very well die. He's just not damaged. He's going to die to an Aeronado, most likely, if I had to guess, before he gets his full stacks.
That's true. That's true. And Swag are very good. Kind of a notable Asher Ford specialist. As wow, what a great angle from the Milkman there.
Able to get Evil Drew Danger himself.
It really is trying to fight Evil Drew Danger himself. Shout out to that guy, and we'll see if he ends the game with the most orbs as well. But yeah, an amazing play there. That being said, Serapi, good dash punch combo here coming through with the glitch pop, able to get it that Deadeye, and I believe, yeah, that Super Surge gonna make that Ivy KO range very scary to deal with. So now
126 stacks.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 126 stacks. Yeah, as now Snowball's gonna be stacking up. As long as he doesn't die here, as long as the set doesn't end here, things are gonna be looking good. So right now he's gonna be up, I believe, to 130, though Swaghammer looking to end this point here. Snowball, though, actually catching Swaghammer out on the dribbles. Good prediction with the Bull Rush, but not gonna be able to get him that point. Serapi, though, the cooldowns are here. The Monulus era NATO almost take out IDC, but oh, Snowball calling at Jack Limestone.
He hit it 150. That was, I believe, the strike he needed as well to get the 150. So, you know, if E-Boy's gonna win the set, this is gonna be the one. They have him whether they want him. They have
You're like peeking so much. That was awesome.
So
oh, Serapi!
And look at that. And Swaghammer's not in this world either. I bet you he wishes he has that now. I bet you he might have a little bit of sodium intake if you had to ask me this game. I don't know. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, it's
jinxed it, guys. It might be cooked.
It's a little dangerous right now. That being said, the clear is going to be made. It's going to go in the hands of Swaghammer, but Serapi going to send him here into the grave before the play could come through. Good patience on Snowball, though. Going to be taken advantage, though, by Jack Limestone. The beam's going to be there, and IDC now forced to clear upwards. Buys time for Swaghammer to come through, but Snowball! An amazing X Maximus catches the Milkman off guard. And that is, hey, the 150 stacks with the Reptile Remedy. As long as you're not picked off by the Arrow Tornado, you really can get a lot of work done.
I wonder, okay, there's an extra special here, but there's also 3 Size Awakenings and an Ad Rush. I actually don't know what Snowball will take here. These are more options. I personally think you double down on the speed and you go the size, but the Adrenaline Rush will be taken. I think that when you have a lot of speed, you also want size. I think that they are some of the greatest combo in this game. But Snowball would rather look for a KO, which, I mean, he found a few, so maybe he'll be right. I know Adrenaline Rush is a very valued awakening in this game currently. If you watch a lot of Nassel and NASA games, it is highly contested by brawlers like Juliet and X. We'll see if it will be enough for E-Boy Entourage to win.
Totally agree with you too, right? Imagine how hard the stacks would be to take off if you took the recovery drone there as Snowball. So I'm wondering, especially because that really felt like their win condition. So I'm a little questioning on the pivot to KO. That being said, KO is going to be found. Prize Fighter stack on Serapi, but unfortunately that is going to cost them a goal. So one step closer to the win condition, but another step closer to a series loss. Going to be a bit scary here.
The thing to note though is Snowball doesn't have to hit the last hit to get the Adrenaline Rush spawn. All he has to do is hit them at some period of time within, I believe, 2.5 to 3 seconds of the KO for it to count. Oh, nice core flip from IDC, but not really many options. And a snipe from the Milkman is gonna get the bottom, and IDC is not gonna. She's not gonna have a very enviable defense there, position there, and we are all of a sudden once again on match point. And Snowball has 44 stats.
Yeah, that's scary. This is the exact kind of loss condition that you talked about. Snowball not really getting the stacks in time, not able to make use of that win condition whatsoever. Now it's going to be a little bit scary here. 2v1 situation. Swaghammer with an immediate double barrier. This could be it, and Swaghammer, a clean play using that Asher secondary, using the skill that has been forged over a lot of these Asher forward games, and just like that, finds a goal out of nowhere, ends the set before Snowball could really scale, and that's Dynasty Party getting their fourth win, sorry, their series.
I feel like if that stacks on stacks maybe came out in set 2, they could afford to lose a set off of a fast set like that and still have a chance to come back. But when you're down 2-0, all it takes is one bad set where you can't score or you can't get your stacks fast enough, and you probably lose the game. And that's kind of what happened there for Evil. I think if Snowball is able to make it to 150 every game, I mean every set, they probably had a good chance to come back. But if that doesn't happen, I think it's just unreasonable to expect a comeback from E-Boy, and that's what happened here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that comeback, if they ever get one, is going to be very likely too late to make playoffs. I believe in 05, while not a mathematical loss, it feels like a spiritual loss. I think we have seen some comebacks from this, notably Season 2 Oshinoko, but there's a reason why that run is legendary, so we'll see if they'll be able to do it. Anything's possible here in the North American Strikers training ground, but as of right now, Dynasty Party are looking pretty here. They're going to be looking very strong for playoffs themselves. And that's going to be that. Before we go, make sure to check your dietary intake, get a good balance.
Sodium check.
Yep, sodium check of get a good check of vitamins, minerals, and the appropriate nutrients to keep your body chugging along. Make sure that you keep the caffeine intake on the low and far away from your bedtime. I know some of you are guilty of that. So that's it, though. Oppabug, unless you've got any nutritional advice to add for yourself, I believe we'll be going on to our next game.
Nothing. I'm not a very nutritious person.
You're not nutritious.
Yeah, don't eat me.
That's the word that you're going to use.
Don't eat me, guys. All good.
All right. Well, we'll catch you guys around. Eat healthy, live well. Catch you guys around.
Drink water.